Section 52 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 52. Monsieur Perron. George's father was sitting in an iron chair, watching his little son with concentrated affection and attention, as little George piled up the sand into heaps during one of their walks. He would take up the sand with both hands, make a mound of it, and put a chestnut leaf on top. His father saw no one but him in that public park full of people. The sun was just disappearing behind the roofs of the Rue Saint-Lazare, but still shed its rays obliquely on that little overdressed crowd. The chestnut trees were lighted up by its yellow rays, and the 3 fountains before the lofty porch of the church had the appearance of liquid silver. Monsieur Perron, accidentally looking up at the church clock, saw that he was 5 minutes late. He got up, took the child by the arm, shook his dress, which was covered with sand, wiped his hands, and led him in the direction of the Rue Blanche. He walked quickly, so as not to get in after his wife, and the child could not keep up with him. He took him up and carried him, though it made him pant when he had to walk up the steep street. He was a man of 40, already turning grey, and rather stout. At last he reached his house. An old servant who had brought him up, one of those trusted servants who are tyrants of families, opened the door to him. "Has Madame come in yet?" he asked anxiously. The servant shrugged his shoulders. "When have you ever known Madame to come home at 6:30, monsieur?" "Very well, all the better. It will give me time to change my things, for I am very warm." The servant looked at him with angry and contemptuous pity. "Oh, I can see that well enough," she grumbled. "You are covered with perspiration, monsieur. I supposed you walked quickly and carried the child, and only to have to wait until 7:30, perhaps, for Madame. I have made up my mind not to have dinner ready on time. I shall get it for 8 o'clock, and if you have to wait, I cannot help it. Roast meat ought not to be burnt." Monsieur Perron pretended not to hear, but went to his own room, and as soon as he got in, he locked the door, so as to be alone, quite alone. He was so used now to being abused and badly treated that he never thought himself safe except when he was locked in. What could he do? To get rid of Julie seemed to him such a formidable thing to do that he hardly ventured to think of it, but it was just as impossible to uphold her against his wife, and before another month the situation would become unbearable between the two. He remained sitting there with his arms hanging down, vaguely trying to discover some means to set matters straight, but without success. He said to himself, "It is lucky that I have George. Without him I should be very miserable." Just then the clock struck 7 and he started up. 7 o'clock and he had not even changed his clothes. Nervous and breathless, he undressed, put on a clean shirt, hastily finished his toilet, as if he had been expected in the next room for some event of extreme importance, and went into the drawing-room, happy at having nothing to fear. He glanced at the newspaper, went and looked out of the window, and then sat down again, when the door opened. The boy came in, washed, brushed, and smiling. Perron took him up in his arms and kissed him passionately. Then he tossed him into the air and held him up to the ceiling, but soon sat down again, as he was tired with all his exertion. Then, taking George on his knee, he made him ride a cock-horse. The child laughed and clapped his hands and shouted with pleasure, as did his father, who laughed until his big stomach shook, for it amused him almost more than it did the child. Perron loved him with all the heart of a weak, resigned, ill-used man. He loved him with mad bursts of affection, with caresses, and with all the bashful tendernesses which were always hidden in him, and which had never found an outlet, even at the early period of his married life, for his wife had always shown herself cold and reserved. Just then Julie came to the door with a pale face and glistening eyes, and in a voice which trembled with exasperation. "It is 7:30, monsieur." Perron gave an uneasy and resigned look at the clock, and replied, "Yes, it is certainly 7:30. "Well, my dinner is quite ready now." Seeing the storm which was coming, he tried to turn it aside. "But did you not tell me when I came in that it would not be ready before 8? 8? What are you thinking about? You surely do not mean to let the child dine at 8 o'clock. It would ruin his stomach. Just suppose that he only had his mother to look after him. She cares a great deal about her child. Oh yes, we will speak about her. She is a mother. What a pity it is that there should be any mothers like her." Perron thought it was time to cut short a threatened scene. "Julie," he said, "I will not allow you to speak like that of your mistress. You understand me, do you not? Do not forget it in the future." The old servant, who was nearly choked with surprise, turned and went out, slamming the door so violently after her that the lustres on the chandelier rattled, and for some seconds it sounded as if a number of little invisible bells were ringing in the drawing-room. 8 o'clock struck, the door opened, and Julie came in again. She had lost her look of exasperation, but now she put on an air of cold and determined resolution, which was still more formidable. "Monsieur," she said, "I served your mother until the day of her death, and I have attended to you from your birth until now, and I think it may be good to say that I am devoted to the family." She waited for a reply, and Perron stammered, "Why, yes, certainly, my good Julie." "You know quite well," she continued, "that I have never done anything for the sake of money, but always for your sake, that I have never deceived you or lied to you, that you have never had to find fault with me." "Certainly, my good Julie." Very well then, monsieur, it cannot go on any longer like this. I have said nothing and left you in your ignorance, out of respect and liking for you, but it is too much, and everyone in the neighborhood is laughing at you. Everybody knows about it, and so I must tell you also, although I do not like to repeat it. The reason why Madame comes in at any time she chooses is that she is doing abominable things." He seemed stupefied and not to understand, and could only stammer out, "Hold your tongue, you know I have forbidden you—" But she interrupted him with irresistible resolution. "No, monsieur, I must tell you everything now. For a long time Madame has been carrying on with Monsieur Limousin. I have seen them kiss scores of times behind the door. Ah, you may be sure that if Monsieur Limousin had been rich, Madame would never have married Monsieur Perron. If you remember how the marriage was brought about, you would understand the matter from beginning to end." Perron had risen, and stammered out, his face livid, hold your tongue, or—" She went on, however, "No, I mean to tell you everything. She married you from interest, and she deceived you from the very first day. It was all settled between them beforehand. You need only reflect for a few moments to understand it, and then, as she was not satisfied with having married you, as she did not love you, she has made your life miserable, so miserable that it has almost broken my heart when I have seen it." He walked up and down the room with hands clenched, repeating, hold your tongue, for he could find nothing else to say. The old servant, however, would not yield, she seemed resolved on everything. George, who had been at first astonished and then frightened at those angry voices, began to utter shrill screams, and remained behind his father, with his face puckered up and his mouth open, roaring. His son's screams exasperated Perron, and filled him with rage and courage. He rushed at Julie with both arms raised, ready to strike her, exclaiming, "Ah, you wretch, you will drive the child out of his senses." He already had his hand on her when she screamed in his face, "Monsieur, you may beat me if you like, me who reared you, but that will not prevent your wife from deceiving you, or alter the fact that your child is not yours." He stopped suddenly, let his arms fall, and remained standing opposite to her, so overwhelmed that he could understand nothing more. "You need only to look at the child," she added, "to know who is its father. He is the very image of Monsieur Limousin. You only need to look at his eyes and forehead. Why, a blind man could not be mistaken in him." He had taken her by the shoulders and was now shaking her with all his might. "Viper! Viper!" he said. "Go out the room, viper! Go out, or I shall kill you! Go out! Go out!" And with a desperate effort he threw her into the next room. She fell across the table, which was laid for dinner, breaking the glasses. Then, rising to her feet, she put the table between her master and herself. While he was pursuing her, in order to take hold of her again, she flung terrible words at him. "You need only go out this evening after dinner, and come in immediately, and you will see. You will see whether I have been lying. Just try it, and you will see." She had reached the kitchen door and escaped, but he ran after her, up the back stairs to her bedroom, into which she had locked herself, and knocking at the door, he said, "You will leave my house this very instant." "You may be certain of that, monsieur," was her reply. "In an hour's time I shall not be here any longer." He then went slowly downstairs again, holding on to the banister so as not to fall, and went back to the drawing-room, where little George was sitting on the floor, crying. He fell into a chair and looked at the child with dull eyes. He understood nothing, knew nothing more. He felt dazed, stupefied, mad, as if he had just fallen on his head, and he scarcely even remembered the dreadful things the servant had told him. Then, by degrees, his mind, like muddy water, became calmer and clearer, and the abominable revelations began to work in his heart. He was no longer thinking of George. The child was quiet now and sitting on the carpet, but seeing that no notice was being taken of him, he began to cry. His father ran to him, took him in his arms, and covered him with kisses. His child remained to him at any rate. What did the rest matter? He held him in his arms and pressed his lips to his light hair, and relieved and composed, he whispered, "George, my little George, my dear little George." But he suddenly remembered what Julie had said. Yes, she had said that he was Limousin's child. Oh, it could not be possible, surely. He could not believe it, could not doubt, even for a moment, that he was his own child. It was one of those low scandals which spring from servants' brains. And he repeated, "George, my dear little George." The youngster was quiet again now that his father was fondling him. Perron felt the warmth of the little chest penetrate through his clothes, and it filled him with love, courage, and happiness. That gentle warmth soothed him, fortified him, and saved him. Then he put the small curly head away from him a little, and looked at it affectionately, still repeating, "George, oh my little George." But suddenly he thought, suppose he were to resemble Limousin after all? He looked at him with haggard, troubled eyes, and tried to discover whether there was any likeness in his forehead, in his nose, mouth, or cheeks. His thoughts wandered as they do when a person is going mad, and his child's face changed in his eyes, and assumed a strange look and improbable resemblances. The hall bell rang. Perron gave a bound as if a bullet had gone through him. "There she is," he said. "What shall I do?" And he ran and locked himself up in his room to have time to bathe his eyes. But in a few moments another ring at the bell made him jump again, and then he remembered that Julie had left, without the housemaid knowing it, so nobody would go to open the door. What was he to do? He went himself, and suddenly he felt brave, resolute, ready for dissimulation and the struggle. The terrible blow had matured him in a few moments. He wished to know the truth, he desired it with the rage of a timid man and with the tenacity of an easy-going man who has been exasperated. Nevertheless, he trembled. Does one know how much excited cowardness there often is in boldness? He went to the door with furtive steps and stopped to listen. His heart beat furiously. Suddenly, however, the noise of the bell over his head startled him like an explosion. He seized the lock, turned the key, and opening the door, saw his wife and Maupassant standing before him on the stairs. With an air of astonishment, which also betrayed a little irritation, she said, "So you open the door now? Where's Julie?" His throat felt tight and his breathing was labored as he tried to reply without being able to utter a word. "Are you dumb?" she continued. "I ask you where Julie is." She has gone," he managed to stammer. His wife began to get angry. "What do you mean by gone? Where has she gone? Why?" By degrees he regained his coolness. He felt an intense hatred rise up in him for that insolent woman who was standing before him. "Yes, she has gone altogether. I sent her away." "You have sent away Julie? Why, you must be mad." "Yes, I sent her away because she was insolent, and because she was ill-using the child." "Julie?" "Yes, Julie." "What was she insolent about?" "About you." "About me?" "Yes, because the dinner was burnt and you did not come in." "And she said offensive things about you which I could not listen to." "What did she say?" "It is no good repeating them." "I want to hear them." "She said it was unfortunate for a man like me to be married to a woman like you, unpunctual, careless, disorderly, a bad mother and a bad wife." The young woman had gone into the anteroom, followed by Maupassant, who did not say a word at this unexpected condition of things. She shut the door quickly, threw her cloak on a chair, and going straight up to her husband, she stammered out, You say that I am—" Very pale and calm, he replied, "I say nothing, my dear. I am simply repeating what Julie told me, as you wanted to know what it was, and I wish you to remark that I turned her off just on account of what she said." She trembled with a violent longing to tear out his beard and scratch his face. In his voice and manner she felt that he was asserting his position as master. Although she had nothing to say by way of reply, she tried to assume the offensive by saying something unpleasant. "I suppose you have had dinner?" she asked. "No, I waited for you." She shrugged her shoulders impatiently. "It is very stupid of you to wait after 7:30, she said. "You might have guessed that I was detained, that I had a good many things to do, visits and shopping." And then suddenly she felt that she wanted to explain how she had spent her time, and told him in abrupt, haughty words that, having to buy some furniture in a shop a long distance off, very far off, in the Rue de Rennes, she had met Maupassant at 7:30 on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, and that then she had gone with him to have something to eat in a restaurant, as she did not like to go to one by herself, although she was faint with hunger. That was how she had dined with Maupassant, if it could be called dining, for they had only some soup and half a chicken, as they were in a great hurry to get back. Perron replied simply, "Well, you were quite right. I am not finding fault with you." Then Maupassant, who had not spoken until then, and who had half hidden behind Henriette, came forward and put out his hand, saying, "Are you very well?" Perron took his hand, and shaking it gently, replied, "Yes, I am very well." But the young woman had felt a reproach in her husband's last words. "Finding fault? Why do you speak of finding fault? One might think that you meant to imply something." "Not at all," he replied by way of excuse. "I simply meant that I was not at all anxious although you were late, and that I did not find fault with you for it." She, however, took the high hand, and tried to find a pretext for a quarrel. "Although I was late, one might really think that it was 1 o'clock in the morning and that I spent my nights away from home." "Certainly not, my dear. I said late because I could find no other word. You said you should be back at 6:30, and you returned at 8:30. That was surely being late. I understand it perfectly well. I am not at all surprised even. But I can hardly use any other word." "But you pronounce them as if I had been out all night." "Oh no, oh no." She saw that he would yield on every point, and she was going into her own room, when at last she noticed that George was screaming, and then she asked, with some feeling, "What is the matter with the child?" "I told you that Julie had been rather unkind to him." "What has the wretch been doing to him?" "Oh, nothing much. She gave him a push and he fell down." She wanted to see her child and ran into the dining room, but stopped short at the sight of the table covered with spilt wine, with broken decanters and glasses, and overturned salt cellars. "Who did all that mischief?" she asked. "It was Julie who—" But she interrupted him furiously. "That is too much, really. Julie speaks to me as if I were a shameless woman, beats my child, breaks my plates and dishes, turns my house upside down, and it appears that you think it is all quite natural." "Certainly not, as I have got rid of her." "Really, you have got rid of her. But you ought to have given her in charge. In such cases one ought to call in the commissary of police." "But, my dear, I really could not. There was no reason. It would have been very difficult." She shrugged her shoulders disdainfully. There, you will never be anything but a poor wretched fellow, a man without a will, without any firmness or energy. She must have said some nice things to you, your Julie, to make you turn her off like that. I should like to have been here for a minute, only for a minute." Then she opened the drawing-room door and ran to George, took him into her arms and kissed him, and said, "Georgie, what is it, my darling, my pretty one, my treasure?" Then, suddenly turning to another idea, she said, "But the child has had no dinner. You've had nothing to eat, my pet?" "No, mamma." Then she again turned furiously upon her husband. "Why, you must be mad, utterly mad. It is 8:30, and George has had no dinner." He excused himself as best he could, for he had nearly lost his wits through the overwhelming scene in the explanation, and felt crushed by this ruin of his life. "But, my dear, we were waiting for you, as I did not wish to dine without you. As you come home late every day, I expected you every moment." She threw her bonnet, which she had kept on till then, into an easy-chair, and in an angry voice she said, "It is really intolerable to have to do with people who can understand nothing, who can divine nothing, and do nothing by themselves. So I suppose, if I were to come in at 12 o'clock at night, the child would have had nothing to eat, just as if you could not have understood that, as it was after 7:30, I was prevented from coming home, that I had met with some hindrance?" Perron trembled, for he felt that his anger was getting the upper hand, but Limousin interposed, and turning toward the young woman, said, "My dear friend, you are altogether unjust. Perron could not guess that you would have come here so late, as you never do so, and then how could you expect him to get over the difficulty all by himself after having sent away Julie?" But Henriette was very angry and replied, "Well, at any rate, he must get over the difficulty himself, for I will not help him," she replied. "Let him settle it." And she went into her own room, quite forgetting that her child had not had anything to eat. Limousin immediately set to work to help his friend. He picked up the broken glasses which strewed the table and took them out, replaced the plates and knives and forks, and put the child into his high chair, while Perron went to look for the chambermaid to wait at table. The girl came in great astonishment, as she had heard nothing in George's room, where she had been working. She soon, however, brought in the soup, a burnt leg of mutton, and mashed potatoes. Perron sat by the side of the child, very much upset and distressed at all that had happened. He gave the boy his dinner, and endeavored to eat something himself, but he could only swallow with an effort, as his throat felt paralyzed. By degrees he was seized with an insane desire to look at Limousin, who was sitting opposite to him, making bread pellets, to see whether George was like him, but he did not venture to raise his eyes for some time. At last, however, he made up his mind to do so, and gave a quick, sharp look at the face which he knew so well, although he almost fancied that he had never examined it carefully. It looked so different to what he had imagined. From time to time he looked at Limousin, trying to recognize a likeness in the smallest lines of his face, in the slightest features, and then he looked at his son under the pretext of feeding him. 2 words were sounding in his ears, "His father, his father, his father." They buzzed in his temples at every beat of his heart. Yes, that man, that tranquil man who was sitting on the other side of the table, was perhaps the father of his son, of George, of his little George. Perron left off eating. He could not swallow any more. A terrible pain, one of those attacks of pain which make men scream, roll on the ground, and bite the furniture, was tearing at his entrails, and he felt inclined to take a knife and plunge it into his stomach. He started when he heard the door open. His wife came in. "I am hungry," she said. "Are not you, Limousin?" He hesitated a little, and then said, "Yes, I am, upon my word." She had the leg of mutton brought in again. Perron asked himself, "Have they had dinner, or are they late because they have had a lovers' meeting?" They both ate with a very good appetite. Henriette was very calm, but laughed and joked. Her husband watched her furtively. She had on a pink tea gown trimmed with white lace, and her fair head, her white neck, and her plump hands stood out from that coquettish and perfumed dress, as though it were a seashell edged with foam. What fun they must be making of him, if he had been their dupe since the first day. Was it possible to make a fool of a man, of a worthy man, because his father had left him a little money? Why couldn't one not see into people's souls? How was it that nothing revealed to upright hearts the deceits of infamous hearts? How was it that voices had the same sound for adoring as for lying? Why was a false, deceptive look the same as a sincere one? And he watched them, waiting to catch a gesture, a word, an intonation. Then suddenly he thought, "I will surprise them this evening," and he said, "My dear, as I have dismissed Julie, I will see about getting another girl this very day. I will go at once to procure one by tomorrow morning, so I may not be in until late." "Very well," she replied. "Go, I shall not stir from here. Limousin will keep me company. We will wait for you." Then, turning to the maid, she said, "You had better put George to bed, and then you can clear away and go up to your room." Perron had got up. He was unsteady on his legs, dazed and bewildered, and saying, "I shall see you again later on," he went out, holding on to the wall, for the floor seemed to roll like a ship. George had been carried out by his nurse, while Henriette and Limousin went into the drawing-room. As soon as the door was shut, he said, "You must be mad, surely, to torment your husband as you do." She immediately turned on him. "Ah, do you know that I think the habit you have got into lately, of looking upon Perron as a martyr, is very unpleasant?" Limousin threw himself into an easy chair and crossed his legs. I am not setting him up as a martyr in the least, but I think that, situated as we are, it is ridiculous to defy this man as you do from morning till night. She took a cigarette from the mantelpiece, lighted it, and replied, But I do not defy him, quite the contrary, only he irritates me by his stupidity, and I treat him as he deserves. Limousin continued impatiently, What you are doing is very foolish. I am only asking you to treat your husband gently, because we both of us require him to trust us. I think you ought to see that. They were close together. He, tall, dark, with long whiskers and the rather vulgar manners of a good-looking man who is very well satisfied with himself. She, small, fair, and pink, a little Parisian, born in the back room of a shop, half cocotte and half bourgeoise, brought up to entice customers into the store by her glances, and married, in consequence, to a simple, unsophisticated man who saw her outside the door every morning when he went out and every evening when he came home. But do you not understand, you great booby, she said, that I hate him just because he married me, because he bought me, in fact, because everything that he says and does, everything that he thinks, acts on my nerves? He exasperates me every moment by his stupidity, which you call his kindness, by his dullness, which you call his confidence, and then, above all, because he is my husband instead of you. I feel him between us, although he does not interfere with us much. And then, no, it is, after all, too idiotic of him not to guess anything. I wish he would, at any rate, be a little jealous. There are moments when I feel inclined to say to him, Do you not see, you stupid creature, that Paul is my lover? It is quite incomprehensible that you cannot understand how hateful he is to me, how he irritates me. You always seem to like him, and you shake hands with him cordially. Men are very extraordinary at times. One must know how to dissimulate, my dear. It is no question of dissimulation, but of feeling. One might think that when you men deceive one another, you like each other better on that account, while we women hate a man from the moment that we have betrayed him. I do not see why one should hate an excellent fellow because one is friendly with his wife. You do not see it? You do not see it? You all of you are wanting in refinement of feeling. However, that is one of those things which one feels and cannot express. And then, moreover, one ought not. No, you would not understand. It is quite useless. You men have no delicacy of feeling. And smiling, with the gentle contempt of an impure woman, she put both hands on his shoulders and held up her lips to him. He stooped down and clasped her closely in his arms, and their lips met. And as they stood in front of the mantel mirror, another couple exactly like them embraced behind the clock. They had heard nothing, neither the noise of the key nor the creaking of the door, but suddenly Henriette, with a loud cry, pushed Limousin away with both her arms, and they saw Parent looking at them, livid with rage, without his shoes on and his hat over his forehead. He looked at each, one after the other, with a quick glance of his eyes without moving his head. He appeared beside himself. Then, without saying a word, he threw himself on Limousin, seized him as if he were going to strangle him, and flung him into the opposite corner of the room so violently that the other lost his balance, and beating the air with his hand, struck his head violently against the wall. When Henriette saw that her husband was going to murder her lover, she threw herself on Parent, seized him by the neck, and digging her 10 delicate rosy fingers into his neck, she squeezed him so tightly, with all the vigor of a desperate woman, that the blood spurted out under her nails, and she bit his shoulder as if she wished to tear it with her teeth. Parent, half strangled and choking, loosened his hold on Limousin in order to shake off his wife, who was hanging to his neck. Putting his arms around her waist, he flung her also to the other end of the drawing-room. Then, as his passion was short-lived, like that of most good-tempered men, and his strength was soon exhausted, he remained standing between the two, panting, worn out, not knowing what to do next. His brutal fury had expanded itself in that effort, like the froth of a bottle of champagne, and his unwonted energy ended in gasping for breath. As soon as he could speak, however, he said, "Go away, both of you, immediately, go away." Limousin remained motionless in his corner, against the wall, too startled to understand anything as yet, too frightened to move a finger, while Henriette, with her hands resting on a small round table, her head bent forward, her hair hanging down, the bodice of her dress unfastened, waited like a wild animal which is about to spring. Parent continued in a stronger voice, "Go away immediately, get out of the house." His wife, however, seeing that he had got over his first exasperation, grew bolder, drew herself up, took 2 steps toward him, and, grown almost insolent, she said, "Have you lost your head? What is the matter with you? What is the meaning of this unjustifiable violence?" But he turned toward her, and raising his fist to strike her, he stammered out, Oh, this is too much, too much. I heard everything. Everything, do you understand? Everything. You wretch, you are 2 wretches. Get out of the house, both of you. Immediately, or I shall kill you. Leave the house." She saw that it was all over, and that he knew everything, that she could not prove her innocence, and that she must comply, but all her impudence had returned to her, and her hatred for the man, which was aggravated now, drove her to audacity, made her feel the need of bravado, and of defying him, and she said in a clear voice, "Come, Limousin, as he is going to turn me out of doors, I will go to your lodgings with you." But Limousin did not move, and Perron, in a fresh access of rage, cried out, "Go, will you? Go, you wretches, or else—" He seized a chair and whirled it over his head. Henriette walked quickly across the room, took her lover by the arm, dragged him from the wall to which he appeared fixed, and led him toward the door, saying, "Do come, my friend, you see that the man is mad, do come." As she went out she turned round to her husband, trying to think of something that she could do, something that she could invent to wound him to the heart as she left the house, and an idea struck her, one of those venomous, deadly ideas in which all a woman's perfidy shows itself, and she said resolutely, "I am going to take my child with me." Perron, stupefied, and stammered, Your child? You dare talk of your child? You venture to ask for your child after, oh, that is too much. Go, you vile creature." She went up to him again, almost smiling, almost avenged already, and defying him, standing close to him and face to face, she said, "I want my child, and you have no right to keep him, because he is not yours. Do you understand? He is not yours. He is Limousin's." And Perron cried out in bewilderment, you lie, worthless woman." But she continued, "You fool, everybody knows it except you. I tell you this is his father. You need only look at him to see it." Perron staggered backward, and then he suddenly turned round, took a candle, and rushed into the next room, returning almost immediately, carrying little George wrapped up in his bedclothes. The child, who had been suddenly awakened, was crying from fright. Perron threw him into his wife's arms, and then, without speaking, he pushed her roughly out toward the stairs, where Limousin was waiting, from motives of prudence. Then he shut the door again, double-locked and bolted it, but had scarcely got back into the drawing-room when he fell to the floor at full length. Perron lived alone, quite alone. During the 5 weeks that followed their separation, the feelings of surprise at his new life prevented him from thinking much. He had resumed his bachelor life, his habits of lounging about, and took his meals at a restaurant, as he had done formerly. As he wished to avoid any scandal, he made his wife an allowance, which was arranged by their lawyers. By degrees, however, the thought of the child began to haunt him. Often when he was at home alone at night, he suddenly thought he heard George calling out, "Papa," and his heart would begin to beat, and he would get up quickly and open the door, to see whether, by chance, the child might have returned, as dogs or pigeons do. Why should a child have less instinct than an animal? On finding that he was mistaken, he would sit down in his armchair again and think of the boy. He would think of him for hours and whole days. It was not only a moral, but still more a physical obsession, a nervous longing to kiss him, to hold and fondle him, to take him on his knees and dance him. He felt the child's little arms around his neck, his little mouth pressing a kiss on his beard, his soft hair tickling his cheeks, and the remembrance of all those childish ways made him suffer as a man might for some beloved woman who has left him. 20 or 100 times a day he asked himself the question whether he was or was not George's father, and almost before he was in bed every night he recommenced the same series of despairing questionings. He especially dreaded the darkness of the evening, the melancholy feeling of the twilight. Then a flood of sorrow invaded his heart, a torrent of despair which seemed to overwhelm him and drive him mad. He was as afraid of his own thoughts as men are of criminals, and he fled before them as one does from wild beasts. Above all things he feared his empty, dark, horrible dwelling and the deserted streets, in which, here and there, a gas lamp flickered, where the isolated foot-passenger whom one hears in the distance seems to be a night-prowler, and makes one walk faster or slower, according to whether he is coming toward you or following you. And in spite of himself, and by instinct, Perron went in the direction of the broad, well-lighted, populous streets. The light in the crowd attracted him, occupied his mind and distracted his thoughts, and when he was tired of walking aimlessly about among the moving crowd, when he saw the foot-passengers becoming more scarce and the pavements less crowded, the fear of solitude and silence drove him into some large café full of drinkers and of light. He went there as flies go to a candle, and he would sit down at one of the little round tables and ask for a bock, which he would drink slowly, feeling uneasy every time a customer got up to go. He would have liked to take him by the arm, hold him back, and beg him to stay a little longer, and so much did he dread the time when the waiter should come up to him and say sharply, "Come, monsieur, it is closing time." He thus got into the habit of going to the beer-houses, where the continual elbowing of the drinkers brings you in contact with a familiar and silent public, where the heavy clouds of tobacco smoke lull disquietude, while the heavy beer dulls the mind and calms the heart. He almost lived there. He was scarcely up before he went there to find people to distract his glances and his thoughts, and soon, as he felt too lazy to move, he took his meals there. After every meal, during more than an hour, he sipped 3 or 4 small glasses of brandy, which stupefied him by degrees, and then his head drooped on his chest, he shut his eyes and went to sleep. Then, awaking, he raised himself on the red velvet seat, straightened his waistcoat, pulled down his cuffs, and took up the newspapers again, though he had already seen them in the morning, and read through them all again, from beginning to end. Between 4 and 5 o'clock he went for a walk on the boulevards to get a little fresh air, as he used to say, and then came back to the seat which had been reserved for him and asked for his absinthe. He would talk to the regular customers whose acquaintance he had made. They discussed the news of the day and political events, and that carried him on till dinner time, and he spent the evening as he had the afternoon, until it was time to close. That was a terrible thought for him when he was obliged to go out into the dark, into his empty room full of dreadful recollections, of horrible thoughts, and of mental agony. He no longer saw any of his old friends, none of his relatives, nobody who might remind him of his past life. But as his apartments were a hell to him, he took a room in a large hotel, a good room on the ground floor, so as to see the passers-by. He was no longer alone in that great building. He felt people swarming round him, he heard voices in the adjoining rooms, and when his former sufferings tormented him too much at the sight of his bed, which was turned down, and of his solitary fireplace, he went out into the wide passages and walked up and down them like a sentinel, before all the closed doors, and looked sadly at the shoes standing in couples outside them, women's little boots by the side of men's thick ones, and he thought that, no doubt, all these people were happy and were sleeping in their warm beds. 5 years passed thus, 5 miserable years. But one day, when he was taking his usual walk between the Madeleine and the Rue Drouot, he suddenly saw a lady whose bearing struck him. A tall gentleman and a child were with her, and all three were walking in front of him. He asked himself where he had seen them before, when suddenly he recognized a movement of her hand. It was his wife of Limousin, and his child, his little George. His heart beat as if it would suffocate him, but he did not stop, for he wished to see them, and he followed them. They looked like a family of the better middle class. Henriette was leaning on Paul's arm, and speaking to him in a low voice, and looking at him sideways occasionally. Parent got a side view of her and recognized her pretty features, the movements of her lips, her smile, and her coaxing glances. But the child briefly took up his attention. How tall and strong he was! Parent could not see his face, but only his long, fair curls. That tall boy with bare legs, who was walking by his mother's side like a little man, was George. He saw them suddenly, all three, as they stopped in front of a shop. Limousin had grown very grey, had aged, and was thinner. His wife, on the contrary, was as young-looking as ever, and had grown stouter. George he would not have recognized, he was so different from what he had been formerly. They went on again, and Parent followed them. He walked on quickly, past them, and then turned round, so as to meet them face to face. As he passed the child, he felt a mad longing to take him into his arms and run off with him, and he knocked against him as if by accident. The boy turned round and looked at the clumsy man angrily, and Parent hurried away, shocked, hurt, and pursued by that look. He went off like a thief, seized with a horrible fear lest he should have been seen and recognized by his wife and her lover. He went to his café without stopping, and fell breathless into his chair. That evening he drank 3 absinthes. For 4 months he felt the pain of that meeting in his heart. Every night he saw the three again, happy and tranquil, mother, father, and child, walking on the boulevard before going in to dinner, and that new vision effaced the old one. It was another matter, another hallucination now, and also a fresh pain. Little George, his little George, the child he had so much loved and so often kissed, disappeared in the far distance, and he saw a new one, like a brother of the first, a little boy with bare legs, who did not know him. He suffered terribly at that thought. The child's love was dead, there was no bond between them. The child would not have held out his arms when he saw him. He had even looked at him angrily. Then by degrees he grew calmer, his mental torture diminished. The image that had appeared to his eyes and which haunted his nights became more indistinct and less frequent. He began once more to live nearby like everyone else, with all those idle people who drink beer off marble-topped tables and wear out their clothes on the threadbare velvet of the couches. He grew old amid the smoke from pipes, lost his hair under the gaslights, looked upon his weekly bath, on his fortnightly visit to the barber's to have his hair cut, and on the purchase of a new coat or hat as an event. When he got to his café and new hat, he would look at himself in the glass for a long time before sitting down, and take it off and put it on again several times, and at last ask his friend, the lady at the bar, who was watching him with interest, whether she thought it suited him. 2 or 3 times a year he went to the theatre, and in the summer he sometimes spent his evenings at one of the open-air concerts in the Champs-Élysées. And so the years followed each other, slow, monotonous, and short, because they were quite uneventful. He very rarely now thought of the dreadful drama which had wrecked his life, for 20 years had passed since that terrible evening, but the life he had led since then had worn him out. The landlord of his café would often say to him, "You ought to pull yourself together a little, Monsieur Parent. You should get some fresh air and go into the country. I assure you that you have changed very much within the last few months." And when his customer had gone out, he used to say to the barmaid, "That poor Monsieur Parent is booked for another world. It is bad never to get out of Paris. Advise him to go out of town for a day occasionally. He has confidence in you. Summer will soon be here. That will put him right." And she, full of pity and kindness for such a regular customer, said to Parent every day, "Come, monsieur, make up your mind to get a little fresh air. It is so charming in the country, and the weather is fine. Oh, if I could, I would spend my life there." By degrees he was seized with a vague desire to go just once and see whether it really was as pleasant as she said, outside the walls of the great city. One morning he said to her, "Do you know where one can get a good luncheon in the neighborhood of Paris? Go to the terrace at Saint-Germain, it is delightful there." He had been there formerly, just when he became engaged. He made up his mind to go there again, and he chose a Sunday, for no special reason, but merely because people generally do go out on Sundays, even when they had nothing to do all week, and so one Sunday morning he went to Saint-Germain. He felt low-spirited and vexed at having yielded to that new longing, and at having broken through his usual habits. He was thirsty. He would have liked to get out at every station and sit down in the café which he saw outside, and drink a bock or two, and then take the first train back to Paris. The journey seemed very long to him. He could remain sitting for whole days, as long as he had the same motionless objects before his eyes, but he found it very trying and fatiguing to remain sitting while he was being whirled along, and to see the whole country fly by while he himself was motionless. However, he found the Seine interesting every time he crossed it. Under the bridge at Chatou he saw some small boats going at great speed under the vigorous strokes of the bare-armed oarsmen, and he thought, "There are some fellows who are certainly enjoying themselves." The train entered the tunnel just before you get to the station at Saint-Germain, and presently stopped at the platform. Perron got out and walked slowly, for he already felt tired, toward the terrace, with his hands behind his back, and when he got to the iron balustrade, stopped to look at the distant horizon. The immense plain spread out before him as vast as the sea, green and studded with large villages, almost as populous as towns. The sun bathed the whole landscape in its full warm light. The Seine wound like an endless serpent through the plain, flowed round to the villages and along the slopes. Perron inhaled the warm breeze, which seemed to make his heart young again, to enliven his spirits, to vivify his blood, and said to himself, "Why, it is delightful here!" Then he went on a few steps and stopped again to look about him. The utter misery of his existence seemed to be brought into full relief by the intense light which inundated the landscape. He saw his 20 years of café life, dull, monotonous, heart-breaking. He might have travelled as others did, have gone among foreigners, to unknown countries beyond the sea, have interested himself somewhat in everything which other men are passionately devoted to, in arts and science. He might have enjoyed life in 1,000 forms, that mysterious life which is either charming or painful, constantly changing, always inexplicable and strange. Now, however, it was too late. He would go on drinking bock after bock until he died, without any family, without friends, without hope, without any curiosity about anything, and he was seized with a feeling of misery and a wish to run away, to hide himself in Paris, in his café and his lethargy. All the thoughts, all the dreams, all the desires which are dormant in the slough of stagnating hearts had reawakened, brought to life by those rays of sunlight on the plain. Perron felt that if he were to remain there any longer he should lose his reason, and he made haste to get to the pavilion Henri IV for lunch, to try and forget his troubles after, under the influence of wine and alcohol, and at any rate to have someone to speak to. He took a small table in one of the arbours, from which one can see all the surrounding country, ordered his lunch, and asked to be served at once. Then some more people arrived and sat down at tables near him. He felt more comfortable, he was no longer alone. 3 persons were eating luncheon near him. He looked at them 2 or 3 times without seeing them clearly, as one looks at total strangers. Suddenly a woman's voice sent a shiver through him which seemed to penetrate to his very marrow. "George," it said, "will you carve the chicken?" And another voice replied, "Yes, mamma." Perron looked up and he understood. He guessed immediately who those people were. He should certainly not have known them again. His wife had grown quite white and very stout, an elderly, serious, respectable lady, and she held her head forward as she ate for fear of spotting her dress. Although she had a table napkin tucked under her chin, George had become a man. He had a slight beard, that uneven and almost colourless beard which adorns the cheeks of youths. He wore a high hat, a white waistcoat, and a monocle, because it looked swell, no doubt. Perron looked at him in astonishment. Was that George, his son? No, he did not know that young man. There could be nothing in common between them. Limousin had his back to him and was eating, with his shoulders rather bent. All 3 of them seemed happy and satisfied. They came and took luncheon in the country at well-known restaurants. They had had a calm and pleasant existence, a family existence in a warm and comfortable house, filled with all those trifles which make life agreeable, with affection, with all those tender words which people exchange continually when they love each other. They had lived thus, thanks to him, Perron, on his money, after having deceived him, robbed him, ruined him. They had condemned him, the innocent, simple-minded, jovial man, to all the miseries of solitude, to that abominable life which he had led, between the pavement and a bar-room, to every mental torture and every physical misery. They had made him a useless, aimless being, a waif in the world, a poor old man without any pleasures, any prospects, expecting nothing from anybody or anything. For him the world was empty because he loved nothing in the world. He might go among other nations, or go about the streets, or go into all the houses in Paris, open any room, but he would not find any door the beloved face, the face of a wife or child, which smiles when it sees you. This idea worked upon him more than any other, the idea of a door which one opens to see and embrace somebody behind it. And that was the fault of those 3 wretches, the fault of that worthless woman, of that infamous friend, and of that tall, light-haired lad who put on insolent airs. Now he felt as angry with the child as he did with the other 2. Was he not Limousin's son? Would Limousin have kept him and loved him otherwise? Would not Limousin very quickly have got rid of the mother and of the child if he had not felt sure that it was his, positively his? Does anybody bring up other people's children? And now there they were, quite close to him, those three who had made him suffer so much. Parent looked at them, irritated and excited at the recollection of all his sufferings and of his despair, and was especially exasperated at their placid and satisfied looks. He felt inclined to kill them, to throw his siphon of seltzer water at them, to split open Limousin's head, as he every moment bent it over his plate, raising it again immediately. He would have his revenge now, on the spot, as he had them under his hand, but how? He tried to think of some means. He pictured such dreadful things as one reads of in the newspapers occasionally, but could not hit on anything practical, and he went on drinking to excite himself, to give himself courage not to allow such an opportunity to escape him, as he might never have another. Suddenly an idea struck him, a terrible idea. He left off drinking to mature it. He smiled as he murmured, I have them, we shall see, we shall see. They finished their luncheon slowly, conversing with perfect unconcern. Parent could not hear what they were saying, but he saw their quiet gestures. His wife's face especially exasperated him. She had assumed a haughty air, the air of a comfortable, devout woman, of an unapproachable devout woman, sheathed in principles, iron-clad in virtue. They paid their bill and got up from the table. Parent then noticed Limousin. He might have been taken for a retired diplomat, for he looked like a man of great importance, with his soft white whiskers, the tips of which touched his coat collar. They walked away. Parent rose and followed them. First they went up and down the terrace and calmly admired the landscape, and then they went into the forest. Parent followed them at a distance, hiding himself so as not to excite their suspicion too soon. Parent came up to them by degrees, breathing hard with emotion and fatigue, for he was unused to walking now. He soon came up to them, but was seized with fear, an inexplicable fear, and he passed them so as to turn round and meet them face to face. He walked on, his heart beating, feeling that they were just behind him now, and he said to himself, Come, now is the time. Courage, courage, now is the moment. He turned round. They were all three sitting on the grass at the foot of a huge tree, and were still chatting. He made up his mind, and walked back rapidly. Stopping in front of them in the middle of the road, he said abruptly, in a voice broken by emotion, It is I. Here I am. I suppose you did not expect me. They all three stared at this man, who seemed to be insane. He continued, One would suppose that you did not know me again. Just look at me. I am Parent, Henri Parent. You thought it was all over, and that you would never see me again. Ah, but here I am once more, you see, and now we will have an explanation. Henriette, terrified, hid her face in her hands, murmuring, Oh, good heavens! Seeing this stranger, who seemed to be threatening his mother, George sprang up, ready to seize him by the collar. Limousin, thunderstruck, looked in horror at this apparition, who, after gasping for breath, continued, So now we will have an explanation, at the proper moment which has come. You deceived me, you condemned me to the life of a convict, and you thought that I should never catch you? The young man took him by the shoulders and pushed him back. Are you mad? He asked. What do you want? Go on your way immediately, or I shall give you a thrashing. What do I want? Replied Parent. I want to tell you who these people are. George, however, was in a rage, and shook him, and was even going to strike him. Let me go, said Parent. I am your father. There, see whether they recognize me now, the wretches. The young man, thunderstruck, unclenched his fists and turned toward his mother. Parent, as soon as he was released, approached her. Well, he said, tell him yourself who I am. Tell him that my name is Henri Parent, that I am his father because his name is George Parent, because you are my wife, because you are all three living on my money, on the allowance of 10,000 francs which I have made you since I drove you out of my house. Will you tell him also why I drove you out? Because I surprised you with this beggar, this wretch, your lover. Tell him what I was, an honourable man, whom you married for money, and whom you deceived from the very first day. Tell him who you are, and who I am. He stammered and gasped for breath in his rage. The woman exclaimed in a heart-rending voice, Paul, stop him, make him be quiet, do not let him say this before my son. Limousin had also risen to his feet. He said in a very low voice, Hold your tongue, do you not understand what you are doing? I quite know what I am doing, resumed Parent, and that is not all. There is one thing that I will know, something that has tormented me for 20 years. Then, turning to George, who was leaning against a tree in consternation, he said, Listen to me. When she left my house, she thought it was not enough to have deceived me, but she also wanted to drive me to despair. You were my only consolation, and she took you with her, swearing that I was not your father, but that he was your father. Was she lying? I do not know. I have been asking myself the question for the last 20 years. He went close up to her, tragic and terrible, and pulling away her hands, with which she had covered her face, he continued, Well now, I call upon you to tell me which of us two is the father of this young man, he or I, your husband or your lover. Come, tell us. Limousin rushed at him. Parent pushed him back, and sneering in his fury, he said, Oh, you're brave now. You are braver than you were that day when you ran downstairs because you thought I was going to murder you. Very well. If she will not reply, tell me yourself. You ought to know as well as she. Tell me, are you this young fellow's father? Come, come, tell me." He turned to his wife again. "If you will not tell me, at any rate tell your son. He is a man now, and he has the right to know who his father is. I do not know, and I never did know. Never. Never. I cannot tell you, my boy." He seemed to be losing his senses. His voice grew shrill, and he worked his arms about as if he had had an epileptic fit. "Come, give me an answer. She does not know. I will make a bet that she does not know. No. She does not know, by Jove! Ha! 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 Nobody knows. Nobody. How can one know such things? You will not know either, my boy. You will not know any more than I do. Never. Look here. Ask her, you will find that she does not know. I do not know either. Nor does he, nor do you. Nobody knows. You can choose. You can choose. Yes, you can choose him or me. Choose. Good evening. It is all over. If she makes up her mind to tell you, you will come and let me know, will you not? I am living at the Hotel des Continents. I should be glad to know. Good evening. I hope you will enjoy yourselves very much." And he went away gesticulating, talking to himself under the tall trees, in the quiet, the cool air, which was full of the fragrance of growing plants. He did not turn round to look at them, but went straight on, walking under the stimulus of his rage, under a storm of passion, with that one fixed idea in his mind. All at once he found himself outside the station. A train was about to start, and he got in. During the journey his anger calmed down, and he regained his senses and returned to Paris, astonished at his own boldness, full of aches and pains as if he had broken some bones. Nevertheless, he went to have a bock at his brewery. When she saw him come in, Mademoiselle Zoe asked him in surprise, "What? Back already? Are you tired?" Yes, I am tired, very tired. You know, when one is not used to going out. I've had enough of it. I shall not go into the country again. It would have been better to have stayed here. For the future, I shall not stir out." She could not persuade him to tell her about this little excursion, much as she wished to. For the first time in his life he got thoroughly drunk that night and had to be carried home. End of section 52. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 53 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 53. Queen Hortense. In Argenteuil she was called Queen Hortense. No one knew why. Perhaps it was because she had a commanding tone of voice, perhaps because she was tall, bony, imperious, perhaps because she governed a kingdom of servants, chickens, dogs, cats, canaries, parrots, all so dear to an old maid's heart. But she did not spoil these familiar friends. She had for them none of those endearing names, none of the foolish tenderness which women seem to lavish on the soft fur of a purring cat. She governed these beasts with authority. She reigned. She was indeed an old maid, one of those old maids with a harsh voice and angular motions, whose very soul seems to be hard. She never would stand contradiction, argument, hesitation, indifference, laziness, nor fatigue. She had never been heard to complain, to regret anything, to envy anyone. She would say, "Everyone has his share," with the conviction of a fatalist. She did not go to church. She had no use for priests. She hardly believed in God, calling all religious things weepers' wares. For 30 years she had lived in her little house with its tiny garden running along the street. She had never changed her habits, only changing her servants pitilessly as soon as they reached 21 years of age. When her dogs, cats, and birds would die of old age or from an accident, she would replace them without tears and without regret. With a little spade she would bury the dead animal in a strip of ground, throwing a few shovelfuls of earth over it and stamping it down with her feet in an indifferent manner. She had a few friends in town, families of clerks who went to Paris every day. Once in a while she would be invited out in the evening to tea. She would inevitably fall asleep, and she would have to be awakened when it was time for her to go home. She never allowed anyone to accompany her, fearing neither light nor darkness. She did not appear to like children. She kept herself busy doing countless masculine tasks, carpentering, gardening, sawing or chopping wood, even laying bricks when it was necessary. She had relatives who came to see her twice a year, the Sims and the Colombels, her two sisters having married, one of them a florist and the other a retired merchant. The Sims had no children, the Colombels had 3, Henri, Pauline, and Joseph. Henri was 20, Pauline 17, and Joseph only 3. There was no love lost between the old maid and her relatives. In the spring of the year 1882, Queen Hortense suddenly fell sick. The neighbors called in a physician, whom she immediately drove out. A priest then having presented himself, she jumped out of bed in order to throw him out of the house. The young servant, in despair, was brewing her some tea. After lying in bed for 3 days, the situation appeared so serious that the barrel-maker, who lived next door to the right, acting on advice from the doctor, who had forcibly returned to the house, took it upon himself to call together the two families. They arrived by the same train towards 10 in the morning, the Colombelles bringing little Joseph with them. When they got to the garden gate, they saw the servant seated in the chair against the wall, crying. The dog was sleeping on the doormat in the broiling sun. 2 cats, which looked as though they might be dead, were stretched out in front of the 2 windows, their eyes closed, their paws and tails stretched out at full length. A big clucking hen was parading through the garden with a whole regiment of yellow, downy chicks, and a big cage hanging from the wall and covered with pimpernel contained a population of birds which were chirping away in the warmth of this beautiful spring morning. In another cage, shaped like a chalet, 2 lovebirds sat motionless side by side on their perch. Monsieur Sim, a fat, puffing person, who always entered first everywhere, pushing aside everyone else, whether man or woman, when it was necessary, asked, "Well, Celeste, aren't things going well?" The little servant moaned through her tears. "She doesn't even recognize me anymore. The doctor says it's the end." Everybody looked around. Madame Sim and Madame Colombelle immediately embraced each other without saying a word. They looked very much alike, having always worn their hair in Madonna bands and loud red French cashmere shawls. Sim turned to his brother-in-law, a pale, sallow-complexioned, thin man, wasted by stomach complaints, who limped badly, and said in a serious tone of voice, "God, it was high time." But no one dared to enter the dying woman's room on the ground floor. Even Sim made way for the others. Colombelle was the first to make up his mind, and swaying from side to side like the mast of a ship, the iron ferrule of his cane clattering on the paved hall, he entered. The 2 women were the next to venture, and Monsieur Sim closed the procession. Little Joseph had remained outside, pleased at the sight of the dog. A ray of sunlight seemed to cut the bed in 2, shining just on the hands, which were moving nervously, continually opening and closing. The fingers were twitching as though moved by some thought, as though trying to point out a meaning or idea, as though obeying the dictates of a will. The rest of the body lay motionless under the sheets. The angular frame showed not a single movement. The eyes remained closed. The family spread out in a semicircle, and, without a word, they began to watch the contracted chest and the short, gasping breathing. The little servant had followed them, and was still crying. At last Sim asked, "Exactly what did the doctor say?" The girl stammered, "He said to leave her alone, that nothing more could be done for her." But suddenly the old woman's lips began to move. She seemed to be uttering silent words, words hidden in the brain of this dying being, and her hands quickened their peculiar movements. Then she began to speak in a thin, high voice which no one had ever heard, a voice which seemed to come from a distance, perhaps from the depths of this heart which had always been closed. Sim, finding this scene painful, walked away on tiptoe. Colombelle, whose crippled leg was growing tired, sat down. The 2 women remained standing. Queen Hortense was now babbling away, and no one could understand a word. She was pronouncing many names, tenderly calling imaginary people. "Come here, Philippe, kiss your mother. Tell me, child, do you love your mamma? You, Rose, take care of your little sister, while I am away, and don't leave her alone. Don't play with matches." She stopped for a while, then, in a louder voice, as though she were calling someone, "Henriette!" Then waited a moment and continued, "Tell your father that I wish to speak to him before he goes to business." And suddenly, "I am not feeling very well today, darling. Promise not to come home late. Tell your employer that I am sick. You know it isn't safe to leave the children alone while I am in bed. For dinner I will fix you up a nice dish of rice. The little ones like that very much. Won't Claire be happy?" And she broke into a happy, joyous laugh, such as they had never heard. "Look at Jean, how funny he looks. He has smeared jam all over his face, the little pig. Look, sweetheart, look, isn't he funny?" Colombelle, who was continually lifting his tired leg from place to place, muttered, "She is dreaming that she has children and a husband. It is the beginning of the death agony." The 2 sisters had not yet moved, surprised, astounded. The little maid exclaimed, "You must take off your shawls and your hats. Would you like to go into the parlor?" They went out without having said a word, and Colombelle followed them, limping, once more leaving the dying woman alone. When they were relieved of their traveling garments, the woman finally sat down. Then one of the cats left its window, stretched, jumped into the room and onto Madame Sim's knees. She began to pet it. In the next room could be heard the voice of the dying woman, living in this last hour, the life for which she had doubtless hoped, living her dreams themselves just when all was over for her. Sim, in the garden, was playing with little Joseph and the dog, enjoying himself in the whole-hearted manner of a countryman, having completely forgotten the dying woman. But suddenly he entered the house and said to the girl, "I say, my girl, are we not going to have luncheon? What do you ladies wish to eat?" They finally agreed on an omelette, a piece of steak with new potatoes, cheese, and coffee. As Madame Colombelle was fumbling in her pocket for her purse, Sim stopped her, and turning to the maid, "Have you got any money?" She answered, "Yes, monsieur." "How much?" 15 francs. "That's enough. Hustle, my girl, because I am beginning to get very hungry." Madame Seem, looking out over the climbing vines bathed in sunlight and at the 2 turtle doves on the roof opposite, said in an annoyed tone of voice, "What a pity to have had to come for such a sad occasion. It is so nice in the country today." Her sister sighed without answering, and Colombelle mumbled, thinking perhaps of the walk ahead of him, "My leg certainly is bothering me today." Little Joseph and the dog were making a terrible noise. One was shrieking with pleasure, the other was barking wildly. They were playing hide-and-seek around the 3 flower beds, running after each other like mad. The dying woman continued to call her children, talking to each one, imagining that she was dressing them, fondling them, teaching them how to read. "Come on. Simon, repeat. A, B, C, D. You are not paying attention. Listen. D, D, D. Do you hear me? Now repeat." Seem exclaimed, "Funny what people say when in that condition." Madame Colombelle then asked, "Wouldn't it be better if we were to return to her?" But Seem dissuaded her from the idea. "What's the use? It can't change anything. We're just as comfortable here." Nobody insisted. Madame Seem observed the 2 green birds called lovebirds. In a few words she praised this singular faithfulness and blamed the men for not imitating these animals. Seem began to laugh, looked at his wife, and hummed in a teasing way, as though to cast a good deal of doubt on his own, Seem's, faithfulness. Colombelle was suffering from cramps and was rapping the floor with his cane. The other cat, its tail pointing upright to the sky, now came in. They sat down to luncheon at 1 o'clock. As soon as he had tasted the wine, Colombelle, for whom only the best of Bordeaux had been prescribed, called the servant back. "I say, my girl, is this the best stuff that you have in the cellar?" "No, monsieur, there is some better wine, which was only brought out when you came." "Well, bring us 3 bottles of it." They tasted the wine and found it excellent, not because it was of a remarkable vintage, but because it had been in the cellar 15 years. Seem declared, "That is regular invalid's wine." Colombelle, filled with an ardent desire to gain possession of this Bordeaux, once more questioned the girl. "How much of it is left?" "Oh, almost all, monsieur. Mamselle never touched it. It's in the bottom stack." Then he turned to his brother-in-law. "If you wish, Seem, I would be willing to exchange something else for this wine. It suits my stomach marvelously." The chicken had now appeared with its regiment of young ones. The 2 women were enjoying themselves throwing crumbs to them. Joseph and the dog, who had eaten enough, were sent back to the garden. Queen Hortense was still talking, but in a low, hushed voice, so that the words could no longer be distinguished. When they had finished their coffee, all went in to observe the condition of the sick woman. She seemed calm. They went outside again and seated themselves in a circle in the garden, in order to complete their digestion. Suddenly the dog, who was carrying something in his mouth, began to run around the chairs at full speed. The child was chasing him wildly. Both disappeared in the house. Seem fell asleep, his well-rounded paunch bathed in the glow of the shining sun. The dying woman once more began to talk in a loud voice. Then suddenly she shrieked. The 2 women and Colombelle rushed to see what was the matter. Seem, waking up, did not budge, because he did not wish to witness such a scene. She was sitting up with haggard eyes. Her dog, in order to escape being pursued by little Joseph, had jumped up on the bed, run over the sick woman, and entrenched behind the pillow, was looking down at his playmate with snapping eyes, ready to jump down and begin the game again. He was holding in his mouth one of his mistress's slippers, which he had torn to pieces and with which he had been playing for the last hour. The child, frightened by this woman who had suddenly risen in front of him, stood motionless before the bed. The hen had also come in, and frightened by the noise, had jumped up on a chair, and was wildly calling her chicks, who were chirping distractedly around the 4 legs of the chair. Queen Hortense was shrieking, "No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't want to. Who will bring up my children? Who will take care of them? Who will love them? No, I don't want to. I don't." She fell back. All was over. The dog, wild with excitement, jumped about the room, barking. Colombelle ran to the window, calling his brother-in-law. Hurry up, I think that she has just gone." Then Seem, resigned, arose and entered the room, mumbling, "It didn't take as long as I thought it would." End of section 53. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 54 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 54. Timbuktu. The boulevard, that river of humanity, was alive with people in the golden light of the setting sun. The whole sky was red, blinding, and behind the Madeleine an immense bank of flaming clouds cast a shower of light the whole length of the boulevard, vibrant as the heat from a brazier. The gay, animated crowd went by in this golden mist and seemed to be glorified. Their faces were gilded, their black hats and clothes took on purple tints, the patent leather of their shoes cast bright reflections on the asphalt of the sidewalk. Before the cafes, a mass of men were drinking opalescent liquids that looked like precious stones dissolved in the glasses. In the midst of the drinkers, 2 officers in full uniform dazzled all eyes with their glittering gold lace. They chatted, happy without asking why, in this glory of life, in this radiant light of sunset, and they looked at the crowd, the leisurely men and the hurrying women who left a bewildering odor of perfume as they passed by. All at once an enormous Negro, dressed in black, with a paunch beneath his jean waistcoat, which was covered with charms, his face shining as if it had been polished, passed before them with a triumphant air. He laughed at the passers-by, at the news vendors, at the dazzling sky, at the whole of Paris. He was so tall that he overtopped everyone else, and when he passed all the loungers turned round to look at his back. But he suddenly perceived the officers and darted toward them, jostling the drinkers in his path. As soon as he reached their table, he fixed his gleaming and delighted eyes upon them, and the corners of his mouth expanded to his ears, showing his dazzling white teeth like a crescent moon in a black sky. The 2 men looked in astonishment at this ebony giant, unable to understand his delight. With a voice that made all the guests laugh, he said, "Good day, my lieutenant." One of the officers was commander of a battalion, the other was a colonel. The former said, "I do not know you, sir. I am at a loss to know what you want of me." "Me like you much, Lieutenant Veddy. Si je baisy, much grapes, find me." The officer, utterly bewildered, looked at the man intently, trying to refresh his memory. Then he cried abruptly, "Timbuktu?" The Negro, radiant, slapped his thigh as he uttered a tremendous laugh and roared, "Yes, yes, my lieutenant, you remember Timbuktu, yeah? How do you do?" The commandant held out his hand, laughing heartily as he did so. Then Timbuktu became serious. He seized the officer's hand, and before the other could prevent it, he kissed it, according to Negro and Arab custom. The officer, embarrassed, said in a severe tone, "Come now, Timbuktu, we are not in Africa. Sit down there and tell me how it is I find you here." Timbuktu swelled himself out, and, his words falling over one another, replied hurriedly, "Make much money, much. Big restaurant, good food. Prussians, me, much steel, much French cooking. Timbuktu cook to the emperor, 2,000 francs mine." And he laughed, doubling himself up, roaring with wild delight in his glances. When the officer, who understood his strange manner of expressing himself, had questioned him, he said, "Well, au revoir, Timbuktu, I will see you again." The Negro rose, this time shaking the hand that was extended to him, and smiling still, cried, good day, my lieutenant." He went off so happy that he gesticulated as he walked, and people thought he was crazy. "Who is that brute?" asked the colonel. "A fine fellow and a brave soldier. I will tell you what I know about him. It is funny enough. You know that at the commencement of the War of 1870 I was shut up in Béziers, that this Negro calls Bézi. We were not besieged, but blockaded. The Prussian lines surrounded us on all sides, outside the reach of cannon, not firing on us, but slowly starving us out. I was then lieutenant. Our garrison consisted of soldiers of all descriptions, fragments of slaughtered regiments, some that had run away, freebooters separated from the main army, etc. We had all kinds, in fact 11 Turcos, Algerian soldiers in the service of France, who arrived one evening, no one knew whence or how. They appeared at the gates of the city, exhausted, in rags, starving and dirty. They were handed over to me. I saw very soon that they were absolutely undisciplined, always in the street and always drunk. I tried putting them in the police station, even in prison, but nothing was of any use. They would disappear, sometimes for days at a time, as if they had been swallowed up by the earth, and then came back staggering drunk. They had no money. Where did they buy drink, and how, and with what? This began to worry me greatly, all the more as these savages interested me with their everlasting laugh and their characteristics of overgrown, frolicsome children. I then noticed that they blindly obeyed the largest among them, the one you have just seen. He made them do as he pleased, planned their mysterious expeditions with the all-powerful and undisputed authority of a leader. I sent for him and questioned him. Our conversation lasted fully 3 hours, for it was hard for me to understand his remarkable gibberish. As for him, poor devil, he made unheard-of efforts to make himself intelligible, invented words, gesticulated, perspired in his anxiety, mopping his forehead, puffing, stopping and abruptly beginning again when he thought he had found a new method of explaining what he wanted to say. I gathered finally that he was the son of a big chief, a sort of Negro king of the region around Timbuktu. I asked him his name. He repeated something like, Chava Haribu Halikrana Fotopolara. It seemed simpler to me to give him the name of his native place, Timbuktu, and a week later he was known by no other name in the garrison. But we were all wildly anxious to find out where this African ex-prince procured his drinks. I discovered it in a singular manner. I was on the ramparts one morning watching the horizon, when I perceived something moving about in a vineyard. It was near the time of vintage, the grapes were ripe, but I was not thinking of that. I thought that a spy was approaching the town, and I organized a complete expedition to catch the prowler. I took command myself after obtaining permission from the general. I sent out by 3 different gates 3 little companies, which were to meet at the suspected vineyard and form a cordon around it. In order to cut off the spy's retreat, one of these detachments had to make at least an hour's march. A watch on the wall signaled to me that the person I had seen had not yet left the place. We went along in profound silence, creeping, almost crawling along the ditches. At last we reached the spot assigned. I abruptly disbanded my soldiers, who darted into the vineyard, and found Timbuktu on hands and knees, traveling around among the vines and eating grapes, or rather devouring them as a dog eats his sop, snatching them in mouthfuls from the vine with his teeth. I wanted him to get up, but he could not think of it. I then understood why he was crawling on his hands and knees. As soon as we stood him on his feet, he began to wobble, then stretched out his arms and fell down on his nose. He was more drunk than I have ever seen anyone. They brought him home on 2 poles. He never stopped laughing all the way back, gesticulating with his arms and legs. This explained the mystery. My men also drank the juice of the grapes, and when they were so intoxicated they could not stir, they went to sleep in the vineyard. As for Timbuktu, his love of the vineyard was beyond all belief and all bounds. He lived in it as did the thrushes, whom he hated with the jealous hate of a rival. He repeated incessantly, "The thrushes eat all the grapes, Captain." One evening I was sent for. Something had been seen on the plain coming in our direction. I had not brought my field glass, and I could not distinguish things clearly. It looked like a great serpent uncoiling itself. A convoy. How could I tell? I sent some men to meet this strange caravan, which presently made its triumphal entry. Timbuktu and 9 of his comrades were carrying on a sort of altar made of camp stools 8 severed, grinning, and bleeding heads. The African was dragging along a horse to whose tail another head was fastened, and 6 other animals followed, adorned in the same manner. This is what I have learned. Having started out to the vineyard, my Africans had suddenly perceived a detachment of Prussians approaching a village. Instead of taking to their heels, they hid themselves, and as soon as the Prussian officers dismounted at an inn to refresh themselves, the 11 rascals rushed on them, put the fight to the lancers, who thought they were being attacked by the main army, killed the 2 sentries, then the colonel, and the 5 officers of his escort. That day I kissed Timbuktu. I saw, however, that he walked with difficulty and thought he was wounded. He laughed and said, "Me provisions for my country." Timbuktu was not fighting for glory, but for gain. Everything he found that seemed to him to be of the slightest value, especially anything that glistened, he put in his pocket. What a pocket! An abyss that began at his hips and reached his ankles. He had retained an old term used by the troopers, and called it his profonde, and it was his profonde, in fact. He had taken the gold lace off the Prussian uniforms, the brass off their helmets, detached their buttons, etc., and had thrown them all into his profonde, which was full to overflowing. Each day he pocketed every glistening object that came beneath his observation, pieces of tin or pieces of silver, and sometimes the contour was very comical. He intended to carry all that back to the land of ostriches, whose brother he might have been, this son of a king, tormented with the longing to gobble up all the objects that glistened. If he had not had his profonde, what would he have done? He doubtless would have swallowed them. Each morning his pocket was empty. He had, then, some general store where his riches were piled up. But where? I could not discover it. The general, on being informed of Timbuktu's mighty act of valor, had the headless bodies that had been left in the neighboring village interred at once, that it might not be discovered that they were decapitated. The Prussians returned thither the following day. The mayor and 7 prominent inhabitants were shot on the spot, by way of reprisal, as having denounced the Prussians. Winter was here. We were exhausted and desperate. There were skirmishes now every day. The famished men could no longer march. The 8 Turcos alone, 3 had been killed, remained fat and shiny, vigorous and always ready to fight. Timbuktu was even getting fatter. He said to me one day, "You much hungry, me good meat." And he brought me an excellent fillet, but of what? We had no more cattle, nor sheep, nor goats, nor donkeys, nor pigs. It was impossible to get a horse. I thought of all this after I had devoured my meat. Then a horrible idea came to me. These Negroes were born close to a country where they eat human beings, and each day a number of soldiers were killed around the town. I questioned Timbuktu. He would not answer. I did not insist, but from that time on I declined his presence. He worshipped me. One night snow took us by surprise at the outposts. We were seated on the ground. I looked with pity at those poor Negroes shivering beneath this white frozen shower. I was very cold and began to cough. At once I felt something fall on me like a large warm quilt. It was Timbuktu's cape that he had thrown on my shoulders. I rose and returned his garment, saying, "Keep it, my boy, you need it more than I do." "Non, my lieutenant, for you. Me no need. Me hot. Hot." and he looked at me entreatingly. Come, obey orders, keep your cape, I insist, I replied. Then he stood up, drew his sword, which he had sharpened to an edge like a scythe, and holding it in his other hand, the large cape which I had refused, said, If you not keep cape, me cut, no one cape. And he would have done it, so I yielded. 8 days later we capitulated. Some of us had been able to escape, the rest were to march out of the town and give themselves up to the conquerors. I went toward the exercising ground where we were all to meet, and I was dumbfounded at the sight of a gigantic Negro dressed in white duck and wearing a straw hat. It was Timbuktu. He was beaming and was walking with his hands in his pockets in front of a little shop where 2 plates and 2 glasses were displayed. What are you doing? I said. Me not go. Me good cook. Me make food for Colonel Algeria. Me eat Prussians. Much steal. Much. There were 10 degrees of frost. I shivered at sight of this Negro in white duck. He took me by the arm and made me go inside. I noticed an immense flag that he was going to place outside his door as soon as we had left, for he had some shame. I read this sign, traced by the hand of some accomplice. Army Kitchen of Monsieur Timbuktu, formerly cook to H.M. the Emperor, a Parisian artist, moderate prices. In spite of the despair that was gnawing at my heart, I could not help laughing, and I left my Negro to his new enterprise. Was that not better than taking him prisoner? You have just seen that he made a success of it, the rascal. Bezir's today belongs to the Germans. The restaurant Timbuktu is the beginning of a retaliation. End of section 54. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 55 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 55. Tombstones. The 5 friends had finished dinner, 5 men of the world, mature, rich, 3 married, the other 2 bachelors. They met like this every month in memory of their youth, and after dinner they chatted until 2 o'clock in the morning. Having remained intimate friends and enjoying each other's society, they probably considered these the pleasantest evenings of their lives. They talked on every subject, especially of what interested and amused Parisians. Their conversation was, as in the majority of salons elsewhere, a verbal rehash of what they had read in the morning papers. One of the most lively of them was Joseph de Bardon, a celibate living the Parisian life in its fullest and most whimsical manner. He was not a debauche nor depraved, but a singular happy fellow, still young, for he was scarcely 40. A man of the world in its widest and best sense, gifted with a brilliant but not profound mind, with much varied knowledge, but no true erudition, ready comprehension without true understanding. He drew from his observations, his adventures, from everything he saw, met with and found, anecdotes at once comical and philosophical, and made humorous remarks that gave him a great reputation for cleverness in society. He was the after-dinner speaker and had his own story each time, upon which they counted, and he talked without having to be coaxed. As he sat smoking, his elbows on the table, a petit verre half full beside his plate, half torpid in the atmosphere of tobacco blended with coffee, he seemed to be perfectly at home. He said between 2 whiffs, "A curious thing happened to me some time ago." "Tell it to us," they all exclaimed at once. "With pleasure. You know that I wander about Paris a great deal, like book collectors who ransack book stalls. I just look at the sights, at the people, at all that is passing by and all that is going on. Toward the middle of September, it was beautiful weather. I went out one afternoon, not knowing where I was going. One always has a vague wish to call on some pretty woman or other. One chooses among them in one's mental picture gallery, compares them in one's mind, weighs the interest with which they inspire you, their comparative charms, and finally decides, according to the influence of the day. But when the sun is very bright and the air warm, it takes away from you all desire to make calls. The sun was bright, the air warm. I lighted a cigar and sauntered aimlessly along the outer boulevard. Then, as I strolled on, it occurred to me to walk as far as Montmartre and go to the cemetery. I am very fond of cemeteries. They rest me and give me a feeling of sadness. I need it. And besides, I have good friends in there, those that one no longer goes to call on, and I go there from time to time. It is in this cemetery of Montmartre that is buried a romance of my life, a sweetheart who made great impression on me, a very emotional, charming little woman, whose memory, although it causes me great sorrow, also fills me with regrets of all kinds, and I go to dream beside her grave. She has finished with life. And then I like cemeteries because they are immense cities filled to overflowing with inhabitants. Think how many dead people there are in this small space. Think of all the generations of Parisians who are housed there forever. Veritable troglodytes enclosed in their little vaults, in their little graves covered with a stone, or marked by a cross, while living beings take up so much room and make so much noise, imbeciles that they are. Then again, in cemeteries there are monuments almost as interesting as in museums. The tomb of Cavaignac reminded me, I must confess without making any comparison, of the chef d'oeuvre of Jean Goujon, the recumbent statue of Louis de Breze in the subterranean chapel of the Cathedral of Rouen. All modern and realistic art has originated there, messieurs. This dead man, Louis de Breze, is more real, more terrible, more like inanimate flesh still convulsed with the death agony than all the tortured corpses that are distorted today in funeral monuments. But in Montmartre one can yet admire Baudin's monument, which has a degree of grandeur, that of Gautier, of Murger, on which I saw the other day a simple, paltry wreath of immortelles, yellow immortelles, brought thither by whom? Possibly by the last grisette, very old and now janitress in the neighbourhood. It is a pretty little statue by Millet, but ruined by dirt and neglect. Sing of youth, O Murger! Well, there I was in Montmartre Cemetery, and all was at once filled with sadness, a sadness that is not all pain, a kind of sadness that makes you think when you are in good health, this place is not amusing, but my time has not come yet. The feeling of autumn, of the warm moisture which is redolent of the death of the leaves, and the weakened, weary, anemic sun increased, while rendering it poetical, the sensation of solitude and of finality that hovered over this spot which savours of human mortality. I walked along slowly amid these streets of tombs, where the neighbours do not visit each other, do not sleep together, and do not read the newspapers, and I began to read the epitaphs. That is the most amusing thing in the world. Never did La Biche or Mulac make me laugh as I have laughed at the comical inscriptions on tombstones. Oh, how much superior to the books of Paul de Kock for getting rid of the spleen are these marble slabs, and these crosses where the relatives of the deceased have unburdened their sorrow, their desires for the happiness of the vanished ones, and their hope of rejoining them. Humbugs! But I love above all in this cemetery the deserted portion, solitary, full of great yews and cypresses, the older portion, belonging to those dead long since, in which will soon be taken into use again, the growing trees nourished by the human corpses cut down in order to bury in rows, beneath little slabs of marble, those who have died more recently. When I had sauntered about long enough to refresh my mind, I felt that I would soon have had enough of it, and that I must place the faithful homage of my remembrance on my little friend's last resting place. I felt a tightening of the heart as I reached her grave. Poor dear, she was so dainty, so loving, and so white and fresh. And now, if one should open the grave— Leaning over the iron grating, I told her of my sorrow in a low tone, which she doubtless did not hear, and was moving away when I saw a woman in black, in deep mourning, kneeling on the next grave. Her crape veil was turned back, uncovering a pretty fair head, the hair in Madonna bands looking like rays of dawn beneath her sombre headdress. I stayed. Surely she must be in profound grief. She had covered her face with her hands, and, standing there in meditation, rigid as a statue, given up to her grief, telling the sad rosary of her remembrances within the shadow of her concealed and closed eyes, she herself seemed like a dead person mourning another who was dead. All at once a little motion of her back, like a flutter of wind through a willow, led me to suppose that she was going to cry. She wept softly at first, then louder, with quick motions of her neck and shoulders. Suddenly she uncovered her eyes. They were full of tears and charming, the eyes of a bewildered woman, with which she glanced about her as if awaking from a nightmare. She looked at me, seemed abashed, and hid her face completely in her hands. Then she sobbed convulsively, and her head slowly bent down toward the marble. She leaned her forehead on it, and her veil, spreading around her, covered the white corners of the beloved tomb, like a fresh token of mourning. I heard her sigh, then she sank down with her cheek on the marble slab and remained motionless, unconscious. I darted toward her, slapped her hands, blew on her eyelids, while I read this simple epitaph. Here lies Louis Theodore Carrel, captain of marine infantry, killed by the enemy at Tonquin. Pray for him. He had died some months before. I was affected to tears and redoubled my attentions. They were successful. She regained consciousness. I appeared very much moved. I am not bad-looking, I am not 40. I saw by her first glance that she would be polite and grateful. She was, and amid more tears she told me her history in detached fragments, as well as her gasping breath would allow, how the officer was killed at Tonquin when they had been married a year, how she had married him for love, and being an orphan she had only the usual dowry. I consoled her, I comforted her, raised her and lifted her on her feet. Then I said, "Do not stay here. Come." "I am unable to walk," she murmured. "I will support you." "Thank you, sir. You are good. Did you also come to mourn for someone?" "Yes, madame." "A dead friend?" "Yes, madame." "Your wife?" "A friend." "One may love a friend as much as they love their wife. Love has no law." "Yes, madame." And we set off together, she leaning on my arm, while I almost carried her along the paths of the cemetery. When we got outside, she faltered, "I feel as if I were going to be ill." "Would you like to go in anywhere, to take something?" "Yes, monsieur." I perceived a restaurant, one of those places where the mourners of the dead go to celebrate the funeral. We went in. I made her drink a cup of hot tea which seemed to revive her. A faint smile came to her lips. She began to talk about herself. It was sad, so sad, to be always alone in life, alone in one's home night and day, to have no one on whom one can bestow affection, confidence, intimacy. That sounded sincere. It sounded pretty from her mouth. I was touched. She was very young, perhaps 20. I paid her compliments, which she took in good part. Then, as time was passing, I suggested taking her home in a carriage. She accepted, and in the cab we sat so close that our shoulders touched. When the cab stopped at her house, she murmured, "I do not feel equal to going upstairs alone, for I live on the 4th floor. You have been so good. Will you let me take your arm as far as my own door?" I agreed, with eagerness. She ascended the stairs slowly, breathing hard. Then, as we stood at her door, she said, "Come in a few moments so that I may thank you." And by Jove, I went in! Everything was modest, even rather poor, but simple, and in good taste. We sat down side by side on a little sofa, and she began to talk again about her loneliness. She rang for her maid in order to offer me some wine. The maid did not come. I was delighted, thinking that this maid probably came in the morning only, what one calls a charwoman. She had taken off her hat. She was really pretty, and she gazed at me with her clear eyes, gazed so hard, and her eyes were so clear that I was terribly tempted. I caught her in my arms and rained kisses on her eyelids, which she closed suddenly. She freed herself and pushed me away, saying, "Have done, have done." But I next kissed her on the mouth, and she did not resist, and as our glances met after thus outraging the memory of the captain killed in Tonquin, I saw that she had a languid, resigned expression that set my mind at rest. I became very attentive, and after chatting for some time, I said, "Where do you dine?" "In a little restaurant in the neighborhood." "All alone?" "Why, yes." "Will you dine with me?" "Where?" "In a good restaurant on the boulevard." She demurred a little. I insisted. She yielded, saying by way of apology to herself, "I am so lonely, so lonely." Then she added, "I must put on something less sombre," and went into her bedroom. When she reappeared she was dressed in half mourning, charming, dainty and slender, in a very simple grey dress. She evidently had a costume for the cemetery and one for the town. The dinner was very enjoyable. She drank some champagne, brightened up, grew lively, and I went home with her. This friendship, begun amid the tombs, lasted about 3 weeks, but one gets tired of everything, especially of women. I left her under pretext of an imperative journey. She made me promise that I would come and see her on my return. She seemed to be really rather attached to me. Other things occupied my attention, and it was about a month before I thought much about this little cemetery friend. However, I did not forget her. The recollection of her haunted me like a mystery, like a psychological problem, one of those inexplicable questions whose solution baffles us. I do not know why, but one day I thought I might possibly meet her in the Montmartre cemetery, and I went there. I walked about a long time without meeting any but the ordinary visitors to this spot, those who have not yet broken off all relations with their dead. The grave of the captain killed at Tonquin had no mourner on its marble slab, no flowers, no wreath. But as I wandered in another direction of this great city of the dead, I perceived suddenly, at the end of a narrow avenue of crosses, a couple in deep mourning walking toward me, a man and a woman. Oh, horrors! As they approached I recognized her. It was she! She saw me, blushed, and as I brushed past her she gave me a little signal, a tiny little signal with her eye, which meant, "Do not recognize me," and also seemed to say, "Come back to see me again, my dear." The man was a gentleman, distingué, chic, an officer of the Legion of Honor, about 50 years old. He was supporting her as I had supported her myself when we were leaving the cemetery. I went my way, filled with amazement, asking myself what this all meant. To what race of beings belonged this huntress of the tombs? Was she just a common girl, one who went to seek among the tombs for men who were in sorrow, haunted by the recollection of some woman, a wife or a sweetheart, and still troubled by the memory of vanished caresses? Was she unique? Are there many as such? Is it a profession? Do they parade the cemetery as they parade the street? Or else was she only impressed with the admirable, profoundly philosophical idea of exploiting love recollections which are revived in these funereal places? And I would have liked to know whose widow she was on that special day. End of section 55. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 56 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 56. Mademoiselle Pearl. What a strange idea it was for me to choose Mademoiselle Pearl for queen that evening. Every year I celebrate Twelfth Night with my old friend Chantal. My father, who was his most intimate friend, used to take me round there when I was a child. I continued the custom, and I doubtless shall continue it as long as I live and as long as there is a Chantal in the world. The Chantals lead a peculiar existence. They live in Paris as though they were in Grasse, Yvetot, or Pont-à-Mousson. They have a house with a little garden near the observatory. They live there as though they were in the country. Of Paris, the real Paris, they know nothing at all, they suspect nothing. They are so far away. However, from time to time they take a trip into it. Mademoiselle Chantal goes to lay in her provisions, as it is called in the family. This is how they go to purchase their provisions. Mademoiselle Pearl, who has the keys to the kitchen closet, for the linen closets are administered by the mistress herself, Mademoiselle Pearl gives warning that the supply of sugar is low, that the preserves are giving out, that there is not much left in the bottom of the coffee bag. Thus warned against famine, Mademoiselle Chantal passes everything in review, taking notes on a pad. Then she puts down a lot of figures and goes through lengthy calculations and long discussions with Mademoiselle Pearl. At last they manage to agree, and they decide upon the quantity of each thing which they will lay in 3 months' provision: sugar, rice, prunes, coffee, preserves, cans of peas, beans, lobster, salt or smoked fish, etc., etc., after which the day for the purchasing is determined on, and they go in a cab with a railing round the top, and drive to a large grocery store on the other side of the river in the new sections of the town. Madame Chantal and Mademoiselle Pearl make this trip together, mysteriously, and only return at dinner time, tired out, although still excited, and shaken up by the cab, the roof of which is covered with bundles and bags like an express wagon. For the Chantals, all that part of Paris situated on the other side of the Seine constitutes the New Quarter, a section inhabited by a strange, noisy population which cares little for honor, spends its days in dissipation, its nights in revelry, and which throws money out of the windows. From time to time, however, the young girls are taken to the Opéra Comique or the Théâtre Français, when the play is recommended by the paper, which is read by Monsieur Chantal. At present the young ladies are respectively 19 and 17. They are 2 pretty girls, tall and fresh, very well brought up, in fact, too well brought up. So much so that they pass by unperceived like 2 pretty dolls. Never would the idea come to me to pay the slightest attention, or to pay court to one of the young Chantal ladies. They are so immaculate that one hardly dares to speak to them. One almost feels indecent when bowing to them. As for the father, he is a charming man, well-educated, frank, cordial, but he likes calm and quiet above all else, and has thus contributed greatly to the mummifying of his family in order to live as he pleased in stagnant quiescence. He reads a lot, loves to talk, and is readily affected. Lack of contact and of elbowing with the world has made his moral skin very tender and sensitive. The slightest thing moves him, excites him, and makes him suffer. The Chantals have limited connections carefully chosen in the neighborhood. They also exchange 2 or 3 yearly visits with relatives who live in the distance. As for me, I take dinner with them on the 15th of August and on Twelfth Night. That is as much one of my duties as Easter Communion is for a Catholic. On the 15th of August a few friends are invited, but on Twelfth Night I am the only stranger. Well, this year, as every former year, I went to the Chantals for my Epiphany dinner. According to my usual custom, I kissed Monsieur Chantal, Madame Chantal, and Mademoiselle Pearl, and I made a deep bow to the Misses Louise and Pauline. I was questioned about 1,001 things, about what had happened on the boulevards, about politics, about how matters stood in Tonking, and about our representatives in Parliament. Madame Chantal, a fat lady, whose ideas always gave me the impression of being carved out square like building stones, was accustomed to exclaiming at the end of every political discussion, "All that is seed which does not promise much for the future." Why have I always imagined that Madame Chantal's ideas are square? I don't know, but everything that she says takes that shape in my head, a big square with 4 symmetrical angles. There are other people whose ideas always strike me as being round and rolling like a hoop. As soon as they begin a sentence on any subject, it rolls on, coming out in 10, 20, 50 round ideas, large and small, which I see rolling along, one behind the other, to the end of the horizon. Other people have pointed ideas, but enough of this. We sat down as usual and finished our dinner without anything out of the ordinary being said. At dessert, the 12th night cake was brought on. Now, Monsieur Chantal had been king every year. I don't know whether this was the result of continued chance or a family convention, but he unfailingly found the bean in his piece of cake, and he would proclaim Madame Chantal to be queen. Therefore, I was greatly surprised to find something very hard, which almost made me break a tooth and a mouthful of cake. Gently I took this thing from my mouth, and I saw that it was a little porcelain doll, no bigger than a bean. Surprise caused me to exclaim, "Ah!" All looked at me, and Chantal clapped his hands and cried, "It's Gaston! It's Gaston! Long live the king! Long live the king!" All took up the chorus, "Long live the king!" and I blushed to the tip of my ears, as one often does, without any reason at all, in situations which are a little foolish. I sat there looking at my plate with this absurd little bit of pottery in my fingers, forcing myself to laugh and not knowing what to do or say, when Chantal once more cried out, "Now you must choose a queen." Then I was thunderstruck. In a second 1,000 thoughts and suppositions flashed through my mind. Did they expect me to pick one of the young Chantal ladies? Was that a trick to make me say which one I prefer? Was it a gentle, light, direct hint of the parents toward a possible marriage? The idea of marriage roams continually in houses with grown-up girls, and takes every shape and disguise, and employs every subterfuge. A dread of compromising myself took hold of me, as well as an extreme timidity before the obstinately correct and reserved attitude of the Misses Louise and Pauline. To choose one of them in preference to the others seemed to me as difficult as choosing between 2 drops of water, and then the fear of launching myself into an affair which might, in spite of me, lead me gently into matrimonial ties, by means as wary and imperceptible, and as calm as this insignificant royalty, the fear of all this haunted me. Suddenly I had an inspiration, and I held out to Mademoiselle Pearl the symbolical emblem. At first everyone was surprised, then they doubtless appreciated my delicacy and discretion, for they applauded furiously. Everybody was crying, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen!" As for herself, poor old maid, she was so amazed that she completely lost control of herself. She was trembling and stammering, "No, no! Oh, not me! Please, not me, I beg of you!" Then for the first time in my life I looked at Mademoiselle Pearl and wondered what she was. I was accustomed to seeing her in this house, just as one sees old upholstered armchairs on which one has been sitting since childhood without ever noticing them. One day, with no reason at all, because a ray of sunshine happens to strike the seat, you suddenly think, "Why, that chair is very curious," and then you discover that the wood has been worked by a real artist, and that the material is remarkable. I had never taken any notice of Mademoiselle Pearl. She was a part of the Chantal family, that was all. But how? By what right? She was a tall, thin person who tried to remain in the background, but who was by no means insignificant. She was treated in a friendly manner, better than a housekeeper, not so well as a relative. I suddenly observed several shades of distinction which I had never noticed before. Madame Chantal said Pearl, the young ladies, Mademoiselle Pearl, and Chantal only addressed her as Mademoiselle, with an air of greater respect, perhaps. I began to observe her. How old could she be? 40? Yes, 40. She was not old, she made herself old. I was suddenly struck by this fact. She fixed her hair and dressed in a ridiculous manner, and, notwithstanding all that, she was not in the least ridiculous. She had such simple, natural gracefulness, veiled and hidden. Truly, what a strange creature! How was it I had never observed her before? She dressed her hair in a grotesque manner, with little old-maid curls, most absurd, but beneath this one you could see a large, calm brow cut by 2 deep lines, 2 wrinkles of long sadness, then 2 blue eyes, large and tender, so timid, so bashful, so humble, 2 beautiful eyes which had kept the expression of naive wonder of a young girl, of youthful sensations, and also of sorrow, which had softened without spoiling them. Her whole face was refined and discreet, a face the expression of which seemed to have gone out without being used up or faded by the fatigues and great emotions of life. What a dainty mouth! And such pretty teeth! But one would have thought that she did not dare smile. Suddenly I compared her to Madame Chantal. Undoubtedly Mademoiselle Pearl was the better of the two, 100 times better, daintier, prouder, more noble. I was surprised at my observation. They were pouring out champagne. I held my glass up to the Queen, and, with a well-turned compliment, I drank to her health. I could see that she felt inclined to hide her head in her napkin. Then, as she was dipping her lips in the clear wine, everybody cried, "The Queen drinks! The Queen drinks!" She almost turned purple and choked. Everybody was laughing, but I could see that all loved her. As soon as dinner was over, Chantal took me by the arm. It was time for his cigar, a sacred hour. When alone he would smoke it out in the street. When guests came to dinner he would take them to the billiard-room and smoke while playing. That evening they had built a fire to celebrate Twelfth Night. My old friend took his cue, a very fine one, and chalked it with great care. Then he said, "You break, my boy." He called me my boy, although I was 25, but he had known me as a young child. I started the game and made a few caroms. I missed some others. But as the thought of Mademoiselle Pearl kept returning to my mind, I suddenly asked, "By the way, Monsieur Chantal, is Mademoiselle Pearl a relative of yours?" Greatly surprised, he stopped playing and looked at me. "What? Don't you know? Haven't you heard about Mademoiselle Pearl?" "No." "Didn't your father ever tell you?" "No." "Well, well, that's funny. That certainly is funny. Why, it's a regular romance." He paused and then continued, "And if you only knew how peculiar it is that you should ask me that today on Twelfth Night." "Why?" "Why? Well, listen. 41 years ago today, the day of the Epiphany, the following events occurred. We were then living at Roilly-le-Tour on the ramparts, but in order that you may understand, I must first explain the house. Roilly is built on a hill, or rather on a mound which overlooks a great stretch of prairie. We had a house there with a beautiful hanging garden supported by the old battlemented wall, so that the house was in the town on the streets, while the garden overlooked the plain. There was a door leading from the garden to the open country, at the bottom of a secret stairway in the thick wall, the kind you read about in novels. A road passed in front of this door, which was provided with a big bell, for the peasants, in order to avoid the roundabout way, would bring their provisions up this way. You now understand the place, don't you? Well, this year at Epiphany it had been snowing for a week. One might have thought that the world was coming to an end. When we went to the ramparts to look over the plain, this immense white frozen country, which shone like varnish, would chill our very souls. One might have thought that the Lord had packed the world in cotton to put it away in the storeroom for old worlds. I can assure you that it was dreary looking. We were a very numerous family at that time, my father, my mother, my uncle and aunt, my 2 brothers and 4 cousins. They were pretty little girls. I married the youngest. Of all that crowd, there are only 3 of us left, my wife and I and my sister-in-law, who lives in Marseille. Zounds, how quickly a family like that dwindles away. I tremble when I think of it. I was 15 years old then, since I am 56 now. We were going to celebrate the Epiphany, and we were all happy, very happy. Everybody was in the parlor, awaiting dinner, and my oldest brother, Jacques, said, "There has been a dog howling out in the plain for about 10 minutes. The poor beast must be lost." He had hardly stopped talking when the garden bell began to ring. It had the deep sound of a church bell, which made one think of death. A shiver ran through everybody. My father called the servant and told him to go outside and look. We waited in complete silence. We were thinking of the snow which covered the ground. When the old man returned, he declared that he had seen nothing. The dog kept up its ceaseless howling, and always from the same spot. We sat down to dinner, but we were all uneasy, especially the young people. Everything went well up to the roast. Then the bell began to ring again, 3 times in succession. 3 heavy, long strokes which vibrated to the tips of our fingers and which stopped our conversation short. We sat there looking at each other, fork in the air, still listening, and shaken by a kind of supernatural fear. At last my mother spoke. "It's surprising that they should have waited so long to come back. Do not go alone, Baptiste. One of these gentlemen will accompany you." My uncle Francois arose. He was a kind of Hercules, very proud of his strength, and feared nothing in the world. My father said to him, "Take a gun, there is no telling what it might be." But my uncle only took a cane and went out with the servant. We others remained there, trembling with fear and apprehension, without eating or speaking. My father tried to reassure us. "Just wait and see," he said. "It will be some beggar or some traveler lost in the snow." After ringing once, seeing that the door was not immediately opened, he attempted again to find his way, and being unable to, he has returned to our door. Our uncle seemed to stay away an hour. At last he came back furious, swearing. "Nothing at all. It's some practical joker. There is nothing but that damned dog howling away at about 100 yards from the walls. If I had taken a gun, I would have killed him to make him keep quiet." We sat down to dinner again. But everyone was excited. We felt that all was not over, that something was going to happen, that the bell would soon ring again. It rang just as the 12th night cake was being cut. All the men jumped up together. My uncle, Francois, who had been drinking champagne, swore so furiously that he would murder it, whatever it might be, that my mother and my aunt threw themselves on him to prevent his going. My father, although very calm and a little helpless, he limped ever since he had broken his leg when thrown by a horse, declared in turn that he wished to find out what was the matter and that he was going. My brothers, aged 18 and 20, ran to get their guns, and as no one was paying any attention to me, I snatched up a little rifle that was used in the garden and got ready to accompany the expedition. It started out immediately. My father and uncle were walking ahead with Baptiste, who was carrying a lantern. My brothers, Jacques and Paul, followed, and I trailed on behind in spite of the prayers of my mother, who stood in front of the house with her sister and my cousins. It had been snowing again for the last hour, and the trees were weighted down. The pines were bending under this heavy white garment, and looked like white pyramids or enormous sugar cones, and through the gray curtains of small, hurrying flakes could be seen the lighter bushes which stood out pale in the shadow. The snow was falling so thick that we could hardly see 10 feet ahead of us, but the lantern threw a bright light around us. When we began to go down the winding stairway in the wall, I grew really frightened. I felt as though someone were walking behind me, were going to grab me by the shoulders and carry me away, and I felt a strong desire to return. But, as I would have had to cross the garden all alone, I did not dare. I heard someone opening the door leading to the plain. My uncle began to swear again, exclaiming, "By God, he has gone again! If I can catch sight of even his shadow, I'll take care not to miss him, the swine!" It was a discouraging thing to see this great expanse of plain, or rather, to feel it before us, for we could not see it. We could only see a thick, endless veil of snow, above, below, opposite us, to the right, to the left, everywhere. My uncle continued, "Listen, there is the dog howling again. I will teach him how I shoot. That will be something gained anyhow." But my father, who was kind-hearted, went on, "It will be much better to go on and get the poor animal who is crying for hunger. The poor fellow is barking for help. He is calling like a man in distress. Let us go to him." So we started out through the mist, through this thick continuous fall of snow, which filled the air, which moved, floated, fell, and chilled the skin with a burning sensation like a sharp, rapid pain as each flake melted. We were sinking in up to our knees in this soft, cold mass, and we had to lift our feet very high in order to walk. As we advanced, the dog's voice became clearer and stronger. My uncle cried, "Here he is!" We stopped to observe him as one does when he meets an enemy at night. I could see nothing, so I ran up to the others, and I caught sight of him. He was frightful and weird-looking. He was a big black shepherd's dog, with long hair and a wolf's head, standing just within the gleam of light cast by our lantern on the snow. He did not move. He was silently watching us. My uncle said, "That's peculiar. He is neither advancing nor retreating. I feel like taking a shot at him." My father answered in a firm voice, "No, we must capture him." Then my brother Jacques added, "But he's not alone. There is something behind him." There was indeed something behind him, something gray, impossible to distinguish. We started out again cautiously. When he saw us approaching, the dog sat down. He did not look wicked. Instead, he seemed pleased at having been able to attract the attention of someone. My father went straight to him and petted him. The dog licked his hands. We saw that he was tied to the wheel of a little carriage, a sort of toy carriage, entirely wrapped up in 3 or 4 woolen blankets. We carefully took off these coverings, and as Baptiste approached his lantern to the front of this little vehicle, which looked like a rolling kennel, we saw in it a little baby sleeping peacefully. We were so astonished that we couldn't speak. My father was the first to collect his wits, and as he had a warm heart and a broad mind, he stretched his hand over the roof of the carriage and said, "Poor little waif, you shall be one of us." And he ordered my brother Jacques to roll the foundling ahead of us. Thinking out loud, my father continued, "Some child of love whose poor mother rang at my door on the night of this Epiphany in memory of the child of God." He once more stopped and called at the top of his lungs through the night, to the 4 corners of the heavens, "We have found it!" Then, putting his hand on his brother's shoulder, he murmured, "What if you had shot the dog, François?" My uncle did not answer, but in the darkness he crossed himself, for, notwithstanding his blustering manner, he was very religious. The dog, which had been untied, was following us. Ah, but you should have seen us when we got to the house. At first we had a lot of trouble in getting the carriage up through the winding stairway, but we succeeded and even rolled it into the vestibule. How funny Mamma was! How happy and astonished! And my 4 little cousins, the youngest was only 6, they looked like 4 chickens around a nest. At last we took the child from the carriage. It was still sleeping. It was a girl about 6 weeks old. In its clothes we found 10,000 francs in gold. Yes, my boy, 10,000 francs, which Papa saved for her dowry. Therefore it was not a child of poor people, but, perhaps, the child of some noblewoman and a little bourgeoise of the town. Or, again, we made 1,000 suppositions, but we never found out anything, never the slightest clue. The dog himself was recognized by no one. He was a stranger in the country. At any rate, the person who rang 3 times at our door must have known my parents well, to have chosen them thus. That is how, at the age of 6 weeks, Mademoiselle Pearl entered the Chantal household. It was not until later that she was called Mademoiselle Pearl. She was at first baptized Marie Simone Claire, Claire being intended for her family name. I can assure you that our return to the dining room was amusing, with this baby now awake and looking round her at these people and these lights, with her vague blue questioning eyes. We sat down to dinner again and the cake was cut. I was king, and for queen I took Mademoiselle Pearl, just as you did today. On that day she did not appreciate the honor that was being shown her. Well, the child was adopted and brought up in the family. She grew and the years flew by. She was so gentle and loving and minded so well that everyone would have spoiled her abominably had not my mother prevented it. My mother was an orderly woman with a great respect for class distinctions. She consented to treat little Claire as she did her own sons. But, nevertheless, she wished the distance which separated us to be well marked and our positions well established. Therefore, as soon as the child could understand, she acquainted her with her story, and gently, even tenderly, impressed on the little one's mind that for the Chantals she was an adopted daughter, taken in, but, nevertheless, a stranger. Claire understood the situation with peculiar intelligence and with surprising instinct. She knew how to take the place which was allotted to her, and to keep it with so much tact, gracefulness, and gentleness that she often brought tears to my father's eyes. My mother herself was often moved by her passionate gratitude and timid devotion of this dainty and loving little creature, that she began calling her my daughter. At times, when the little one had done something kind and good, my mother would raise her spectacles on her forehead, a thing which always indicated emotion with her, and she would repeat, "This child is a pearl, a perfect pearl." This name stuck to the little Claire, who became and remained for us Mademoiselle Pearl. Monsieur Chantal stopped. He was sitting on the edge of the billiard table, his feet hanging, and was playing with a ball with his left hand, while with his right he crumpled a rag which served to rub the chalk marks from the slate. A little red in the face, his voice thick, he was talking away to himself now, lost in his memories, gently drifting through old scenes and events which awoke in his mind, just as we walk through old family gardens where we were brought up and where each tree, each walk, each hedge reminds us of some occurrence. I stood opposite him leaning against the wall, my hands resting on my idle cue. After a slight pause, he continued. By Jove, she was pretty at 18, and graceful, and perfect. Ah, she was so sweet, and good and true, and charming. She had such eyes, blue transparent, clear, such eyes as I have never seen since. He was once more silent. I asked, why did she never marry? He answered, not to me, but to the word marry which had caught his ear. Why? Why? She never would. She never would. She had a dowry of 30,000 francs, and she received several offers, but she never would. She seemed sad at that time. That was when I married my cousin, little Charlotte, my wife, to whom I had been engaged for 6 years. I looked at Monsieur Chantal, and it seemed to me that I was looking into his very soul, and I was suddenly witnessing one of those humble and cruel tragedies of honest, straightforward, blameless hearts, one of those secret tragedies known to no one, not even the silent and resigned victims. A rash curiosity suddenly impelled me to exclaim, "You should have married her, Monsieur Chantal." He started, looked at me, and said, "I? Marry whom?" "Mademoiselle Pearl." "Why?" "Because you loved her more than your cousin." He stared at me with strange, round, bewildered eyes, and stammered, "I loved her? I? How? Who told you that?" "Why, anyone can see that, and it's even on account of her that you delayed for so long your marriage to your cousin, who had been awaiting you for 6 years." He dropped the ball which he was holding in his left hand, and, seizing the chalk rag in both hands, he buried his face in it and began to sob. He was weeping with his eyes, nose, and mouth, in a heartbreaking yet ridiculous manner, like a sponge which one squeezes. He was coughing, spitting, and blowing his nose in the chalk rag, wiping his eyes and sneezing. Then the tears would begin to flow down the wrinkles on his face, and he would make a strange gurgling noise in his throat. I felt bewildered, ashamed. I wanted to run away, and I no longer knew what to say, do, or attempt. Suddenly Madame Chantal's voice sounded on the stairs. "Haven't you finished smoking your cigars?" I opened the door and cried, "Yes, madame, we are coming right down." Then I rushed to her husband, and seizing him by the shoulders, I cried, "Monsieur Chantal, my friend Chantal, listen to me. Your wife is calling. Pull yourself together, we must go downstairs." He stammered, "Yes, yes, I'm coming, poor girl. I'm coming. Tell her that I am coming." He began conscientiously to wipe his face on the cloth which, for the last 2 or 3 years, had been used for marking off the chalk from the slate. Then he appeared, half white and half red, his forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin covered with chalk, and his eyes swollen, still full of tears. I caught him by the hands and dragged him into his bedroom, muttering, I beg your pardon, Monsieur Chantal, for having caused you such sorrow, but I did not know. You understand." He squeezed my hand, saying, "Yes, yes, there are difficult moments." Then he plunged his face into a bowl of water. When he emerged from it he did not yet seem to me to be presentable, but I thought of a little stratagem. As he was growing worried, looking at himself in the mirror, I said to him, "All you have to do is say that a little dust flew into your eye, and you can cry before everybody to your heart's content." He went downstairs rubbing his eyes with his handkerchief. All were worried, each one wished to look for the speck which could not be found, and stories were told of similar cases where it had been necessary to call a physician. I went over to Mademoiselle Pearl and watched her, tormented by an ardent curiosity, which was turning to positive suffering. She must indeed have been pretty, with her gentle, calm eyes, so large that it looked as though she never closed them, like other mortals. Her gown was a little ridiculous, a real old maid's gown, which was unbecoming without appearing clumsy. It seemed to me as though I were looking into her soul, just as I had into Monsieur Chantal's, that I was looking right from one end to the other of this humble life, so simple and devoted. I felt an irresistible longing to question her, to find out whether she too had loved him, whether she also had suffered, as he had, from this long, secret, poignant grief, which one cannot see, know, or guess, but which breaks forth at night in the loneliness of the dark room. I was watching her, and I could observe her heart beating under her waist, and I wondered whether this sweet, candid face had wept on the soft pillow, and she had sobbed, her whole body shaken by the violence of her anguish. I said to her in a low voice, like a child who is breaking a toy to see what is inside, "If you could have seen Monsieur Chantal crying a while ago, it would have moved you." She started, asking, "What? He was weeping?" "Ah, yes, he was indeed weeping." "Why?" She seemed deeply moved. I answered, "On your account." "On my account?" "Yes, he was telling me how much he had loved you in the days gone by, and what a pang it had given him to marry his cousin instead of you." Her pale face seemed to grow a little longer, her calm eyes, which always remained open, suddenly closed so quickly that they seemed shut forever. She slipped from her chair to the floor, and slowly, gently sank down as would a fallen garment. I cried, "Help! Help! Mademoiselle Pearl is ill!" Madame Chantal and her daughters rushed forward, and while they were looking for towels, water, and vinegar, I grabbed my hat and ran away. I walked away with rapid strides, my heart heavy, my mind full of remorse and regret, and yet sometimes I felt pleased. I felt as though I had done a praiseworthy and necessary act. I was asking myself, did I do wrong or right? They had that shut up in their hearts, just as some people carry a bullet in a closed wound. Will they not be happier now? It was too late for their torture to begin over again, and early enough for them to remember it with tenderness. And perhaps some evening next spring, moved by a beam of moonlight falling through the branches on the grass at their feet, they will join and press their hands in memory of all the cruel and suppressed suffering, and perhaps also this short embrace may infuse in their veins a little of this thrill which they would not have known without it, and will give to those two dead souls, brought to life in a second, the rapid and divine sensation of this intoxication, of this madness which gives to lovers more happiness in an instant than other men can gather in their whole lifetime. End of section 56. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 57 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 57. The Thief. While apparently thinking of something else, Dr. Sorbier had been listening quietly to those amazing accounts of burglaries and daring deeds that might have been taken from the trial of Cartouche. "Assuredly," he exclaimed, "assuredly, I know of no viler fault nor any meaner action than to attack a girl's innocence, to corrupt her, to profit by a moment of unconscious weakness and of madness, when her heart is beating like that of a frightened fawn, and her pure lips seek those of her tempter, when she abandons herself without thinking of the irremediable stain, nor of her fall, nor of the morrow. The man who has brought this about slowly, viciously, who can tell with what science of evil, and who, in such a case, has not steadiness and self-restraint enough to quench that flame by some icy words, who has not sense enough for two, who cannot recover his self-possession and master the runaway brute within him, and who loses his head on the edge of the precipice over which she is going to fall, is as contemptible as any man who breaks open a lock, or as any rascal on whose lookout for a house left defenseless and unprotected, or for some easy and dishonest stroke of business, or as that thief whose various exploits you have just related to us. I, for my part, utterly refuse to absolve him, even when extenuating circumstances plead in his favor, even when he is carrying on a dangerous flirtation, in which a man tries in vain to keep his balance, not to exceed the limits of the game, any more than at lawn tennis, even when the parts are inverted and a man's adversary is some precocious, curious, seductive girl, who shows you immediately that she has nothing to learn and nothing to experience, except the last chapter of love, one of those girls from whom may fate always preserve our sons, and whom a psychological novel writer has christened the semi-virgins. It is, of course, difficult and painful for that coarse and unfathomable vanity which is characteristic of every man, and which might be called maleism, not to stir such a charming fire, difficult to act the Joseph and the fool, to turn away his eyes, and, as it were, to put wax into his ears, like the companions of Ulysses when they were attracted by the divine, seductive songs of the sirens, difficult only to touch that pretty table covered with a perfectly new cloth, at which you are invited to take a seat before anyone else, in such a suggestive voice, and are requested to quench your thirst and to taste that new wine, whose fresh and strange flavor you will never forget. But who would hesitate to exercise such self-restraint, if, when he rapidly examines his conscience, in one of those instinctive returns to his sober self in which a man thinks clearly and recovers his head, he were to measure the gravity of his fault, consider it, think of its consequences, of the reprisals, of the uneasiness which he would always feel in the future, and which would destroy the repose and happiness of his life? You may guess that behind all these mortal reflections, such as a grey-beard like myself may indulge in, there is a story hidden, and, sad as it is, I am sure it will interest you on account of the strange heroism it shows. He was silent for a few moments, as if to classify his recollections, and, with his elbows resting on the arms of his easy-chair, and his eyes looking into space, he continued in the slow voice of a hospital professor, who is explaining a case to his class of medical students at a bedside. He was one of those men who, as our grandfathers used to say, never met with a cruel woman, the type of the adventurous knight who was always foraging, who had something of the scamp about him, but who despised danger and was bold even to rashness. He was ardent in the pursuit of pleasure, and had an irresistible charm about him, one of those men in whom we excuse the greatest excesses as the most natural things in the world. He had run through all his money at gambling and with pretty girls, and so became, as it were, a soldier of fortune. He amused himself whenever and however he could, and was at that time quartered at Versailles. I knew him to the very depths of his childlike heart, which was only too easily seen through and sounded, and I loved him as some old bachelor uncle loves a nephew who plays him tricks, but who knows how to coax him. He had made me his confidant rather than his adviser, kept me informed of his slightest pranks, though he always pretended to be speaking about one of his friends and not about himself, and I must confess that his youthful impetuosity, his careless gaiety, and his amorous ardor suddenly distracted my thoughts, and made me envy the handsome, vigorous young fellow, who was so happy at being alive, that I had not the courage to check him, to show him the right road, and to call out to him, "Take care," as children do at Blind Man's Bluff. And one day, after one of those interminable cotillons, where the couples do not leave each other for 4 hours, and can disappear together without anybody thinking of noticing them, the poor fellow at last discovered what love was, what real love, which takes up its abode in the very centre of the heart and in the brain, and is proud of being there, and which rules like a sovereign and a tyrannous master, and he became desperately enamoured of a pretty but badly brought-up girl, who was as disquieting and wayward as she was pretty. She loved him, however, or rather she idolized him despotically, madly, with all her enraptured soul and all her being, left to do as she pleased by imprudent and frivolous parents, suffering from neurosis in consequence of the unwholesome friendships which she contracted at the convent school, instructed by what she saw and heard, and knew was going on around her, in spite of her deceitful and artificial conduct, knowing that neither her father nor her mother, who were very proud of their race as well as avaricious, would ever agree to let her marry the man whom she had taken a liking to, that handsome fellow who had little besides vision, ideas, and debts, and who belonged to the middle class. She laid aside all scruples, thought of nothing but of becoming his, no matter what might be the cost. By degrees the unfortunate man's strength gave way, his heart softened, and he allowed himself to be carried away by that current which buffeted him, surrounded him, and left him on the shore like a waif and a stray. They wrote letters full of madness to each other, and not a day passed without their meeting, either accidentally, as it seemed, or at parties and balls. She had yielded her lips to him in long, ardent caresses, which had sealed their compact of mutual passion. The doctor stopped, and his eyes suddenly filled with tears, as these former troubles came back to his mind, and then, in a hoarse voice, he went on, full of the horror of what he was going to relate. For months he scaled the garden wall, and holding his breath and listening for the slightest noise, like a burglar who is going to break into a house, he went in by the servants' entrance, which she had left open, slunk barefoot down a long passage and up the broad staircase, which creaked continuously, to the second story, where his sweetheart's room was, and stayed there for hours. One night, when it was darker than usual, he was hurrying lest he should be later than the time agreed on. He knocked up against a piece of furniture in the anteroom and upset it. It so happened that the girl's mother had not gone to sleep, either because she had a sick headache or because she had sat up late over some novel, and, frightened at that unusual noise which disturbed the silence of the house, she jumped out of bed, opened the door, saw someone indistinctly running away and keeping close to the wall, and, immediately thinking that there were burglars in the house, she aroused her husband and her servants by her frantic screams. The unfortunate man understood the situation, and, seeing what a terrible fix he was in, and preferring to be taken for a common thief to dishonouring his adored one's name, he ran into the drawing-room, felt on the tables and what-nots, filled his pockets at random with valuable bric-a-brac, then cowered down behind the grand piano which barred the corner of a large room. The servants, who had run in with lighted candles, found him, and overwhelming him with abuse, seized him by the collar and dragged him, panting and apparently half dead with shame and terror, to the nearest police station. He defended himself with intentional awkwardness when he was brought up for trial, kept up his part with the most perfect self-possession and without any signs of the despair and anguish that he felt in his heart, and, condemned and degraded, and made to suffer martyrdom in his honor as a man and a soldier, he was an officer, he did not protest, but went to prison as one of those criminals whom society gets rid of like noxious vermin. He died there of misery and of bitterness of spirit, with the name of the fair-haired idol for whom he had sacrificed himself on his lips, as if it had been an ecstatic prayer, and he entrusted his will to the priest who administered extreme unction to him, and requested him to give it to me. In it, without mentioning anybody, and without in the least lifting the veil, he at last explained the enigma, and cleared himself of those accusations, the terrible burden of which he had borne until his last breath. I have always thought myself, though I do not know why, that the girl married and had several charming children, whom she brought up with the austere strictness and in the serious piety of former days. End of section 57. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 58 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 58. Clair de Lune. Abbé Marignon's martial name suited him well. He was a tall, thin priest, fanatic, excitable, yet upright. All his beliefs were fixed, never varying. He believed sincerely that he knew his God, understood his plans, desires, and intentions. When he walked with long strides along the garden walk of his little country parsonage, he would sometimes ask himself the question, why has God done this? And he would dwell on this continuously, putting himself in the place of God, and he almost invariably found an answer. He would never have cried out in an outburst of pious humility, "Thy ways, O Lord, are past finding out." He said to himself, I am the servant of God. It is right for me to know the reason of his deeds, or to guess it if I do not know it. Everything in nature seemed to him to have been created in accordance with an admirable and absolute logic, the whys and becauses always balanced. Dawn was given to make our awakening pleasant, the days to ripen the harvest, the rains to moisten it, the evenings for preparation for slumber, and the dark nights for sleep. The 4 seasons corresponded perfectly to the needs of agriculture, and no suspicion had ever come to the priest of the fact that nature has no intentions, that, on the contrary, everything which exists must conform to the hard demands of seasons, climates, and matter. But he hated woman, hated her unconsciously, and despised her by instinct. He often repeated the words of Christ, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" And he would add, "It seems as though God himself were dissatisfied with this work of his. She was the tempter who led the first man astray, and who since then had ever been busy with her work of damnation, the feeble creature, dangerous and mysteriously affecting one. And even more than their sinful bodies, he hated their loving hearts. He had often felt their tenderness directed toward himself, and though he knew that he was invulnerable, he grew angry at this need of love that is always vibrating in them. According to his belief, God had created woman for the sole purpose of tempting and testing man. One must not approach her without defensive precautions and fear of possible snares. She was indeed just like a snare, with her lips open and her arms stretched out to man. He had no indulgence except for nuns, whom their vows had rendered inoffensive, but he was stern with them nevertheless, because he felt that at the bottom of their fettered and humble hearts the everlasting tenderness was burning brightly, that tenderness which was shown even to him, a priest. He felt this cursed tenderness, even in their docility, in the low tones of their voices when speaking to him, in their lowered eyes, and in their resigned tears when he reproved them roughly, and he would shake his cassock on leaving the convent doors and walk off, lengthening his stride as though flying from danger. He had a niece who lived with her mother in a little house near him. He was bent upon making a sister of charity of her. She was a pretty, brainless madcap. When the abbé preached, she laughed, and when he was angry with her, she would give him a hug, drawing him to her heart, while he sought unconsciously to release himself from this embrace, which nevertheless filled him with a sweet pleasure, awakening in his depths the sensation of paternity which slumbers in every man. Often when walking by her side along the country road, he would speak to her of God, of his God. She never listened to him, but looked about her at the sky, the grass and flowers, and one could see the joy of life sparkling in her eyes. Sometimes she would dart forward to catch some flying creature, crying out as she brought it back, "Look, uncle, how pretty it is! I want to hug it." And this desire to hug flies or lilac blossoms disquieted, angered, and roused the priest, who saw, even in this, the ineradicable tenderness that is always budding in women's hearts. Then there came a day when the sexton's wife, who kept house for Abbé Marignan, told him with caution that his niece had a lover. Almost suffocated by the fearful emotion this news roused in him, he stood there, his face covered with soap, for he was in the act of shaving. When he had sufficiently recovered to think and speak, he cried, "It is not true. You lie, Mélanie." But the peasant woman put her hand on her heart, saying, "May the Lord judge me if I lie, Monsieur le Curé. I tell you, she goes there every night when your sister has gone to bed. They meet by the riverside. You have only to go there and see between 10 o'clock and midnight." He ceased scraping his chin, and began to walk up and down impetuously, as he always did when he was in deep thought. When he began shaving again, he cut himself 3 times from his nose to his ear. All day long he was silent, full of anger and indignation. To his priestly hatred of this invincible love was added the exasperation of her spiritual father, of her guardian and pastor, deceived and tricked by a child, and the selfish emotion shown by parents when their daughter announces that she has chosen a husband without them and in spite of them. After dinner he tried to read a little, but could not, growing more and more angry. When 10 o'clock struck, he seized his cane, a formidable oak stick, which he was accustomed to carry in his nocturnal walks when visiting the sick, and he smiled at the enormous club, which he twirled in a threatening manner in his strong country fist. Then he raised it suddenly, and gritting his teeth, brought it down on a chair, the broken back of which fell over on the floor. He opened the door to go out, but stopped on the sill, surprised by the splendid moonlight, of such brilliance as is seldom seen. And, as he was gifted with an emotional nature, one such as had all those poetic dreamers, the fathers of the Church, he felt suddenly distracted and moved by all the grand and serene beauty of this pale night. In his little garden, all bathed in soft light, his fruit trees in a row cast on the ground the shadow of their slender branches, scarcely in full leaf, while the giant honeysuckle, clinging to the wall of his house, exhaled a delicious sweetness, filling the warm moonlit atmosphere with a kind of perfumed soul. He began to take long breaths, drinking in the air as drunkards drink wine, and he walked along slowly, delighted, marveling, almost forgetting his niece. As soon as he was outside of his garden, he stopped to gaze upon the plain all flooded with the caressing light, bathed in that tender, languishing charm of serene nights. At each moment was heard the short, metallic note of the cricket, and distant nightingales shook out their scattered notes, their light, vibrant music that sets one dreaming, without thinking, a music made for kisses, for the seduction of moonlight. The abbé walked on again, his heart failing, though he knew not why. He seemed weakened, suddenly exhausted. He wanted to sit down, to rest there, to think, to admire God and his works. Down yonder, following the undulations of the little river, a great line of poplars wound in and out. A fine mist, a white haze through which the moonbeams passed, silvering it and making it gleam, hung around and above the mountains, covering all the tortuous course of the water with a kind of light and transparent cotton. The priest stopped once again, his soul filled with a growing and irresistible tenderness. And a doubt, a vague feeling of disquiet came over him. He was asking one of those questions that he sometimes put to himself. Why did God make this? Since the night is destined for sleep, unconsciousness, repose, forgetfulness of everything, why make it more charming than day, softer than dawn or evening? And why does this seductive planet, more poetic than the sun, that seems destined, so discreet is it, to illuminate things too delicate and mysterious for the light of day, make the darkness so transparent? Why does not the greatest of feathered songsters sleep like the others? Why does it pour forth its voice in the mysterious night? Why this half veil cast over the world? Why these tremblings of the heart, this emotion of the spirit, this enervation of the body? Why this display of enchantments that human beings do not see since they are lying in their beds? For whom is destined this sublime spectacle, this abundance of poetry cast from heaven to earth? And the abbé could not understand. But see, out there, on the edge of the meadow, under the arch of trees, bathed in a shining mist, 2 figures are walking side by side. The man was the taller, and held his arm about his sweetheart's neck and kissed her brow every little while. They imparted life, all at once, to the placid landscape in which they were framed as by a heavenly hand. The 2 seemed but a single being, the being for whom was destined this calm and silent night, and they came toward the priest as the living answer, the response his master sent to the questionings. He stood still, his heart beating, all upset, and it seemed to him that he saw before him some biblical scene, like the loves of Ruth and Boaz, the accomplishment of the will of the Lord, and some of those glorious stories of which the sacred books tell. The verses of the Song of Songs began to ring in his ears, the appeal of passion, all the poetry of this poem replete with tenderness. And he said unto himself, "Perhaps God has made such nights as these to idealize the love of men." He shrank back from this couple that still advanced with arms intertwined, yet it was his niece. But he asked himself now if he would not be disobeying God. And does not God permit love, since he surrounds it with such visible splendor? And he went back, musing, almost ashamed, as if he had intruded into a temple where he had no right to enter. End of section 58. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 59 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 59. Waiter, a bock. Why did I go into that beer hall on that particular evening? I do not know. It was cold. A fine rain, a flying mist, veiled the gas lamps with a transparent fog, made the sidewalks reflect the light that streamed from the shop windows, lighting up the soft slush in the muddy feet of the passers-by. I was going nowhere in particular, was simply having a short walk after dinner. I had passed the Crédit Lyonnais, the Rue Vivienne, and several other streets. I suddenly descried a large beer hall which was more than half full. I walked inside with no object in view. I was not the least thirsty. I glanced round to find a place that was not too crowded, and went and sat down by the side of a man who seemed to me to be old, and who was smoking a 2-sous clay pipe, which was as black as coal. From 6 to 8 glasses piled up on the table in front of him indicated the number of bocks he had already absorbed. At glance I recognized a regular, one of those frequenters of beer houses who come in the morning when the place opens and do not leave till evening when it is about to close. He was dirty, bald on the top of his head, with a fringe of iron-gray hair falling on the collar of his frock coat. His clothes, much too large for him, appeared to have been made for him at a time when he was corpulent. One could guess that he did not wear suspenders, for he could not take 10 steps without having to stop to pull up his trousers. Did he wear a vest? The mere thought of his boots, and of that which they covered, filled me with horror. The frayed cuffs were perfectly black at the edges, as were his nails. As soon as I had seated myself beside him, this individual said to me in a quiet tone of voice, "How goes it?" I turned sharply round and closely scanned his features, whereupon he continued, "I see you do not recognize me." "No, I do not." "De Beret." I was stupefied. It was Count Jean de Beret, my old college chum. I seized him by the hand and was so dumbfounded that I could find nothing to say. At length I managed to stammer out, "And you, how goes it with you?" He responded placidly, "I get along as I can." "What are you doing now?" I asked. "You see what I am doing," he answered quite resignedly. I felt my face getting red. I insisted, "But every day?" "Every day it is the same thing," was his reply, accompanied with a thick puff of tobacco smoke. He then tapped with a sou on top of the marble table to attract the attention of the waiter, and called out, "Waiter, 2 bocks." A voice in the distance repeated, 2 bocks for the 4th table. Another voice, more distant still, shouted out, "Here they are." Immediately a man with a white apron appeared, carrying 2 bocks, which he sat down, foaming, on the table, spilling some of the liquid on the sandy floor in his haste. De Beret emptied his glass at a single draught and replaced it on the table while he sucked in the foam that had been left on his mustache. He next asked, "What is there new?" I really had nothing new to tell him. I stammered, "Nothing, old man. I am a businessman." In his monotonous tone of voice he said, "Indeed, does it amuse you?" "No, but what can I do? One must do something." "Why should one?" "So as to have an occupation." "What's the use of an occupation? For my part, I do nothing at all, as you see, never anything. When one has not a sou, I can understand why one should work. But when one has enough to live on, what's the use? What is the good of working? Do you work for yourself or for others? If you work for yourself, you do it for your own amusement, which is all right. If you work for others, you are a fool." Then, laying his pipe on the marble table, he called out anew, "Waiter, a bock," and continued, "It makes me thirsty to keep calling so. I am not accustomed to that sort of thing. Yes, I do nothing. I let things slide, and I am growing old. In dying, I shall have nothing to regret. My only remembrance will be this beer hall. No wife, no children, no cares, no sorrows, nothing. That is best." He then emptied the glass which had been brought him, passed his tongue over his lips, and resumed his pipe. I looked at him in astonishment, and said, "But you have not always been like that." "Pardon me, ever since I left college." "That is not a proper life to lead, my dear fellow. It is simply horrible. Come, you must have something to do. You must love something. You must have friends. No, I get up at noon. I come here. I have my breakfast. I drink my beer. I remain until the evening. I have my dinner. I drink beer. Then, about 1:30 in the morning, I go home to bed because the place closes up. That annoys me more than anything. In the last 10 years, I have passed fully 6 years on this bench in my corner, and the other 4 in my bed, nowhere else. I sometimes chat with the regular customers. But when you came to Paris, what did you do at first? I paid my devoirs to the Café de Médicis. What next? Next, I crossed the water and came here. Why did you take all that trouble? What do you mean? One cannot remain all one's life in the Latin Quarter. The students make too much noise. Now I shall not move again. Waiter, a bock. I began to think that he was making fun of me, and I continued. Come now, be frank. You have been the victim of some great sorrow, some disappointment in love, no doubt. It is easy to see that you are a man who has had some trouble. What age are you? I am 30, but I look 45 at least. I looked him straight in the face. His wrinkled, ill-shaven face gave one the impression that he was an old man. On the top of his head a few long hairs waved over a skin of doubtful cleanliness. He had enormous eyelashes, a heavy mustache, and a thick beard. Suddenly I had a kind of vision, I know not why, of a basin filled with dirty water in which all that hair had been washed. I said to him, You certainly look older than your age. You must have experienced some great sorrow. He replied, I tell you that I have not. I am old because I never go out into the air. Nothing makes a man deteriorate more than the life of a café. I still could not believe him. You must surely also have been married. One could not get as bald-headed as you are without having been in love. He shook his head, shaking dandruff down on his coat as he did so. No, I have always been virtuous. And, raising his eyes toward the chandelier which heated our heads, he said, If I am bald, it is the fault of the gas. It destroys the hair. Waiter, a bock. Are you not thirsty? No, thank you, but you really interest me. Since when have you been so morbid? Your life is not normal. It is not natural. There is something beneath it all. Yes, and it dates from my infancy. I received a great shock when I was very young, and that turned my life into darkness which will last to the end. What was it? You wish to know about it? Well then, listen. You recall, of course, the castle in which I was brought up, for you used to spend 5 or 6 months there during vacation. You remember that large gray building in the middle of a great park, and the long avenues of oaks which opened to the 4 points of the compass? You remember my father and mother, both of whom were ceremonious, solemn, and severe? I worshipped my mother. I was afraid of my father, but I respected both, accustomed always as I was to see everyone bow before them. They were Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse to all the country around, and our neighbors, the Tenmers, the Ravelais, the Brenevilles, showed them the utmost consideration. I was then 13 years old. I was happy, pleased with everything, as one is at that age, full of the joy of life. Well, toward the end of September, a few days before returning to college, as I was playing about in the shrubbery of the park among the branches and leaves, as I was crossing a path, I saw my father and mother, who were walking along. I recall it as though it were yesterday. It was a very windy day. The whole line of trees swayed beneath the gusts of wind, groaning and seeming to utter cries, those dull, deep cries that forests give out during a tempest. The falling leaves, turning yellow, flew away like birds, circling and falling, and then running along the path like swift animals. Evening came on. It was dark in the thickets. The motion of the wind and of the branches excited me, made me tear about as if I were crazy and howl in imitation of the wolves. As soon as I perceived my parents, I crept furtively toward them under the branches in order to surprise them, as though I had been a veritable prowler. But I stopped in fear a few paces from them. My father, who was in a terrible passion, cried, Your mother is a fool. Moreover, it is not a question of your mother, it is you. I tell you that I need this money, and I want you to sign this. My mother replied in a firm voice, I will not sign it. It is Jean's fortune. I shall guard it for him, and I will not allow you to squander it with strange women as you have your own heritage. Then my father, trembling with rage, wheeled around, and, seizing his wife by the throat, began to slap her with all his might full in the face with his disengaged hand. My mother's hat fell off, her hair became loosened and fell over her shoulders. She tried to parry the blows, but could not do so, and my father, like a madman, kept on striking her. My mother rolled over on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Then he turned her over on her back in order to slap her still more, pulling away her hands which were covering her face. As for me, my friend, it seemed as though the world was coming to an end, that the eternal laws had changed. I experienced the overwhelming dread that one has in the presence of things supernatural, in presence of irreparable disasters. My childish mind was bewildered, distracted. I began to cry with all my might without knowing why, a prey to a fearful dread, sorrow, and astonishment. My father heard me, turned round, and, on seeing me, started toward me. I believed that he wanted to kill me, and I fled like a hunted animal, running straight ahead into the thicket. I ran perhaps an hour, perhaps for 2, I know not. Darkness set in. I sank on the grass, exhausted, and lay there dismayed, frantic with fear, and devoured by a sorrow capable of breaking forever the heart of a poor child. I was cold, hungry perhaps. At length day broke. I was afraid to get up, to walk, to return home, to run farther, fearing to encounter my father, whom I did not wish to see again. I should probably have died of misery and hunger at the foot of a tree if the park guard had not discovered me and led me home by force. I found my parents looking as usual. My mother alone spoke to me. "How you frightened me, you naughty boy! I lay awake the whole night." I did not answer, but began to weep. My father did not utter a single word. 8 days later I returned to school. Well, my friend, it was all over with me. I had witnessed the other side of things, the bad side. I have not been able to perceive the good side since that day. What has taken place in my mind, what strange phenomenon has warped my ideas, I do not know. But I no longer had a taste for anything, a wish for anything, a love for anybody, a desire for anything whatever, any ambition or any hope, and I always see my poor mother on the ground in the park, my father beating her. My mother died some years later. My father still lives. I have not seen him since. Waiter, a bock. A waiter brought him his bock, which he swallowed at a gulp, but, in taking up his pipe again, trembling as he was, he broke it. "Confound it," he said with a gesture of annoyance. "That is a real sorrow. It will take me a month to color another." And he called out across the vast hall, now reeking with smoke and full of men drinking, his everlasting, "Garçon, un bock," and a new pipe. End of section 59. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 60 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 60. After. "My darling," said the Comtesse, "you might go to bed." The 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, rose and kissed their grandmother. Then they said good night to Monsieur le Curé, who had dined at the chateau, as was his custom every Thursday. The Abbé Mauduit lifted 2 of the children on his knees, passing his long arms, clad in black, round their necks, and kissing them tenderly on the forehead as he drew their heads toward him as a father might. Then he set them down on the ground, and the little beings went off, the boy ahead and the girls following. "You are fond of children, Monsieur le Curé," said the Comtesse. "Very fond, madame." The old woman raised her bright eyes toward the priest. "And has your solitude never weighed too heavily on you?" "Yes, sometimes." He became silent, hesitated, and then added, "But I was never made for ordinary life." "What do you know about it?" "Oh, I know very well. I was made to be a priest. I followed my vocation." The Comtesse kept staring at him. "Come now, Monsieur le Curé, tell me this. Tell me how it was you resolved to renounce forever all that makes the rest of us love life, all that consoles and sustains us. What is it that drove you, impelled you, to separate yourself from the great natural path of marriage and the family? You are neither an enthusiast nor a fanatic, neither a gloomy person nor a sad person. Was it some incident, some sorrow, that led you to take life vows?" The Abbé Mauduit arose and approached the fire. Then, holding toward the flame his big shoes, such as country priests generally wear, he seemed still hesitating as to what reply he should make. He was a tall old man with white hair, and for the last 20 years had been pastor of the parish of Saint Antoine du Rocher. The peasants said of him, "There's a good man for you," and indeed he was a good man, benevolent, friendly to all, gentle, and, to crown all, generous. Like St. Martin, he would have cut his cloak in 2. He laughed readily and wept also, on slight provocation, just like a woman, which prejudiced him more or less in the hard minds of the country folk. The old Comtesse de Séville, living in retirement in her chateau of Rocher, in order to bring up her grandchildren, after the successive deaths of her son and her daughter-in-law, was very much attached to her curé, and used to say of him, "What a heart he has!" He came every Thursday to spend the evening with the Comtesse, and they were close friends, with the frank and honest friendship of old people. She persisted. "Look here, Monsieur le Curé, it is your turn now to make a confession." He repeated, "I was not made for ordinary life. I saw it fortunately in time, and I have had many proofs since then that I made no mistake on the point. My parents, who were mercers in Verdiers, and were quite well-to-do, had great ambitions for me. They sent me to a boarding school while I was very young. No one knows what a boy may suffer at school through the mere fact of separation, of isolation. This monotonous life without affection is good for some and detestable for others. Young people are often more sensitive than one supposes, and by shutting them up thus too soon, far from those they love, we may develop to an exaggerated extent a sensitiveness which is overwrought, and which may become sickly and dangerous. I scarcely ever played, I had no companions. I passed my hours in homesickness. I spent the whole night weeping in my bed. I sought to bring before my mind recollections of home, trifling memories of little things, little events. I thought incessantly of all I had left behind there. I became almost imperceptibly an oversensitive youth to whom the slightest annoyances were terrible griefs. In this way, I remained taciturn, self-absorbed, without expansion, without confidence. This mental excitement was going on secretly and surely. The nerves of children are quickly affected, and one should see to it that they live a tranquil life until they are almost fully developed. But who ever reflects that, for certain boys, an unjust imposition may be as great a pang as the death of a friend in later years? Who can explain why certain young temperaments are liable to terrible emotions for the slightest cause, and may eventually become morbid and incurable? This was my case. The faculty of regret developed in me to such an extent that my existence became a martyrdom. I did not speak about it, I said nothing about it, but gradually I became so sensitive that my soul resembled an open wound. Everything that affected me gave me painful twitchings, frightful shocks, and consequently impaired my health. Happy are the men whom nature has buttressed with indifference and armed with stoicism. I reached my 16th year. An excessive timidity had arisen from this abnormal sensitiveness. Feeling myself unprotected from all the attacks of chance or fate, I feared every contact, every approach, every current. I lived as though I were threatened by an unknown and always expected misfortune. I did not venture either to speak or do anything in public. I had, indeed, the feeling that life is a battle, a dreadful conflict in which one receives terrible blows, grievous mortal wounds. In place of cherishing, like all men, a cheerful anticipation of the morrow, I had only a confused fear of it, and felt in my own mind a desire to conceal myself, to avoid that combat in which I would be vanquished and slain. As soon as my studies were finished, they gave me 6 months' time to choose a career. A very simple occurrence showed me clearly, all of a sudden, the diseased condition of my mind, made me understand the danger, and determined me to flee from it. Verdiers is a little town surrounded with plains and woods. In the central street stands my parents' house. I now passed my days far from the dwelling which I had so much regretted, so much desired. Dreams had reawakened in me, and I walked alone in the fields in order to let them escape and fly away. My father and mother, quite occupied with business and anxious about my future, talked to me only about their profits or about my possible plans. They were fond of me after the manner of hard-headed, practical people. They had more reason than heart in their affection for me. I lived imprisoned in my thoughts and vibrating with my eternal sensitiveness. Now, one evening, after a long walk, as I was making my way home with great strides so as not to be late, I saw a dog trotting towards me. He was a species of red spaniel, very lean, with long curly ears. When he was 10 paces away from me, he stopped. I did the same. Then he began wagging his tail, and came over to me with short steps and nervous movements of his whole body, bending down on his paws as if appealing to me, and softly shaking his head. I spoke to him. He then began to crawl along in such a sad, humble, suppliant manner that I felt the tears coming into my eyes. I approached him. He ran away. Then he came back again, and I bent down on one knee trying to coax him to approach me with soft words. At last he was within reach of my hands, and I gently and very carefully stroked him. He gained courage, gradually rose, and, placing his paws on my shoulders, began to lick my face. He followed me to the house. This was really the first being I had passionately loved, because he returned my affection. My attachment to this animal was certainly exaggerated and ridiculous. It seemed to me in a confused sort of way that we were two brothers, lost on this earth, and therefore isolated and without defense, one as well as the other. He never again quitted my side. He slept at the foot of my bed, ate at the table in spite of the objections of my parents, and followed me in my solitary walks. I often stopped at the side of the ditch and sat down in the grass. Sam immediately rushed up, lay down at my feet, and lifted up my hand with his muzzle that I might caress him. One day toward the end of June, as we were on the road from St. Pierre de Chevreul, I saw the diligence from Pavereau coming along. Its 4 horses were going at a gallop, with its yellow body, and its imperial with the black leather hood. The coachman cracked his whip, a cloud of dust rose up under the wheels of the heavy vehicle, then floated behind, just as a cloud would do. Suddenly, as the vehicle came close to me, Sam, perhaps frightened by the noise and wishing to join me, jumped in front of it. A horse's hoof knocked him down. I saw him roll over, turn round, fall back again beneath the horse's feet, and then the coach gave 2 jolts, and behind it I saw something quivering in the dust of the road. He was nearly cut in 2, all his intestines were hanging out, and blood was spurting from the wound. He tried to get up, to walk, but he could only move his 2 front paws and scratch the ground with them, as if to make a hole. The 2 others were already dead. and he howled dreadfully, mad with pain. He died in a few minutes. I cannot describe how much I felt and suffered. I was confined to my room for a month. One night my father, enraged at seeing me so affected by such a trifling occurrence, exclaimed, "How will it be when you have real griefs, if you lose your wife or children?" His words haunted me, and I began to see my condition clearly. I understood why all the small miseries of each day assumed in my eyes the importance of a catastrophe. I saw that I was organized in such a way that I suffered dreadfully from everything, that every painful impression was multiplied by my diseased sensibility, and an atrocious fear of life took possession of me. I was without passions, without ambitions. I resolved to sacrifice possible joys in order to avoid sure sorrows. Existence is short, but I made up my mind to spend it in the service of others, in relieving their troubles and enjoying their happiness. Having no direct experience of either one or the other, I should only experience a milder form of emotion. And if you only knew how, in spite of this, misery tortures me, ravages me. But what would formerly have been an intolerable affliction has become commiseration, pity. These sorrows which cross my path at every moment I could not endure if they affected me directly. I could not have seen one of my children die without dying myself. And I have, in spite of everything, preserved such a mysterious, overwhelming fear of events that the sight of the postman entering my house makes a shiver pass every day through my veins, and yet I have nothing to be afraid of now. The Abbé Mauduit ceased speaking. He stared into the fire in the huge grate, as if all he saw there were mysterious things, all the unknown of existence he might have passed had he been more fearless in the face of suffering. He added then in a subdued tone, "I was right. I was not made for this world." The Comtesse said nothing at first, but at length, after a long silence, she remarked, "For my part, if I had not my grandchildren, I believe I would not have the courage to live." And the curé rose up without saying another word. As the servants were asleep in the kitchen, she accompanied him herself to the door, which looked out on the garden, and she saw his tall shadow, lit up by the reflection of the lamp, disappearing through the gloom of night. Then she came back and sat down before the fire, and pondered over many things we never think of when we are young. End of section 60. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 61 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 61. Forgiveness. She had been brought up in one of those families who live entirely to themselves, apart from all the rest of the world. Such families know nothing of political events, although they are discussed at table, for changes in the government take place at such a distance from them that they are spoken of as one speaks of a historical event, such as the death of Louis XVI or the landing of Napoleon. Customs are modified in course of time, fashions succeed one another, but such variations are taken no account of in the placid family circle where traditional usages prevail year after year, and if some scandalous episode or other occurs in the neighborhood, the disreputable story dies a natural death when it reaches the threshold of the house. The father and mother may, perhaps, exchange a few words on the subject when alone together some evening, but they speak in hushed tones, for even walls have ears. The father says with bated breath, "You've heard of that terrible affair in the Rivoire family?" And the mother answers, "Who would have dreamed of such a thing? It's dreadful." The children suspected nothing, and arrive in their turn at years of discretion with eyes and mind blindfolded, ignorant of the real side of life, not knowing that people do not think as they speak, and do not speak as they act, or aware that they should live at war, or at all events, in a state of armed peace, with the rest of mankind, not suspecting the fact that the simple are always deceived, the sincere made sport of, and the good maltreated. Some go on till the day of their death in this blind probity and loyalty and honor, so pure-minded that nothing can open their eyes. Others, undeceived but without fully understanding, make mistakes, are dismayed, and become desperate, believing themselves the playthings of a cruel fate, the wretched victims of adverse circumstances, and exceptionally wicked men. The Savignols married their daughter Bertha at the age of 18. She wedded a young Parisian, George Baron by name, who had dealings on the stock exchange. He was handsome, well-mannered, and apparently all that could be desired. But in the depths of his heart he somewhat despised his old-fashioned parents-in-law, whom he spoke of among his intimates as "my dear old fossils." He belonged to a good family, and the girl was rich. They settled down in Paris. She became one of those provincial Parisians whose name is legion. She remained in complete ignorance of the great city, of its social side, its pleasures and its customs, just as she remained ignorant also of life, its perfidy, and its mysteries. Devoted to her house, she knew scarcely anything beyond her own street, and when she ventured into another part of Paris, it seemed to her that she had accomplished a long and arduous journey into some unknown, unexplored city. She would then say to her husband in the evening, "I have been through the boulevards today." 2 or 3 times a year her husband took her to the theatre. These were events to the remembrance of which never grew dim. They provided subjects of conversation for long afterward. Sometimes 3 months afterward she would suddenly burst into laughter and exclaim, "Do you remember that actor dressed up as a general who crowed like a cock?" Her friends were limited to 2 families related to her own. She spoke of them as the Martinets and the Michelins. Her husband lived as he pleased, coming home when it suited him, sometimes not until dawn, alleging business, but not putting himself out overmuch to account for his movements, well aware that no suspicion would ever enter his wife's guileless soul. But one morning she received an anonymous letter. She was thunderstruck, too simple-minded to understand the infamy of unsigned information and to despise the letter, the writer of which declared himself inspired by interest in her happiness, hatred of evil, and love of truth. The missive told her that her husband had had for 2 years past a sweetheart, a young widow named Madame Rosset, with whom he spent all his evenings. Bertha knew neither how to dissemble her grief nor to spy on her husband. When he came in for lunch she threw the letter down before him, burst into tears, and fled to her room. He had time to take in the situation and to prepare his reply. He knocked at his wife's door. She opened it at once, but dared not look at him. He smiled, sat down, drew her to his knee, and in a tone of light raillery began, "My dear child, as a matter of fact, I have a friend named Madame Rosset, whom I have known for the last 10 years, and of whom I have a very high opinion. I may add that I know scores of other people, whose names I have never mentioned to you, seeing that you do not care for society, or fresh acquaintances, or functions of any sort. But, to make short work of such vile accusations as this, I want you to put on your things after lunch, and we'll go together and call on this lady, who will very soon become a friend of yours too, I am quite sure." She embraced her husband warmly, and, moved by that feminine spirit of curiosity which will not be lulled once it is aroused, consented to go and see this unknown widow, of whom she was, in spite of everything, just the least bit jealous. She felt instinctively that to know a danger is to be already armed against it. She entered a small, tastefully furnished flat on the 4th floor of an attractive house. After waiting 5 minutes in a drawing-room rendered somewhat dark by its many curtains and hangings, a door opened, and a very dark, short, rather plump young woman appeared, surprised and smiling. George introduced them. "My wife, Madame Julie Rosset." The young widow uttered a half-suppressed cry of astonishment and joy, and ran forward with hands outstretched. She had not hoped, she said, to have this pleasure, knowing that Madame Baron never saw anyone, but she was delighted to make her acquaintance. She was so fond of George, she said George in a familiar, sisterly sort of way, that she had been most anxious to know his young wife and to make friends with her too. By the end of a month the 2 new friends were inseparable. They saw each other every day, sometimes twice a day, and dined together every evening, sometimes at one house, sometimes at the other. George no longer deserted his home, no longer talked of pressing business. He adored his own fireside, he said. When, after a time, a flat in the house where Madame Rosset lived became vacant, Madame Baron hastened to take it, in order to be near her friend and spend even more time with her than hitherto. And for 2 whole years their friendship was without a cloud, a friendship of heart and mind, absolute, tender, devoted. Bertha could hardly speak without bringing in Julie's name. To her, Madame Rosset represented perfection. She was utterly happy, calm, and contented. But Madame Rosset fell ill. Bertha hardly left her side. She spent her nights with her, distracted with grief. Even her husband seemed inconsolable. One morning the doctor, after leaving the invalid's bedside, took George and his wife aside, and told them that he considered Julie's condition very grave. As soon as he had gone, the grief-stricken husband and wife sat down opposite each other and gave way to tears. That night they both sat up with the patient. Bertha tenderly kissed her friend from time to time, while George stood at the foot of the bed, his eyes gazing steadfastly on the invalid's face. The next day she was worse. But toward evening she declared she felt better, and insisted that her friend should go back to their own apartment to dinner. They were sitting sadly in the dining-room, scarcely even attempting to eat, when the maid gave George a note. He opened it, turned pale as death, and, rising from the table, said to his wife in a constrained voice, "Wait for me. I must leave you a moment. I shall be back in 10 minutes. Don't go away on any account." And he hurried to his room to get his hat. Bertha waited for him, a prey to fresh anxiety. But, docile in everything, she would not go back to her friend till he returned. At length, as he did not reappear, it occurred to her to visit his room to see if he had taken his gloves. This would show whether or not he had a call to make. She saw them at the first glance. Beside them lay a crumpled paper, evidently thrown down in haste. She recognized it at once as the note George had received, and a burning temptation, the first that had ever assailed her, urged her to read it and discover the cause of her husband's abrupt departure. Her rebellious conscience protested, but a devouring and fearful curiosity prevailed. She seized the paper, smoothed it out, recognized the tremulous, penciled writing as Julie's, and read, "Come alone and kiss me, my poor dear. I am dying." At first she did not understand, the idea of Julie's death being her uppermost thought, but all at once the true meaning of what she had read burst in a flash upon her. This penciled note threw a lurid light upon her whole existence, revealed the whole infamous truth, all the treachery and perfidy of which she had been the victim. She understood the long years of deceit, the way in which she had been made their puppet. She saw them again, sitting side by side in the evening, reading by lamplight out of the same book, glancing at each other at the end of each page, and her poor, indignant, suffering, bleeding heart was cast into the depths of a despair which knew no bounds. Footsteps drew near. She fled and shut herself in her own room. Presently her husband called her. "Come quickly! Madame Roset is dying." Bertha appeared at her door, and with trembling lips replied, "Go back to her alone. She does not need me." He looked at her stupidly, dazed with grief, and repeated, "Come at once! She's dying, I tell you." Bertha answered, "You would rather it were I." Then at last he understood, and returned alone to the dying woman's bedside. He mourned her openly, shamelessly, indifferent to the sorrow of the wife who no longer spoke to him, no longer looked at him, who passed her life in solitude, hedged round with disgust, with indignant anger, and praying night and day to God. They still lived in the same house, however, and sat opposite each other at table, in silence and despair. Gradually his sorrow grew less acute, but she did not forgive him. And so their life went on, hard and bitter for them both. For a whole year they remained as complete strangers to each other as if they had never met. Bertha nearly lost her reason. At last one morning she went out very early, and returned about 8 o'clock, bearing in her hands an enormous bouquet of white roses, and she sent word to her husband that she wanted to speak to him. He came, anxious and uneasy. "We are going out together," she said. "Please carry these flowers. They are too heavy for me." A carriage took them to the gate of the cemetery, where they alighted. Then, her eyes filling with tears, she said to George, "Take me to her grave." He trembled and could not understand her motive, but he led the way, still carrying the flowers. At last he stopped before a white marble slab, to which he pointed without a word. She took the bouquet from him, and, kneeling down, placed it on the grave. Then she offered up a silent, heartfelt prayer. Behind her stood her husband, overcome by recollections of the past. She rose and held out her hands to him. "If you wish it, we will be friends," she said. End of section 61. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 62 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 62. In the Spring. With the first day of spring, when the awakening earth puts on its garment of green, and the warm, fragrant air fans our faces and fills our lungs, and appears even to penetrate our hearts, we experience a vague, undefined longing for freedom, for happiness, a desire to run, to wander aimlessly, to breathe in the spring. The previous winter having been unusually severe, this spring feeling was like a form of intoxication in May, as if there were an overabundant supply of sap. One morning on waking, I saw from my window the blue sky glowing in the sun above the neighboring houses. The canaries hanging in the windows were singing loudly, and so were the servants on every floor. A cheerful noise rose up from the streets, and I went out, my spirits as bright as the day, to go, I did not know exactly where. Everybody I met seemed to be smiling. An air of happiness appeared to pervade everything in the warm light of returning spring. One might almost have said that a breeze of love was blowing through the city, and the sight of the young women whom I saw in the streets in their morning toilets, in the depth of whose eyes there lurked a hidden tenderness, and who walked with a languid grace, filled my heart with agitation. Without knowing how or why, I found myself on the banks of the Seine. Steamboats were starting for Suresnes, and suddenly I was seized by an unconquerable desire to take a walk through the woods. The deck of the Mouche was covered with passengers, for the sun in early spring draws one out of the house, in spite of themselves, and everybody moves about, goes and comes and talks to his neighbor. I had a girl neighbor, a little work girl, no doubt, who possessed the true Parisian charm, a little head with light curly hair, which looked like a shimmer of light as it danced in the wind, came down to her ears, and then descended to the nape of her neck, where it became such fine, light-colored clown that one could scarcely see it, but felt an irresistible desire to shower kisses on it. Under my persistent gaze, she turned her head toward me, and then immediately looked down, while a slight crease at the side of her mouth, that was ready to break out into a smile, also showed a fine, silky, pale down which the sun was gilding a little. The calm river grew wider, the atmosphere was warm and perfectly still, but a murmur of life seemed to fill all space. My neighbor raised her eyes again, and this time, as I was still looking at her, she smiled decidedly. She was charming, and in her passing glance I saw 1,000 things which I had hitherto been ignorant of, for I perceived unknown depths, all the charm of tenderness, all the poetry which we dream of, all the happiness which we are continually in search of. I felt an insane longing to open my arms and to carry her off somewhere, so as to whisper the sweet music of words of love into her ears. I was just about to address her when somebody touched me on the shoulder, and as I turned round in some surprise, I saw an ordinary-looking man, who was neither young nor old, and who gazed at me sadly. "I should like to speak to you," he said. I made a grimace, which he no doubt saw, for he added, "It is a matter of importance." I got up, therefore, and followed him to the other end of the boat, and then he said, "Monsieur, when winter comes, with its cold, wet, and snowy weather, your doctor says to you constantly, 'Keep your feet warm, guard against chills, colds, bronchitis, rheumatism, and pleurisy.' Then you are very careful, you wear flannel, a heavy greatcoat, and thick shoes, but all this does not prevent you from passing 2 months in bed. But when spring returns, with its leaves and flowers, its warm, soft breezes, and its smell of the fields, all of which causes you vague disquiet and causeless emotion, nobody says to you, 'Monsieur, beware of love. It is lying in ambush everywhere, it is watching for you at every corner, all its snares are laid, all its weapons are sharpened, all its guiles are prepared. Beware of love. Beware of love. It is more dangerous than brandy, bronchitis, or pleurisy. It never forgives, and makes everybody commit irreparable follies. Yes, monsieur, I say that the French government ought to put large public notices on the walls with these words, 'Return of spring. French citizens, beware of love,' just as they put 'beware of paint.' However, as the government will not do this, I must apply in its place, and I say to you, beware of love, for it is just going to seize you, and it is my duty to inform you of it, just as in Russia they inform anyone that his nose is frozen." I was much astonished at this individual, and assuming a dignified manner, I said, "Really, monsieur, you appear to me to be interfering in a manner which is no concern of yours." He made an abrupt movement, and replied, "Ah, monsieur, if I see that a man is in danger of being drowned at a dangerous spot, ought I to let him perish? So just listen to my story, and you will see why I ventured to speak to you like this. It was about this time last year that it occurred, but first of all, I must tell you that I am a clerk in the Admiralty, where our chiefs, the commissioners, take their gold lace as quill-driving officials seriously, and treat us like forecastle men on board a ship. Well, from my office I could see a small bit of blue sky and the swallows, and I felt inclined to dance among my portfolios. My yearning for freedom grew so intense that in spite of my repugnance, I went to see my chief, a short, bad-tempered man who was always in a rage. When I told him that I was not well, he looked at me and said, 'I do not believe it, monsieur, but be off with you. Do you think that any office can go on with clerks like you?' I started at once and went down the Seine. It was a day like this, and I took the mouche to go as far as St. Cloud. Ah, what a good thing it would have been if my chief had refused me permission to leave the office that day. I seemed to myself to expand in the sun. I loved everything, the steamer, the river, the trees, the houses, and my fellow passengers. I felt inclined to kiss something, no matter what. It was love laying its snare. Presently, at the Trocadero, a girl with a small parcel in her hand came on board and sat down opposite me. She was decidedly pretty, but it is surprising, monsieur, how much prettier women seem to us when the day is fine at the beginning of spring. Then they have an intoxicating charm, something quite peculiar about them. It is just like drinking wine after cheese. I looked at her, and she also looked at me, but only occasionally, as that girl did at you just now. But at last, by dint of looking at each other constantly, it seemed to me that we knew each other well enough to enter into conversation, and I spoke to her, and she replied. She was decidedly pretty and nice, and she intoxicated me, monsieur. She got out at St. Cloud, and I followed her. She went and delivered her parcel, and when she returned the boat had just started. I walked by her side, and the warmth of the air made us both sigh. "It would be very nice in the woods," I said. "Indeed it would," she replied. "Shall we go there for a walk, mademoiselle?" She gave me a quick upward look as if to see exactly what I was like, and then, after a little hesitation, she accepted my proposal, and soon we were there, walking side by side. Under the foliage, which was still rather scanty, the tall, thick, bright green grass was inundated by the sun, and the air was full of insects that were also making love to one another, and birds were singing in all directions. My companion began to jump and to run, intoxicated by the air and the smell of the country, and I ran and jumped, following her example. How silly we are at times, monsieur! Then she sang unrestrainedly 1,000 things, opera airs, and the song of Musette. The song of Musette! How poetical it seemed to me then! I almost cried over it! Those silly songs make us lose our heads, and believe me, never marry a woman who sings in the country, especially if she sings the song of Musette. She soon grew tired and sat down on a grassy slope, and I sat at her feet and took her hands, her little hands that were so marked with the needle, and that filled me with emotion. I said to myself, "These are sacred marks of toil." Oh, monsieur, do you know what those sacred marks of toil mean? They mean all the gossip of the workroom, the whispered scandal, the mind soiled by all the filth that is talked. They mean lost chastity, foolish chatter, all the wretchedness of their everyday life, all the narrowness of ideas which belongs to women of the lower orders, combined to their fullest extent in the girl whose finger bears the marks of sacred toil. Then we looked into each other's eyes for a long time. Oh, what power a woman's eye has! How it agitates us! How it invades our very being, takes possession of us, and dominates us! How profound it seems! How full of infinite promises! People call that looking into each other's souls. Oh, monsieur, what humbug! If we could see into each other's souls, we should be more careful of what we did. However, I was captivated and was crazy about her, and tried to take her into my arms, but she said, "Paws off!" Then I knelt down and opened my heart to her, and poured out all the affection that was suffocating me. She seemed surprised at my change of manner, and gave me a long sidelong glance, as if to say, "Ah, so that is the way women make a fool of you, old fellow. Very well, we shall see. In love, monsieur, we are always novices, and women artful dealers." No doubt I could have had her, and I saw my own stupidity later, but what I wanted was not a woman's person, it was love, it was the ideal. I was sentimental when I ought to have been using my time for a better purpose. As soon as she had had enough of my declarations of affection, she got up, and we returned to St. Cloud, and I did not leave her until we got to Paris. But she had looked so sad as we were returning, that at last I asked her what was the matter. "I am thinking," she replied, "that this has been one of those days of which we have but few in life. My heart beat so that it felt as if it would break my ribs." I saw her on the following Sunday, and the next Sunday, and every Sunday. I took her to Bougival, Saint-Germain, Maison Lafitte, Poissy, to every suburban resort of lovers. The little jade in turn pretended to love me, until at last I altogether lost my head, and 3 months later I married her. What can you expect, monsieur, when a man is a clerk living alone without any relations or anyone to advise him? One says to oneself, "How sweet life would be with a wife!" And so one gets married, and she calls you names from morning till night, understands nothing, knows nothing, chatters continually, sings the song of Musette at the top of her voice. Oh, that song of Musette, how tired one gets of it! Quarrels with the charcoal dealer, tells the janitor all her domestic details, confides all the secrets of her bedroom to the neighbor's servant, discusses her husband with the tradespeople, and has her head so stuffed with stupid stories, with idiotic superstitions, with extraordinary ideas and monstrous prejudices, that I, for what I have said applies more particularly to myself, shed tears of discouragement every time I talk to her. He stopped, as he was rather out of breath and very much moved. I looked at him, for I felt pity for this poor artless devil, and I was just going to give him some sort of answer, when the boat stopped. We were at St. Cloud. The little woman who had so taken my fancy rose from her seat in order to land. She passed close to me, and gave me a sidelong glance and a furtive smile, one of those smiles that drive you wild. Then she jumped on the landing stage. I sprang forward to follow her, but my neighbor laid hold of my arm. I shook myself loose, however, whereupon he seized the skirt of my coat and pulled me back, exclaiming, "You shall not go! You shall not go!" in such a loud voice that everybody turned round and laughed, and I remained standing motionless and furious, but without venturing to face scandal and ridicule, and the steamboat started. The little woman on the landing stage looked at me as I went off with an air of disappointment, while my persecutor rubbed his hands and whispered to me, "You must acknowledge that I have done you a great service." End of section 62. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 63 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 63. A Queer Night in Paris. Maître Saval, notary at Vernon, was passionately fond of music. Although still young, he was already bald. He was always carefully shaven, was somewhat corpulent, as was suitable, and wore a gold pince-nez instead of spectacles. He was active, gallant, and cheerful, and was considered quite an artist in Vernon. He played the piano and the violin, and gave musicals where the new operas were interpreted. He had even what is called a bit of a voice, nothing but a bit, very little bit of a voice, but he managed it with so much taste that cries of bravo, exquisite, surprising, adorable, issued from every throat as soon as he had murmured the last note. He subscribed to a music publishing house in Paris, and they sent him the latest music, and from time to time he sent invitations after this fashion to the elite of the town. You are invited to be present on Monday evening at the house of Monsieur Saval, notary, Vernon, at the first rendering of Say. A few officers, gifted with good voices, formed the chorus. 2 or 3 lady amateurs also sang. The notary filled the part of leader of the orchestra with so much correctness that the bandmaster of the 190th Regiment of the Line said of him one day, at the Café de l'Europe, "Oh, Monsieur Saval is a master. It is a great pity that he did not adopt the career of an artist." When his name was mentioned in a drawing-room, there was always somebody found to declare, "He is not an amateur, he is an artist, a genuine artist." And 2 or 3 persons repeated in a tone of profound conviction, "Oh yes, a genuine artist," laying particular stress on the word genuine. Every time that a new work was interpreted at a big Parisian theatre, Monsieur Saval paid a visit to the capital. Now last year, according to his custom, he went to hear Henri VIII. He then took the express which arrives in Paris at 4:30 p.m., intending to return by the 12:35 a.m. train, so as not to have to sleep at a hotel. He had put on evening dress, a black coat and white tie, which he concealed under his overcoat with the collar turned up. As soon as he set foot on the Rue d'Amsterdam, he found himself in quite a jovial mood. He said to himself, "Decidedly, the air of Paris does not resemble any other air. It has in it something indescribably stimulating, exciting, intoxicating, which fills you with a strange longing to dance about and to do many other things. As soon as I arrive here, it seems to me, all of a sudden, that I have taken a bottle of champagne. What a life one can lead in this city in the midst of artists! Happy are the elect, the great men who make themselves a reputation in such a city. What an existence is theirs!" And he made plans. He would have liked to know some of these celebrated men, to talk about them in Vernon, and to spend an evening with them from time to time in Paris. But suddenly an idea struck him. He had heard allusions to little cafés in the outer boulevards, at which well-known painters, men of letters, and even musicians gathered, and he proceeded to go up to Montmartre at a slow pace. He had 2 hours before him. He wanted to look about him. He passed in front of taverns frequented by belated bohemians, gazing at the different faces, seeking to discover the artists. Finally, he came to the sign of the Dead Rat, and, allured by the name, he entered. 5 or 6 women, with their elbows resting on the marble tables, were talking in low tones about their love affairs, the quarrels of Lucy and Hortense, and the scoundrelism of Octave. They were no longer young, were too fat or too thin, tired out, used up. You could see that they were almost bald, and they drank beer like men. Monsieur Saval sat down at some distance from them and waited, for the hour for taking absinthe was at hand. A tall young man soon came in and took a seat beside him. The landlady called him Monsieur Romantin. The notary quivered. Was this the Romantin who had taken a medal at the last salon? The young man made a sign to the waiter. "You will bring up my dinner at once, and then carry to my new studio, 15 Boulevard de Clichy, 30 bottles of beer, and the ham I ordered this morning. We are going to have a house-warming." Monsieur Saval immediately ordered dinner. Then he took off his overcoat so that his dress suit and his white tie could be seen. His neighbor did not seem to notice him. He had taken up a newspaper and was reading it. Monsieur Saval glanced sideways at him, burning with the desire to speak to him. 2 young men entered, in red vests and with peaked beards, in the fashion of Henri III. They sat down opposite Romantin. The first of the pair said, "Is it for this evening?" Romantin pressed his hand. "I believe you, old chap, and every one will be there. I have Bonnat, Guillemet, Gervex, Béraud, Herbet, Duez, Clairon, and Jean-Paul Laurent. It will be a stunning affair. And women, too. Wait till you see. Every actress without exception. Of course, I mean, you know, all those who have nothing to do this evening." The landlord of the establishment came across. "Do you often have this house-warming?" The painter replied, "I believe you, every 3 months, each quarter." Monsieur Saval could not restrain himself any longer, and in a hesitating voice said, "I beg your pardon for intruding on you, monsieur, but I heard your name mentioned, and I would be very glad to know if you really are Monsieur Romantin, whose work in the last salon I have so much admired." The painter answered, I am the very person, monsieur. The notary then paid the artist a very well-turned compliment, showing that he was a man of culture. The painter, gratified, thanked him politely in reply. Then they chattered. Romantin returned to the subject of his housewarming, going into details as to the magnificence of the forthcoming entertainment. Monsieur Saval questioned him as to all the men he was going to receive, adding, It would be an extraordinary piece of good fortune for a stranger to meet at one time so many celebrities assembled in the studio of an artist of your rank. Romantin, vanquished, replied, If it would be agreeable to you, come. Monsieur Saval accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, reflecting, I shall have enough time to see Henri VIII. Both of them had finished their meal. The notary insisted on paying the 2 bills, wishing to repay his neighbor's civilities. He also paid for the drinks of the young fellows in red velvet, then he left the establishment with the painter. They stopped in front of a very long, low house, the first story having the appearance of an interminable conservatory. 6 studios stood in a row with their fronts facing the boulevards. Romantin was the first to enter, and, ascending the stairs, he opened a door and lighted a match and then a candle. They found themselves in an immense apartment, the furniture of which consisted of 3 chairs, 2 easels, and a few sketches standing on the ground along the walls. Monsieur Saval remained standing at the door, somewhat astonished. The painter remarked, Here you are. We've got to the spot, but everything has yet to be done. Then, examining the high, bare apartment, its ceiling disappearing in the darkness, he said, We might make a great deal out of this studio. He walked round it, surveying it with the utmost attention, then went on. I know someone who might easily give a helping hand. Women are incomparable for hanging drapery, but I sent her to the country for today in order to get her off my hands this evening. It is not that she bores me, but she is too much lacking in the ways of good society. It would be embarrassing to my guests. He reflected for a few seconds, and then added, She is a good girl, but not easy to deal with. If she knew that I was holding a reception, she would tear out my eyes. Monsieur Saval had not even moved. He did not understand. The artist came over to him. Since I have invited you, you will assist me about something. The notary said emphatically, Make any use of me you please. I am at your disposal. Romantin took off his jacket. Well, citizen, to work. We are first going to clean up. He went to the back of the easel, on which there was a canvas representing a cat, and seized a very worn-out broom. I say, just brush up while I look after the lighting. Monsieur Saval took the broom, inspected it, and began to sweep the floor very awkwardly, raising a whirlwind of dust. Romantin, disgusted, stopped him. Deuce take it, if you don't know how to sweep the floor, look at me. And he began to roll before him a heap of grayish sweepings, as if he had done nothing else all his life. Then he gave back the broom to the notary, who imitated him. In 5 minutes such a cloud of dust filled the studio that Romantin asked, Where are you? I can't see you any longer. Monsieur Saval, who was coughing, came near to him. The painter said, How would you set about making a chandelier? The other, surprised, asked, What chandelier? Why, a chandelier to light the room, a chandelier with wax candles. The notary did not understand. He answered, I don't know. The painter began to jump about, cracking his fingers. Well, monseigneur, I have found out a way. Then he went on more calmly. Have you got 5 francs about you? Monsieur Saval replied, Why, yes. The artist said, Well, you'll go out and buy for me 5 francs worth of wax candles while I go and see the cooper. And he pushed the notary in his evening coat into the street. At the end of 5 minutes they had returned, one of them with the wax candles, and the other with the hoop of a cask. Then Romantin plunged his hand into a cupboard and drew forth 20 empty bottles, which he fixed in the form of a crown around the hoop. He then went downstairs to borrow a ladder from the janitress, after having explained that he had made interest with the old woman by painting the portrait of her cat exhibited on the easel. When he returned with the ladder, he said to Monsieur Saval, Are you active? The other, without understanding, answered, Why, yes. Well, you just climb up there and fasten this chandelier for me to the ring of the ceiling. Then you put a wax candle in each bottle and light it. I tell you, I have a genius for lighting up. But off with your coat, damn it! You are just like a Gims. The door was opened brusquely. A woman appeared, her eyes flashing, and remained standing on the threshold. Romantin gazed at her with a look of terror. She waited some seconds, crossing her arms over her breast, and then in a shrill, vibrating, exasperated voice said, Ha! You dirty scoundrel, is this the way you leave me? Romantin made no reply. She went on. Ha! You scoundrel! You did a nice thing in parking me off to the country. You'll soon see the way I'll settle your jollification. Yes, I'm going to receive your friends. She grew warmer. I'm going to slap their faces with the bottles and the wax candles. Romantin said in a soft tone, Mathilde. But she did not pay any attention to him. She went on. Wait, my fine fellow, wait a little. Romantin went over to her and tried to take her by the hands. "Mathilde!" But she was now fairly under way, and on she went, emptying the vials of her wrath with strong words and reproaches. They flowed out of her mouth like a stream, sweeping a heap of filth along with it. The words pouring forth seemed struggling for exit. She stuttered, stammered, yelled, suddenly recovering her voice to cast forth an insult or a curse. He seized her hands without her having noticed it. She did not seem to see anything, so taken up was she in scolding and relieving her feelings. And suddenly she began to weep. The tears flowed from her eyes, but this did not stop her complaints. But her words were uttered in a screaming falsetto voice with tears in it and interrupted by sobs. She commenced afresh twice or 3 times, till she stopped as if something were choking her, and at last she ceased with a regular flood of tears. Then he clasped her in his arms and kissed her hair, affected himself. "Mathilde, my little Mathilde, listen. You must be reasonable. You know, if I give a supper party to my friends, it is to thank these gentlemen for the medal I got at the salon. I cannot receive women. You ought to understand that. It is not the same with artists as with other people." She stammered in the midst of her tears. "Why didn't you tell me this?" He replied, "It was in order not to annoy you, not to give you pain. Listen, I'm going to see you home. You will be very sensible, very nice. You will remain quietly waiting for me in bed, and I'll come back as soon as it's over." She murmured, "Yes, but you will not begin over again?" "No, I swear to you." He turned toward Monsieur Saval, who had at last hooked on the chandelier. "My dear friend, I am coming back in 5 minutes. If anyone arrives in my absence, do the honors for me, will you not?" And he carried off Mathilde, who kept drying her eyes with her handkerchief as she went along. Left to himself, Monsieur Saval succeeded in putting everything around him in order. Then he lighted the wax candles and waited. He waited for a quarter of an hour, half an hour, an hour. Romantin did not return. Then, suddenly, there was a dreadful noise on the stairs, a song shouted out in chorus by 20 mouths, and a regular march like that of a Prussian regiment. The whole house was shaken by the steady tramp of feet. The door flew open and a motley throng appeared, men and women in file, 2 and 2 holding each other by the arm, and stamping their heels on the ground to mark time, advanced into the studio like a snake uncoiling itself. They howled, "Come and let us all be merry, pretty maids and soldiers gay." Monsieur Saval, thunderstruck, remained standing in evening dress under the chandelier. The procession of revellers caught sight of him and uttered a shout, "Agimes! Agimes!" And they began whirling around him, surrounding him with a circle of vociferations. Then they took each other by the hand and went dancing about madly. He attempted to explain, "Messieurs! Messieurs! Mesdames!" But they did not listen to him. They whirled about, they jumped, they brawled. At last the dancing ceased. Monsieur Saval said, "Gentlemen!" A tall young fellow, fair-haired and bearded to the nose, interrupted him. "What's your name, my friend?" The notary, quite scared, said, "I am Monsieur Saval." A voice exclaimed, "You mean Baptiste." A woman said, "Let the poor waiter alone. You'll end by making him get angry. He's paid to wait on us, and not to be laughed at by us." Then Monsieur Saval noticed that each guest had brought his own provisions. One held a bottle of wine, and the other a pie. This one had a loaf of bread, one had a ham. The tall, fair young fellow placed in his hands an enormous sausage and gave orders. "Here, go and arrange the sideboard in the corner there. Put the bottles on the left and the provisions at the right." Saval, getting quite distracted, exclaimed, "But, messieurs, I am a notary." There was a moment's silence and then a wild outburst of laughter. One suspicious gentleman asked, "How came you to be here?" He explained, telling about his project of going to the opera, his departure from Vernon, his arrival in Paris, and the way in which he had spent the evening. They sat around him to listen to him, they greeted him with words of applause, and called him Scheherazade. Romantin did not return. Other guests arrived. Monsieur Saval was presented to them so that he might begin his story over again. He declined. They forced him to relate it. They seated and tied him on one of the 3 chairs between 2 women who kept constantly filling his glass. He drank, he laughed, he talked, he sang too. He tried to waltz with his chair, and fell on the ground. From that moment he forgot everything. It seemed to him, however, that they undressed him, put him to bed, and that he was nauseated. When he awoke it was broad daylight, and he lay stretched with his feet against a cupboard in a strange bed. An old woman with a broom in her hand was glaring angrily at him. At last she said, "Clear out, you blackguard! Clear out! What right has anyone to get drunk like this?" He sat up in bed, feeling very ill at ease. He asked, "Where am I?" "Where are you, you dirty scamp? You are drunk. Take your rotten carcass out of here as quick as you can, and lose no time about it." He wanted to get up. He found that he was in no condition to do so. His clothes had disappeared. He blurted out, "Madame, I—" Then he remembered. What was he to do? He asked, Did Monsieur Romantin come back?" The doorkeeper shouted, "Will you take your dirty carcass out of this, so that he at any rate may not catch you here?" Monsieur Saval said, in a state of confusion, "I haven't got my clothes, they have been taken away from me." He had to wait, to explain the situation, give notice to his friends, and borrow some money to buy clothes. He did not leave Paris till evening, and when people talk about music to him in his beautiful drawing-room in Vernon, he declares with an air of authority that painting is a very inferior art. End of section 63. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 64 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 64. That Costly Ride. The household lived frugally on the meager income derived from the husband's insignificant appointments. 2 children had been born of the marriage, and the earlier condition of the strictest economy had become one of quiet, concealed, shamefaced misery, the poverty of a noble family, which in spite of misfortune never forgets its rank. Hector de Gribelan had been educated in the provinces, under the paternal roof, by an aged priest. His people were not rich, but they managed to live and to keep up appearances. At 20 years of age they tried to find him a position, and he entered the Ministry of Marine as a clerk at £60 a year. He foundered on the rock of life like all those who have not been early prepared for its rude struggles, who look at life through a mist, who do not know how to protect themselves, whose special aptitudes and faculties have not been developed from childhood, whose early training has not developed the rough energy needed for the battle of life or furnished them with a tool or weapon. His first 3 years of office work were a martyrdom. He had, however, renewed the acquaintance of a few friends of his family, elderly people far behind the times, and poor like himself, who lived in aristocratic streets, the gloomy thoroughfares of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and he had created a social circle for himself. Strangers to modern life, humble yet proud, these needy aristocrats lived in the upper stories of sleepy, old-world houses. From top to bottom of their dwellings the tenants were titled, but money seemed just as scarce on the ground floor as in the attic. Their eternal prejudices, absorption in their rank, anxiety lest they should lose caste, filled the minds and the thoughts of these families, once so brilliant, now ruined by the idleness of the men of the family. Hector de Gribelan met in this circle a young girl, as well-born and poor as himself, and married her. They had 2 children in 4 years. For 4 years more, the husband and wife, harassed by poverty, knew no other distinction than the Sunday walk in the Champs-Élysées and a few evenings at the theatre, amounting in all to 1 or 2 in the course of the winter, which they owed to free passes presented by some comrade or other. But in the spring of the following year some overtime work was entrusted to Hector de Gribelan by his chief, for which he received the large sum of 300 francs. The day he brought the money home he said to his wife, "My dear Henrietta, we must indulge in some sort of festivity, say an outing for the children." And after a long discussion it was decided that they should go and lunch one day in the country. "Well," cried Hector, "once will not break us, so we'll hire a wagonette for you, the children, and the maid, and I'll have a saddle horse, the exercise will do me good." The whole week long they talked of nothing but the projected excursion. Every evening, on his return from the office, Hector caught up his elder son, put him astride his leg, and, making him bounce up and down as hard as he could, said, "That's how Daddy will gallop next Sunday." And the youngster amused himself all day long by bestriding chairs, dragging them round the room, and shouting, "This is Daddy on horseback." The servant herself gazed at her master with awestruck eyes as she thought of him riding alongside the carriage, and at mealtimes she listened with all her ears while he spoke of riding and recounted the exploits of his youth, when he lived at home with his father. Oh, he had learned in a good school, and once he felt his steed between his legs he feared nothing whatever. Rubbing his hands, he repeated gaily to his wife, "If only they would give me a restive animal, I should be all the better pleased. You'll see how well I can ride, and if you like we'll come back by the Champs-Élysées just as all the people are returning from the Bois. As we shall make a good appearance, I shouldn't at all object to meeting someone from the ministry. That is all that is necessary to ensure the respect of one's chiefs." On the day appointed, the carriage and the riding horse arrived at the same moment before the door. Hector went down immediately to examine his mount. He had had straps sewn to his trousers, and flourished in his hand a whip he had bought the evening before. He raised the horse's legs and felt them one after another, passed his hand over the animal's neck, flanks, and hocks, opened his mouth, examined his teeth, declared his age, and then, the whole household having collected round him, he delivered a discourse on the horse in general, and the specimen before him in particular, pronouncing the latter excellent in every respect. When the rest of the party had taken their seats in the carriage, he examined the saddle girth, Then, putting his foot in the stirrup, he sprang to the saddle. The animal began to curvet and nearly threw his rider. Hector, not altogether at ease, tried to soothe him. "Come, come, good horse, gently now." And when the horse had recovered his equanimity and the rider his nerve, the latter asked, "Are you ready?" The occupants of the carriage replied with one voice, "Yes." "Forward," he commanded, and the cavalcade set out. All looks were centered on him. He trotted in the English style, rising unnecessarily high in the saddle, looking at times as if he were mounting into space. Sometimes he seemed on the point of falling forward on the horse's mane. His eyes were fixed, his face drawn, his cheeks pale. His wife, holding one of the children on her knees, and the servant, who was carrying the other, continually cried out, "Look at papa! Look at papa!" And the two boys, intoxicated by the motion of the carriage, by their delight and by the keen air, uttered shrill cries. The horse, frightened by the noise they made, started off at a gallop, and while Hector was trying to control his steed, his hat fell off, and the driver had to get down and pick it up. When the equestrian had recovered it, he called to his wife from a distance, "Don't let the children shout like that, they'll make the horse bolt." They lunched on the grass in the Vésinet woods, having brought provisions with them in the carriage. Although the driver was looking after the 3 horses, Hector rose every minute to see if his own lacked anything. He patted him on the neck and fed him with bread, cakes, and sugar. "He's an unequal trotter," he declared. "He certainly shook me up a little at first, but as you saw, I soon got used to it. He knows his master now and won't give any more trouble." As had been decided, they returned by the Champs-Élysées. That spacious thoroughfare literally swarmed with vehicles of every kind, and on the sidewalks the pedestrians were so numerous that they looked like 2 indeterminate black ribbons unfurling their length from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde. A flood of sunlight played on this gay scene, making the varnish of the carriages, the steel of the harness, and the handles of the carriage doors shine with dazzling brilliancy. An intoxication of life and motion seemed to have invaded this assemblage of human beings, carriages, and horses. In the distance the outlines of the obelisk could be discerned in a cloud of golden vapor. As soon as Hector's horse had passed the Arc de Triomphe, he became suddenly imbued with fresh energy, and, realizing that his stable was not far off, began to trot rapidly through the maze of wheels, despite all his rider's efforts to restrain him. The carriage was now far behind. When the horse arrived opposite the Palais d'Industrie, he saw a clear field before him, and turning to the right, set off at a gallop. An old woman wearing an apron was crossing the road in a leisurely fashion. She happened to be just in Hector's way as he arrived on the scene riding at full speed. Powerless to control his mount, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Hi! Look out there! Hi!" She must have been deaf, for she continued peacefully on her way until the awful moment when, struck by the horse's chest as by a locomotive under full steam, she rolled 10 paces off, turning 3 somersaults on the way. Voices yelled, "Stop him!" Hector, frantic with terror, clung to the horse's mane and shouted, "Help! Help!" A terrible jolt hurled him, as if shot from a gun, over his horse's ears, and cast him into the arms of a policeman who was running up to stop him. In the space of a second, a furious, gesticulating, vociferating group had gathered round him. An old gentleman with a white moustache, wearing a large round decoration, seemed particularly exasperated. He repeated, "Confound it! When a man is as awkward as all that, he should remain at home, and not come killing people in the streets, if he doesn't know how to handle a horse." 4 men arrived on the scene carrying the old woman. She appeared to be dead. Her skin was like parchment, her cap on one side, and she was covered with dust. "Take her to a druggist's," ordered the old gentleman, "and let us go to the commissary of police." Hector started on his way with a policeman on either side of him. A third was leading his horse. A crowd followed them, and suddenly the wagonette appeared in sight. His wife alighted in consternation, the servant lost her head, the children whimpered. He explained that he would soon be at home, that he had knocked a woman down, and that there was not much the matter. And his family, distracted with anxiety, went on their way. When they arrived before the commissary, the explanation took place in few words. He gave his name, Hector de Gribelin, employed at the Ministry of Marine, and then they awaited news of the injured woman. A policeman who had been sent to obtain information returned, saying that she had recovered consciousness but was complaining of frightful internal pain. She was a charwoman, 65 years of age, named Madame Simon. When he heard that she was not dead, Hector regained hope and promised to defray her doctor's bill. Then he hastened to the druggist's. The doorway was thronged. The injured woman, huddled in an armchair, was groaning. Her arms hung at her sides. Her face was drawn. 2 doctors were still engaged in examining her. No bones were broken, but they feared some internal lesion. Hector addressed her. "Do you suffer much?" "Oh, yes." "Where is the pain?" "I feel as if my stomach were on fire." A doctor approached. "Are you the gentleman who caused the accident?" "I am." "This woman ought to be sent to a home. I know one where they would take her at 6 francs a day. Would you like me to send her there?" Hector was delighted at the idea, thanked him, and returned home much relieved. His wife, dissolved in tears, was awaiting him. He reassured her. "It's all right. This Madame Simon is better already, and will be quite well in 2 or 3 days. I have sent her to a home. It's all right." When he left his office the next day he went to inquire for Madame Simon. He found her eating rich soup with an air of great satisfaction. "Well?" said he. "Oh, sir," she replied, "I'm just the same. I feel sort of crushed, not a bit better." The doctor declared they must wait and see, some complication or other might arise. Hector waited 3 days, then he returned. The old woman, fresh-faced and clear-eyed, began to whine when she saw him. "I can't move, sir, I can't move a bit. I shall be like this for the rest of my days." A shudder passed through Hector's frame. He asked for the doctor, who merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "What can I do? I can't tell what's wrong with her. She shrieks when they try to raise her. They can't even move her chair from one place to another, without her uttering the most distressing cries. I am bound to believe what she tells me. I can't look into her inside. So long as I have no chance of seeing her walk, I am not justified in supposing her to be telling lies about herself." The old woman listened, motionless, a malicious gleam in her eyes. A week passed, then a fortnight, then a month. Madame Simon did not leave her armchair. She ate from morning to night, grew fat, chatted gaily with the other patients, and seemed to enjoy her immobility as if it were the rest to which she was entitled after 50 years of going up and down stairs, of turning mattresses, of carrying coal from one story to another, of sweeping and dusting. Hector, at his wits' end, came to see her every day. Every day he found her calm and serene, declaring, "I can't move, sir, I shall never be able to move again." Every evening Madame de Gribelin, devoured with anxiety, said, "How is Madame Simon?" And every time he replied with resignation born of despair, "Just the same, no change whatsoever." They dismissed the servant whose wages they could no longer afford. They economized more rigidly than ever. The whole of the extra pay had been swallowed up. Then Hector summoned 4 noted doctors, who met in consultation over the old woman. She let them examine her, feel her, sound her, watching them the while with a cunning eye. "We must make her walk," said one. "But, sirs, I can't," she cried. "I can't move." Then they took hold of her, raised her and dragged her a short distance, but she slipped from their grasp and fell to the floor, groaning and giving vent to such heart-rending cries that they carried her back to her seat with infinite care and precaution. They pronounced a guarded opinion, agreeing, however, that work was an impossibility to her. And when Hector brought the news to his wife, she sank on a chair, murmuring, "It would be better to bring her here, it would cost us less." He started in amazement. "Here? In our own house? How can you think of such a thing?" But she, resigned now to anything, replied with tears in her eyes, "But what can we do, my love? It's not my fault." End of section 64. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 65 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 65. Useless Beauty. About 5:30 one afternoon at the end of June, when the sun was shining warm and bright into the large courtyard, a very elegant victoria with 2 beautiful black horses drew up in front of the mansion. The Comtesse de Mascaret came down the steps just as her husband, who was coming home, appeared in the carriage entrance. He stopped for a few moments to look at his wife and turned rather pale. The Countess was very beautiful, graceful and distinguished-looking, with her long oval face, her complexion like yellow ivory, her large grey eyes and her black hair, and she got into her carriage without looking at him, without even seeming to have noticed him, with such a particularly high-bred air that the furious jealousy by which he had been devoured for so long again gnawed at his heart. He went up to her and said, "You are going for a drive?" She merely replied disdainfully, "You see I am." "In the Bois de Boulogne?" "Most probably." "May I come with you?" "The carriage belongs to you." Without being surprised at the tone in which she answered him, he got in and sat down by his wife's side, and said, "Bois de Boulogne." The footman jumped up beside the coachman, and the horses as usual pranced and tossed their heads until they were in the street. Husband and wife sat side by side without speaking. He was thinking how to begin a conversation, but she maintained such an obstinately hard look that he did not venture to make the attempt. At last, however, he cunningly, accidentally as it were, touched the Countess's gloved hand with his own, but she drew her arm away with a movement which was so expressive of disgust that he remained thoughtful in spite of his usual authoritative and despotic character, and said, "Gabrielle!" "What do you want?" "I think you are looking adorable." She did not reply, but remained lying back in the carriage, looking like an irritated queen. By that time they were driving up the Champs-Élysées, toward the Arc de Triomphe. That immense monument, at the end of the long avenue, raised its colossal arch against the red sky, and the sun seemed to be descending on it, showering fiery dust on it from the sky. The stream of carriages, with dashes of sunlight reflected in the silver trappings of the harness and the glass of the lamps, flowed on in the double current toward the town and toward the Bois, and the Comte de Mascaret continued, "My dear Gabrielle!" Unable to control herself any longer, she replied in an exasperated voice, "Oh, do leave me in peace, pray. I am not even allowed to have my carriage to myself now." He pretended not to hear her, and continued, "You have never looked so pretty as you do today." Her patience had come to an end, and she replied with irrepressible anger, "You are wrong to notice it, for I swear to you that I will never have anything to do with you in that way again." The Count was decidedly stupefied and upset, and, his violent nature gaining the upper hand, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" in a tone that betrayed rather the brutal master than the lover. She replied in a low voice, so that the servants might not hear amid the deafening noise of the wheels. "Ah, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Now I recognize you again. Do you want me to tell you everything?" "Yes." "Everything that has weighed on my heart since I have been the victim of your terrible selfishness?" He had grown red with surprise and anger, and he growled between his closed teeth, "Yes, tell me everything." He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a big red beard, a handsome man, a nobleman, a man of the world, who passed as a perfect husband and an excellent father, and now, for the first time since they had started, she turned toward him and looked him full in the face. "Ah, you will hear some disagreeable things, but you must know that I am prepared for everything, that I fear nothing, and you less than anyone today." He was also looking into her eyes, and was already shaking with rage as he said in a low voice, "You are mad." "No, but I will no longer be the victim of the hateful penalty of maternity which you have inflicted on me for 11 years. I wish to take my place in society as I have the right to do, as all women have the right to do." He suddenly grew pale again and stammered, "I do not understand you." "Oh, yes, you understand me well enough. It is now 3 months since I had my last child, and as I am still very beautiful, and as, in spite of all your efforts, you cannot spoil my figure, as you just now perceived when you saw me on the doorstep, you think it is time that I should think of having another child." "But you are talking nonsense." "No, I am not. I am 30, and I have had 7 children, and we have been married 11 years, and you hope that this will go on for 10 years longer, after which you will leave off being jealous." He seized her arm and squeezed it, saying, "I will not allow you to talk to me like that much longer." "And I shall talk to you till the end, until I have finished all I have to say to you, and if you try to prevent me, I shall raise my voice so that the 2 servants who are on the box may hear. I only allowed you to come with me for that object, for I have these witnesses who will oblige you to listen to me and to contain yourself, so now pay attention to what I say. I have always felt an antipathy to you, and I have always let you see it, for I have never lied, monsieur. You married me in spite of myself. You forced my parents, who were in embarrassed circumstances, to give me to you, because you were rich, and they obliged me to marry you in spite of my tears. So you bought me, and as soon as I was in your power, as soon as I had become your companion, ready to attach myself to you, to forget your coercive and threatening proceedings, in order that I might only remember that I ought to be a devoted wife, and to love you as much as it might be possible for me to love you, you became jealous, you, as no man has ever been before, with the base, ignoble jealousy of a spy, which was as degrading to you as it was to me. I had not been married 8 months before you suspected me of every perfidiousness, and you even told me so. What a disgrace! And as you could not prevent me from being beautiful and from pleasing people, from being called in drawing rooms and also in the newspapers one of the most beautiful women in Paris, you tried everything you could to think of to keep admirers from me, and you hit upon the abominable idea of making me spend my life in a constant state of motherhood until the time should come when I should disgust every man. Oh, do not deny it. I did not understand it for some time, but then I guessed it. You even boasted about it to your sister, who told me of it, for she is fond of me and was disgusted at your boorish coarseness. Remember how you have behaved in the past, how for 11 years you have compelled me to give up all society and simply to be a mother to your children, and then you would grow disgusted with me, and I was sent into the country, the family chateau among fields and meadows, and when I reappeared, fresh, pretty, and unspoiled, still seductive, and constantly surrounded by admirers, hoping that at last I should live a little more like a rich young society woman, you were seized with jealousy again, and you began once more to persecute me with that infamous and hateful desire from which you are suffering at this moment by my side, and it is not the desire of possessing me, for I should never have refused myself to you, but it is the wish to make me unsightly. And then that abominable and mysterious thing occurred which I was a long time in understanding, but I grew sharp by dint of watching your thoughts and actions. You attached yourself to your children with all the security which they gave you while I bore them. You felt affection for them, with all your aversion to me, and in spite of your ignoble fears, which were momentarily allayed by your pleasure in seeing me lose my symmetry. Oh, how often I have noticed that joy in you! I have seen it in your eyes and guessed it. You loved your children as victories, not because they were of your own blood. They were victories over me, over my youth, over my beauty, over my charms, over the compliments which were paid me, and over those that were whispered around me without being paid to me personally. And you are proud of them, you make a parade of them, you take them out for drives in your brake in the Bois de Boulogne, and you give them donkey rides at Montmorency. You take them to theatrical matinees so you may be seen in the midst of them, so that people may say, "What a kind father," and that it may be repeated. He had seized her wrist with savage brutality, and he squeezed it so violently that she was quiet and nearly cried out with the pain, and he said to her in a whisper, "I love my children, do you hear? What you have just told me is disgraceful in a mother, but you belong to me. I am master, your master. I can exact from you what I like and when I like, and I have the law on my side." He was trying to crush her fingers in the strong grip of his large muscular hand, and she, livid with pain, tried in vain to free them from that vice which was crushing them. The agony made her breathe hard, and the tears came into her eyes. "You see that I am the master and the stronger," he said. When he somewhat loosened his grip, she asked him, "Do you think that I am a religious woman?" He was surprised and stammered, "Yes." "Do you think that I could lie if I swore to the truth of anything to you before an altar on which Christ's body is?" "No." "Will you go with me to some church?" "What for?" "You shall see. Will you?" "If you absolutely wish it, yes." She raised her voice and said, "Philippe," and the coachman, bending down a little without taking his eyes from his horses, seemed to turn his ear alone toward his mistress, who continued, "Drive to Saint Philippe du Roule," and the victoria, which had reached the entrance of the Bois de Boulogne, returned to Paris. Husband and wife did not exchange a word further during the drive, and when the carriage stopped before the church, Madame de Mascaret jumped out and entered it, followed by the Count a few yards distant. She went without stopping as far as the choir screen, and falling on her knees at a chair, she buried her face in her hands. She prayed for a long time, and he, standing behind her, could see that she was crying. She wept noiselessly, as women weep when they are in great, poignant grief. There was a kind of undulation in her body, which ended in a little sob, which was hidden and stifled by her fingers. But the Comte de Mascaret thought that the situation was lasting too long, and he touched her on the shoulder. That contact recalled her to herself, as if she had been burned, and getting up, she looked straight into his eyes. "This is what I have to say to you. I am afraid of nothing, whatever you may do to me. You may kill me, if you like. One of your children is not yours, and one only. That I swear to you before God, who hears me here. That was the only revenge that was possible for me in return for all your abominable masculine tyrannies, in return for the penal servitude of childbearing to which you have condemned me. Who was my lover? That you will never know. You may suspect everyone, but you will never find out. I gave myself to him, without love and without pleasure, only for the sake of betraying you, and he also made me a mother. Which is the child? That also you will never know. I have 7. Try to find out. I intended to tell you this later, for one has not avenged oneself on a man by deceiving him unless he knows it. You have driven me to confess it today. I have now finished." She hurried through the church toward the open door, expecting to hear behind her the quick step of her husband, whom she had defied and to be knocked to the ground by a blow of his fist, but she heard nothing and reached her carriage. She jumped into it at a bound, overwhelmed with anguish and breathless with fear. So she called out to the coachman, "Home!" and the horses set off at a quick trot. The Comtesse de Mascaret was waiting in her room for dinner time, as a criminal sentenced to death awaits the hour of his execution. What was her husband going to do? Had he come home? Despotic, passionate, ready for any violence as he was, what was he meditating? What had he made up his mind to do? There was no sound in the house, and every moment she looked at the clock. Her lady's maid had come and dressed for her for the evening, and then left the room again. 8 o'clock struck, and almost at the same moment there were 2 knocks at the door, and the butler came in and announced dinner. "Has the Count come in?" "Yes, Madame la Comtesse, he is in the dining room." For a little moment she felt inclined to arm herself with a small revolver which she had bought some time before, foreseeing the tragedy which was being rehearsed in her heart, but she remembered that all the children would be there, and she took nothing except a bottle of smelling salts. He rose somewhat ceremoniously from his chair. They exchanged a slight bow and sat down. The 3 boys with their tutor, Abbé Martin, were on her right, and the 3 girls, with Miss Smith, their English governess, were on her left. The youngest child, who was only 3 months old, remained upstairs with his nurse. The abbé said grace as usual when there was no company, for the children did not come down to dinner when guests were present. Then they began dinner. The countess, suffering from emotion, which she had not calculated upon, remained with her eyes cast down, while the count scrutinized now the 3 boys, and now the 3 girls, with an uncertain, unhappy expression, which travelled from one to the other. Suddenly pushing his wine-glass from him, it broke, and the wine was spilt on the tablecloth, and at the slight noise caused by this little accident the countess started up from her chair, and for the first time they looked at each other. Then, in spite of themselves, in spite of the irritation of their nerves caused by every glance, they continued to exchange looks rapid as pistol shots. The abbé, who felt that there was some cause for embarrassment which he could not divine, attempted to begin a conversation and tried various subjects, but his useless efforts gave rise to no ideas and did not bring out a word. The countess, with feminine tact and obeying her instincts of a woman in the world, attempted to answer him 2 or 3 times, but in vain. She could not find words, in the perplexity of her mind, and her own voice almost frightened her in the silence of the large room, where nothing was heard except the slight sound of plates and knives and forks. Suddenly her husband said to her, bending forward, "Here, amid your children, will you swear to me that what you told me just now is true?" The hatred which was fermenting in her veins suddenly roused her, and replying to that question with the same firmness with which she had replied to his looks, she raised both her hands, the right pointing toward the boys and the left toward the girls, and she said in a firm, resolute voice, and without any hesitation, "On the head of my children, I swear that I have told you the truth." He got up, and throwing his table napkin on the table with a movement of exasperation, he turned round and flung his chair against the wall, and then went out without another word, while she, uttering a deep sigh, as if after a first victory, went on in a calm voice, "You must not pay any attention to what your father has just said, my darlings. He was very much upset a short time ago, but he will be all right again in a few days." Then she talked with the abbé and Miss Smith, and had tender, pretty words for all her children, those sweet, tender mother's ways which unfold little hearts. When dinner was over, she went into the drawing-room, all her children following her. She made the elder ones chatter, and when their bedtime came she kissed them for a long time and then went alone into her room. She waited, for she had no doubt that the count would come, and she made up her mind then, as her children were not with her, to protect herself as a woman of the world as she would protect her life, and in the pocket of her dress she put the little loaded revolver which she had bought a few days previously. The hours went by, the hours struck, and every sound was hushed in the house. Only the cabs continued to rumble through the streets, but their noise was only heard vaguely through the shuttered and curtained windows. She waited, full of nervous energy, without any fear of him now, ready for anything, and almost triumphant, for she had found means of torturing him continually during every moment of his life. But the first gleam of dawn came in through the fringe, at the bottom of her curtain, without his having come into her room, and then she awoke to the fact, with much amazement, that he was not coming. Having locked and bolted her door, for greater security, she went to bed at last and remained there with her eyes open, thinking and barely understanding it all, without being able to guess what he was going to do. When her maid brought her tea, she at the same time handed her a letter from her husband. He told her that he was going to make a longish journey, and in a postscript added that his lawyer would provide her with any sums of money she might require for all her expenses. It was at the opera, between 2 acts of Robert the Devil. In the stalls the men were standing up with their hats on, their waistcoats cut very low so as to show a large amount of white shirt front, in which gold and jewelled studs glistened, and were looking at the boxes full of ladies in low dresses covered with diamonds and pearls, who were expanding like flowers in that illuminated hothouse, where the beauty of their faces and the whiteness of their shoulders seemed to bloom in order to be gazed at, amid the sound of music and of human voices. 2 friends, with their backs to the orchestra, were scanning those rows of elegance, that exhibition of real or false charms, of jewels, of luxury and of pretension which displayed itself in all parts of the grand theatre, and one of them, Roger de Senlis, said to his companion, Bernard Grandin, "Just look how beautiful the Comtesse de Mascaret still is." The older man in turn looked through his opera-glasses at a tall lady in a box opposite. She appeared to be still very young, and her striking beauty seemed to attract all eyes in every corner of the house. Her pale complexion, of an ivory tint, gave her the appearance of a statue, while a small diamond coronet glistened on her black hair like a streak of light. When he had looked at her for some time, Bernard Grandin replied with a jocular accent of sincere conviction, "You may well call her beautiful. How old do you think she is?" "Wait a moment. I can tell you exactly, for I have known her since she was a child, and I saw her make her debut into society when she was quite a girl. She is 36. Impossible. I am sure of it. She looks 25. She has had 7 children. It is incredible. And what is more, they are all 7 alive, as she is a very good mother. I occasionally go to the house, which is a very quiet and pleasant one, where one may see the phenomenon of the family in the midst of society. How very strange! And have there never been any reports about her? Never. But what about her husband? He is peculiar, is he not? Yes and no. Very likely there has been a little drama between them, one of those little domestic dramas which one suspects, never finds out exactly, but guesses at pretty closely. What is it? I do not know anything about it. Mascaret leads a very fast life now after being a model husband. As long as he remained a good spouse, he had a shocking temper, was crabbed, and easily took offense. But since he has been leading his present wild life, he has become quite different. But one might surmise that he has some trouble, a worm gnawing somewhere, for he has aged very much. Thereupon the 2 friends talked philosophically for some minutes about the secret unknowable troubles which differences of character, or perhaps physical antipathies, which were not perceived at first, give rise to in families, and then Roger de Senlis, who was still looking at Madame de Mascaret through his opera glasses, said, "It is almost incredible that that woman can have had 7 children. Yes, in 11 years, after which when she was 30 she refused to have any more, in order to take her place in society, which she seems likely to do for many years. Poor women! Why do you pity them? Why? Oh, my dear fellow, just consider. 11 years in a condition of motherhood for such a woman? What a hell! All her youth, all her beauty, every hope of success, every poetical idea of a brilliant life sacrificed to that abominable law of reproduction which turns the normal woman into a mere machine for bringing children into the world. What would you have? It is only nature. Yes, but I say that nature is our enemy, that we must always fight against nature, for she is continually bringing us back to an animal state. You may be sure that God has not put anything on this earth that is clean, pretty, elegant, or accessory to our ideal. The human brain has done it. It is man who has introduced a little grace, beauty, unknown charm, and mystery into creation by singing about it, interpreting it, by admiring it as a poet, idealizing it as an artist, and by explaining it through science, doubtless making mistakes, but finding ingenious reasons, hidden grace and beauty, unknown charm and mystery in the various phenomena of nature. God created only coarse beings, full of germs and disease, who, after a few years of bestial enjoyment, grow old and infirm, with all the ugliness and all the want of power of human decrepitude. He seems to have made them only in order that they may reproduce their species in an ignoble manner, and then die like ephemeral insects. I said reproduce the species in an ignoble manner, and I adhere to that expression. What is there as a matter of fact more ignoble and repugnant than that act of reproduction of living beings, against which all delicate minds always have revolted and always will revolt? Since all the organs which have been invented by this economical and malicious Creator serve 2 purposes, why did he not choose another method of performing that sacred mission, which is the noblest and the most exalted of all human functions? The mouth, which nourishes the body by means of material food, also diffuses abroad speech and thought. Our flesh renews itself of its own accord, while we are thinking about it. The olfactory organs, through which the vital air reaches the lungs, communicate all the perfumes of the world to the brain, the smell of flowers, of woods, of trees, of the sea. The ear, which enables us to communicate with our fellow men, has also allowed us to invent music, to create dreams, happiness, infinite and even physical pleasure by means of sound. But one might say that the cynical and cunning Creator wished to prohibit man from ever ennobling and idealizing his intercourse with women. Nevertheless, man has found love, which is not a bad reply to that sly deity, and he has adorned it with so much poetry that woman often forgets the sensual part of it. Those among us who are unable to deceive themselves have invented vice and refined debauchery, which is another way of laughing at God and paying homage, immodest homage, to beauty. But the normal man begets children just like an animal coupled with another by law. Look at that woman. Is it not abominable to think that such a jewel, such a pearl, born to be beautiful, admired, feted, and adored, has spent 11 years of her life in providing heirs for the Comte de Mascaret? Bernard Grandon replied with a laugh. There is a great deal of truth in all that, but very few people would understand you. Senlis became more and more animated. Do you know how I picture God myself? He said. As an enormous creative organ beyond our ken, who scatters millions of worlds into space just as one single fish would deposit its spawn in the sea. He creates because it is his function as God to do so, but he does not know what he is doing and is stupidly prolific in his work, and is ignorant of the combinations of all kinds which are produced by his scattered germs. The human mind is a lucky little local, passing accident which was totally unforeseen, and condemned to disappear with this earth, and to recommence perhaps here or elsewhere, the same or different, with fresh combinations of eternally new beginnings. We owe it to this little lapse of intelligence on his part, that we are very uncomfortable in this world which was not made for us, which had not been prepared to receive us, to lodge and feed us, or to satisfy reflecting beings, and we owe it to him, also, that we have to struggle without ceasing against that which are still called the designs of Providence, when we are really refined and civilized beings. Grandon, who was listening to him attentively, as he had long known the surprising outburst of his imagination, asked him, "Then you believe that human thought is the spontaneous product of blind divine generation?" "Naturally! A fortuitous function of the nerve centers of our brain, like the unforeseen chemical action due to new mixtures, and similar also to a charge of electricity, caused by friction or the unexpected proximity of some substance, similar to all phenomena caused by the infinite and fruitful fermentation of living matter. But, my dear fellow, the truth of this must be evident to anyone who looks around him. If the human mind, ordained by an omniscient Creator, had been intended to be what it has become, exacting, inquiring, agitated, tormented, so different from mere animal thought and resignation, would the world which was created to receive the beings which we are now have been this unpleasant little park for small game, this salad patch, this wooded, rocky, and spherical kitchen garden, where your improvident providence had destined us to live naked, in caves or under trees, nourished on the flesh of slaughtered animals, our brethren, or on raw vegetables nourished by the sun and the rain? But it is sufficient to reflect for a moment, in order to understand that this world was not made for such creatures as we are. Thought, which is developed by a miracle in the nerves of the cells in our brain, powerless, ignorant, and confused as it is, and as it will always remain, makes all of us who are intellectual beings eternal and wretched exiles on earth. Look at this earth, as God has given it to those who inhabit it. Is it not visibly and solely made, planted and covered with forests for the sake of animals? What is there for us? Nothing. And for them, everything, and they have nothing to do but to eat or go hunting and eat each other, according to their instincts, for God never foresaw gentleness and peaceable manners. He only foresaw the death of creatures which were bent on destroying and devouring each other. Are not the quail, the pigeon, and the partridge the natural prey of the hawk? The sheep, the stag, and the ox that of the great flesh-eating animals, rather than meat to be fattened up and served to us with truffles, which have been unearthed by pigs for our special benefit? As to ourselves, the more civilized, intellectual, and refined we are, the more we ought to conquer and subdue that animal instinct which represents the will of God in us. And so, in order to mitigate our lot as brutes, we have discovered and made everything, beginning with houses, then exquisite food, sauces, sweetmeats, pastry, drink, stuffs, clothes, ornaments, beds, mattresses, carriages, railways, and innumerable machines, besides art and sciences, writing and poetry. Every ideal comes from us, as do all the amenities of life, in order to make our existence as simple reproducers, for which divine providence solely intended us, less monotonous and less hard. Look at this theatre. Is there not here a human world created by us, unforeseen and unknown to eternal fate, intelligible to our minds alone, a sensual and intellectual distraction, which has been invented solely by and for that discontented and restless little animal, man? Look at that woman, Madame de Mascaret. God intended her to live in a cave, naked or wrapped up in the skins of wild animals. But is she not better as she is? But speaking of her, does anyone know why and how her brute of a husband, having such a companion by his side, and especially after having been boorish enough to make her a mother 7 times, has suddenly left her to run after bad women? Grandon replied, "Oh, my dear fellow, this is probably the only reason. He found that raising a family was becoming too expensive, and from reasons of domestic economy he has arrived at the same principles which you lay down as a philosopher." Just then the curtain rose for the 3rd act, and they turned round, took off their hats, and sat down. The Comte and Comtesse Mascaret were sitting side by side in the carriage which was taking them home from the opera, without speaking, but suddenly the husband said to his wife, "Gabrielle." "What do you want?" "Don't you think that this has lasted long enough?" "What?" "The horrible punishment to which you have condemned me for the last 6 years?" "What do you want? I cannot help it." Then tell me which of them it is. Never. Think that I can no longer see my children or feel them round me, without having my heart burdened with this doubt. Tell me which of them it is, and I swear that I will forgive you and treat it like the others. I have not the right to do so. Do you not see that I can no longer endure this life, this thought which is wearing me out, or this question which I am constantly asking myself, this question which tortures me each time I look at them and is driving me mad? Then you have suffered a great deal, she said. Terribly. Should I, without that, have accepted the horror of living by your side, and the still greater horror of feeling and knowing that there is one among them whom I cannot recognize and who prevents me from loving the others? Then you have really suffered very much, she repeated. And he replied in a constrained and sorrowful tone, Yes, for do I not tell you every day that it is intolerable torture to me? Should I have remained in that house, near you and them, if I did not love them? Oh, you have behaved abominably towards me. All the affection of my heart I have bestowed upon my children, and that you know. I am for them a father of the olden time, as I was for you a husband of one of the families of old, for by instinct I have remained a natural man, a man of former days. Yes, I will confess it, you have made me terribly jealous, because you are a woman of another race, of another soul, with other requirements. Oh, I shall never forget the things you said to me, but from that day I troubled myself no more about you. I did not kill you, because then I should have had no means on earth of ever discovering which of your children is not mine. I have waited, but I have suffered more than you would believe, for I can no longer venture to love them, except, perhaps, the two eldest. I no longer venture to look at them, to call them to me, to kiss them. I cannot take them on my knee without asking myself, can it be this one? I have been correct in my behavior toward you for 6 years, and even kind and compliant. Tell me the truth, and I swear that I will do nothing unkind. He thought that, in spite of the darkness of the carriage, he could perceive that she was moved, and feeling certain that she was going to speak at last, he said, I beg you, I beseech you to tell me. I have been more guilty than you think, perhaps, she replied, but I could no longer endure that life of continual motherhood, and I had only one means of driving you from me. I lied before God, and I lied with my hand raised to my children's head, for I have never wronged you. He seized her arm in the darkness, and squeezing it as he had done on that terrible day of their drive in the Bois du Boulogne, he stammered, Is that true? It is true. But wild with grief, he said with a groan, I shall have fresh doubts that will never end. When did you lie, the last time, or now? How am I to believe you at present? How can one believe a woman after that? I shall never again know what I am to think. I would have rather you said to me, It is Jacques, or it is Jeanne. The carriage drove into the courtyard of the house, and when it had drawn up in front of the steps, the Count alighted first, as usual, and offered his arm to his wife to mount the stairs. As soon as they reached the first floor, he said, May I speak to you for a few moments longer? And she replied, I am quite willing. They went into a small drawing-room, and the footman, in some surprise, lighted the wax candles. As soon as he had left the room and they were alone, the Count continued, How am I to know the truth? I have begged you 1,000 times to speak, but you have remained dumb, impenetrable, inflexible, inexorable, and now today you tell me that you have been lying. For 6 years you have actually allowed me to believe such a thing. No. You are lying now. I do not know why, but out of pity for me, perhaps? She replied in a sincere and convincing manner. If I had not done so, I should have had 4 more children in the last 6 years. Can a mother speak like that? Oh, she replied, I do not feel that I am the mother of children who have never been born. It is enough for me to be the mother of those that I have, and to love them with all my heart. I am a woman of the civilized world, monsieur. We all are. And we are no longer, when we refuse to be, mere females to restock the earth. She got up, but he seized her hands. Only one word, Gabrielle. Tell me the truth. I have just told you. I have never dishonored you. He looked her full in the face, and how beautiful she was, with her gray eyes like the cold sky, and her dark hair sparkled a diamond coronet like a radiance. He suddenly felt by a kind of intuition, that this grand creature was not merely a being destined to perpetuate the race, but the strange and mysterious product of all our complicated desires which have been accumulating in us for centuries, but which have been turned aside from their primitive and divine object, and have wandered after a mystic, imperfectly perceived and intangible beauty. There are some women like that, who blossom only for our dreams, adorned with every poetical attribute of civilization, and with that ideal luxury, coquetry, and aesthetic charm which surround woman, a living statue that brightens our life. Her husband remained standing before her, stupefied at his tardy and obscure discovery, confusedly hitting on the cause of his former jealousy, and understanding it all very imperfectly, and at last he said, "I believe you, for I feel at this moment that you are not lying, and before I really thought that you were." She put out her hand to him. "We are friends, then?" He took her hand and kissed it, and replied, "We are friends. Thank you, Gabrielle." Then he went out, still looking at her, and surprised that she was still so beautiful, and feeling a strange emotion rising in him. End of section 65. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 66 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 66. The Father. He was a clerk in the Bureau of Public Education, and lived at Batignolles. He took the omnibus to Paris every morning, and always sat opposite a girl with whom he fell in love. She was employed in a shop, and went in at the same time every day. She was a little brunette, one of those girls whose eyes are so dark that they look like black spots on a complexion like ivory. He always saw her coming at the corner of the same street, and she generally had to run to catch the heavy vehicle, and sprang upon the steps before the horses had quite stopped. Then she got inside, out of breath, and sitting down, looked round her. The first time that he saw her, François Tessier liked the face. One sometimes meets a woman whom one longs to clasp in one's arms without even knowing her. That girl seemed to respond to some chord in his being, to that sort of ideal of love which one cherishes in the depths of the heart without knowing it. He looked at her intently, not meaning to be rude, and she became embarrassed and blushed. He noticed it and tried to turn away his eyes, but he involuntarily fixed them upon her again every moment, although he tried to look in another direction, and, in a few days, they seemed to know each other without having spoken. He gave up his place to her when the omnibus was full, and got outside, although he was very sorry to do it. By this time she had got so far as to greet him with a little smile, and, although she always dropped her eyes under his looks, which she felt were too ardent, yet she did not appear offended at being looked at in such a manner. They ended by speaking. A kind of rapid friendship had become established between them, a daily freemasonry of half an hour, and that was certainly one of the most charming half-hours of his life to him. He thought of her all the rest of the day, saw her image continually during the long office hours. He was haunted and bewitched by that floating and yet tenacious recollection which the form of a beloved woman leaves in us, and it seemed to him that if he could win that little person it would be maddening happiness to him, almost above human realization. Every morning she now shook hands with him, and he perceived the sense of that touch and the recollection of the gentle pressure of her little fingers until the next day, and he almost fancied that he preserved the imprint on his palm. He anxiously waited for this short omnibus ride, while Sunday seemed to him heartbreaking days. However, there was no doubt that she loved him, for one Saturday, in spring, she promised to go and lunch with him at Maison Lafitte the next day. She was at the railway station first, which surprised him, but she said, "Before going I want to speak to you. I have 20 minutes, and that is more than I shall take for what I have to say." She trembled as she hung on his arm, and looked down, her cheeks pale, as she continued, "I do not want you to be deceived in me, and I shall not go there with you, unless you promise, unless you swear, not to do anything that is at all improper." She had suddenly become as red as a poppy, and said no more. He did not know what to reply, for he was happy and disappointed at the same time. He should love her less, certainly, if he knew that her conduct was light, but then it would be so charming, so delicious to have a little flirtation. As he did not say anything, she began to speak again in an agitated voice, and with tears in her eyes. "If you do not promise to respect me altogether, I shall return home." And so he squeezed her arm tenderly and replied, "I promise, you shall only do what you like." She appeared relieved in mind, and asked with a smile, "Do you really mean it?" And he looked into her eyes and replied, "I swear it." "Now you may take the tickets," she said. During the journey they could hardly speak, as the carriage was full, and when they reached Maison Lafitte they went toward the Seine. The sun, which shone full on the river, on the leaves and the grass, seemed to be reflected in their hearts, and they went hand in hand along the bank, looking at the shoals of little fish swimming near the bank, and they walked on, brimming over with happiness, as if they were walking on air. At last she said, "How foolish you must think me." "Why?" he asked. "To come out like this, all alone with you?" "Certainly not. It is quite natural." "No, no, it is not natural for me, because I do not wish to commit a fault, and yet this is how girls fall. But if you only knew how wretched it is, every day the same thing, every day in the month, and every month in the year. I live quite alone with mamma, and as she has had a great deal of trouble, she is not very cheerful. I do the best I can, and try to laugh in spite of everything, but I do not always succeed. But all the same, it was wrong in me to come, though you, at any rate, will not be sorry." By way of an answer, he kissed her ardently on the ear that was nearest him, but she moved from him with an abrupt movement, and getting suddenly angry, exclaimed, "Oh, Monsieur Francois, after what you swore me!" And they went back to Maison Lafitte. They had lunch at the Petit Havre, a low house buried under 4 enormous poplar trees by the side of the river. The air, the heat, the weak white wine, and the sensation of being so close together had made them silent. Their faces were flushed, and they had a feeling of oppression. But after the coffee they regained their high spirits, and, having crossed the Seine, started off along the bank, toward the village of La Frette. Suddenly he asked, "What is your name?" "Louise." "Louise," he repeated, and said nothing more. The girl picked daisies and made them into a great bunch, while he sang vigorously, as unrestrained as a colt that has been turned into a meadow. On their left a vine-covered slope followed the river. Francois stopped motionless with astonishment. "Oh, look there!" he said. The vines had come to an end, and the whole slope was covered with lilac bushes in flower. It was a purple wood. A kind of great carpet of flowers stretched over the earth, reaching as far as the village more than 2 miles off. She also stood, surprised and delighted, and murmured, "Oh, how pretty!" And crossing a meadow, they ran toward that curious low hill, which, every year, furnishes all the lilac that is drawn through Paris on the carts of the flower vendors. There was a narrow path beneath the trees, so they took it, and when they came to a small clearing, sat down. Swarms of flies were buzzing around them and making a continuous gentle sound, and the sun, the bright sun of a perfectly still day, shone over the bright slopes, and from that forest of blossoms a powerful fragrance was borne toward them, a breath of perfume, the breath of the flowers. A church clock struck in the distance, and they embraced gently, then, without the knowledge of anything but that kiss, lay down on the grass. But as soon as she came to herself with a feeling of great misfortune, and began to cry and sob with grief with her face buried in her hands. He tried to console her, but she wanted to start to return, and to go home immediately, and she kept saying, as she walked along quickly, "Good heavens! Good heavens!" He said to her, "Louise, Louise, please let us stop here." But now her cheeks were red and her eyes hollow, and as soon as they got to the railway station in Paris, she left him without even saying good-bye. When he met her in the omnibus next day, she appeared to him to be changed and thinner, and she said to him, "I want to speak to you. We will get down at the boulevard." As soon as they were on the pavement, she said, "We must bid each other good-bye. I cannot meet you again." "But why?" he asked. "Because I cannot. I have been culpable, and I will not be so again." Then he implored her, tortured by his love, but she replied firmly, "No, I cannot, I cannot." He, however, only grew all the more excited, and promised to marry her, but she said again, "No," and left him. For a week he did not see her. He could not manage to meet her, and, as he did not know her address, he thought he had lost her altogether. On the 9th day, however, there was a ring at his bell, and when he opened the door, she was there. She threw herself into his arms, and did not resist any longer, and for 3 months they were close friends. He was beginning to grow tired of her when she whispered something to him, and then he had one idea and wish, to break with her at any price. As, however, he could not do that, not knowing how to begin or what to say, full of anxiety through fear of the consequences of his rash indiscretion, he took a decisive step. One night he changed his lodgings, and disappeared. The blow was so heavy that she did not look, for the man who had abandoned her, but threw herself at her mother's knees and confessed her misfortune, and, some months after, gave birth to a boy. Years passed, and Francois Tessier grew old, without there having been any alteration in his life. He led the dull, monotonous life of an office clerk, without hope and without expectation. Every day he got up at the same time, went through the same streets, went through the same door, passed the same porter, went into the same office, sat in the same chair, and did the same work. He was alone in the world, alone during the day in the midst of his different colleagues, and alone at night in his bachelor's lodgings, and he laid by 100 francs a month against old age. Every Sunday he went to the Champs-Élysées to watch the elegant people, the carriages and the pretty women, and the next day he used to say to one of his colleagues, "The return of the carriages from the Bois de Boulogne was very brilliant yesterday." One fine Sunday morning, however, he went to the Parc Monceau, where the mothers and nurses, sitting on the sides of the walks, watched the children playing, and suddenly Francois Tessier started. A woman passed by, holding 2 children by the hand, a little boy of about 10 and a girl of 4. It was she. He walked 100 yards, and then fell into a chair, choking with emotion. She had not recognized him, and so he came back, wishing to see her again. She was sitting down now, and the boy was standing by her side very quietly, while the little girl was making sand castles. It was she, it was certainly she, but she had the reserved appearance of a lady, and was dressed simply, looking self-possessed and dignified. He looked at her from a distance, for he did not venture to go near, but the little boy raised his head, and Francois Tessier felt himself tremble. It was his own son, there could be no doubt of that, and as he looked at him, he thought he could recognize himself as he appeared in an old photograph taken years ago. He remained hidden behind a tree, waiting for her to go that he might follow her. He did not sleep that night. The idea of the child especially tormented him. His son! Oh, if he could have only known, have been sure! But what could he have done? However, he went to the house where she lived and asked about her. He was told that a neighbor, an honorable man of strict morals, had been touched by her distress and had married her. He knew the fault she had committed and had married her, and had even recognized the child, his, Francois Tessier's child, as his own. He returned to the Parc Monceau every Sunday, for then he always saw her, and each time he was seized with a mad and irresistible longing to take his son into his arms, to cover him with kisses, and to steal him, to carry him off. He suffered horribly in his wretched isolation as an old bachelor with nobody to care for him, and he also suffered atrocious mental torture, torn by paternal tenderness springing from remorse, longing, and jealousy, and from that need of loving one's own children which nature has implanted in all. At last he determined to make a despairing attempt, and, going up to her as she entered the park, he said, standing in the middle of the path, pale and with trembling lips, "You do not recognize me." She raised her eyes, looked at him, uttered an exclamation of horror, of terror, and, taking the two children by the hand, she rushed away, dragging them after her, while he went home and wept inconsolably. Months passed without his seeing her again, but he suffered day and night, for he was a prey to his paternal love. He would gladly have died if he could only have kissed his son. He would have committed murder, performed any task, braved any danger, ventured anything. He wrote to her, but she did not reply, and, after writing some 20 letters, he saw that there was no hope of altering her determination, and then he formed the desperate resolution of writing to her husband, being quite prepared to receive a bullet from a revolver, if need be. His letter only consisted of a few lines, as follows: "Monsieur, you must have a perfect horror of my name, but I am so wretched, so overcome by misery, that my only hope is in you, and therefore I venture to request you to grant me an interview of only 5 minutes. I have the honor, etc." The next day he received the reply: "Monsieur, I shall expect you tomorrow, Tuesday, at 5 o'clock." As he went up the staircase, Francois Tessier's heart beat so violently that he had to stop several times. There was a dull and violent thumping noise in his breast, as of some animal galloping, and he could breathe only with difficulty, and had to hold on to the banisters in order not to fall. He rang the bell on the 3rd floor, and when a maid-servant had opened the door, he asked, "Does Monsieur Flamel live here?" "Yes, monsieur, kindly come in." He was shown into the drawing-room. He was alone, and waited, feeling bewildered, as in the midst of a catastrophe, until a door opened and a man came in. He was tall, serious, and rather stout, and wore a black frock coat, and pointed to a chair with his hand. Francois Tessier sat down, and then said, with choking breath, Monsieur, I do not know whether you know my name, whether you know—" Monsieur Flamel interrupted him. "You need not tell it me, monsieur. I know it. My wife has spoken to me about you." He spoke in the dignified tone of voice of a good man who wishes to be severe, and with the commonplace stateliness of an honorable man, and Francois Tessier continued, "Well, monsieur, I want to say this. I am dying of grief, of remorse, of shame, and I would like once, only once, to kiss the child." Monsieur Flamel got up and rang the bell, and when the servant came in, he said, "Would you bring Louis here?" When she had gone out, they remained face to face, without speaking, as they had nothing more to say to each other, and waited. Then, suddenly, a little boy of 10 rushed into the room and ran up to the man whom he believed to be his father, but he stopped when he saw the stranger, and Monsieur Flamel kissed him and said, "Now, go kiss that gentleman, my dear." And the child went up to the stranger and looked at him. Francois Tessier had risen. He let his hat fall, and was ready to fall himself as he looked at his son, while Monsieur Flamel had turned away, from a feeling of delicacy, and was looking out of the window. The child waited in surprise, but he picked up the hat and gave it to the stranger. Then Francois, taking the child up in his arms, began to kiss him wildly all over the face, on his eyes, his cheeks, his mouth, his hair, and the youngster, frightened, tried to avoid them, turned away his head, and pushed the man's face with his hands. But suddenly Francois Tessier put him down, and cried, "Goodbye, goodbye," and he rushed out of the room as if he had been a thief. End of section 66. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 67 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 67. My Uncle Sosthenes. Some people are freethinkers from sheer stupidity. My Uncle Sosthenes was one of these. Some people are often religious for the same reason. The very sight of a priest threw my uncle into a violent rage. He would shake his fist and make grimaces at him, and would then touch a piece of iron when the priest's back was turned, forgetting that the latter action showed a belief after all, the belief in the evil eye. Now, when beliefs are unreasonable, one should have all or none at all. I myself am a freethinker. I revolt at all dogmas, but feel no anger toward places of worship, be they Catholic, Apostolic, Roman, Protestant, Greek, Russian, Buddhist, Jewish, or Mohammedan. My uncle was a Freemason, and I used to declare that they are stupider than old women devotees. That is my opinion, and I maintain it. If we must have any religion at all, the old one is good enough for me. What is their object? Mutual help to be obtained by tickling the palms of each other's hands. I see no harm in it, for they put into practice the Christian precept, do unto others as ye would they do unto you. The only difference consists in the tickling, but it does not seem worth while to make such a fuss about lending a poor devil half a crown. To all my arguments, my uncle's reply used to be, we are raising up a religion against a religion. Free thought will kill clericalism. Freemasonry is the stronghold of those who are demolishing all deities. Very well, my dear uncle, I would reply. In my heart I felt inclined to say, you old idiot, it is just that which I am blaming you for. Instead of destroying, you are organizing competition. It is only a case of lowering prices. And then, if you admitted only freethinkers among you, I could understand it. But you admit anybody. You have a number of Catholics among you, even the leaders of the party. Pius IX is said to have been one of you before he became Pope. If you call a society with such organization a bulwark against clericalism, I think it is an extremely weak one. My dear boy, my uncle would reply with a wink, we are most to be dreaded in politics. Slowly and surely we are everywhere undermining the monarchical spirit. Then I broke out, yes, you are very clever. If you tell me that Freemasonry is an election machine, I will grant it. I will never deny that it is used as a machine to control candidates of all shades. If you say that it is only used to hoodwink people, to drill them to go to the polls as soldiers are sent under fire, I agree with you. If you declare that it is indispensable to all political ambitions, because it changes all its members into electoral agents, I should say to you, that is as clear as the sun. But when you tell me that it serves to undermine the monarchical spirit, I can only laugh in your face. Just consider that gigantic and secret democratic association which had Prince Napoleon for its Grand Master under the Empire, which has the Crown Prince for its Grand Master in Germany, the Tsar's brother in Russia, and to which the Prince of Wales and King Humbert and nearly all the crowned heads of the globe belong. You are quite right, my uncle said, but all these persons are serving our projects without guessing it. I felt inclined to tell him he was talking a pack of nonsense. It was, however, indeed a sight to see my uncle when he had a Freemason to dinner. On meeting they shook hands in a manner that was irresistibly funny. One could see that they were going through a series of secret, mysterious signs. Then my uncle would take his friend into a corner to tell him something important, and at dinner they had a peculiar way of looking at each other, and of drinking to each other, in a manner as if to say, we know all about it, don't we? And to think that there are millions on the face of the globe who are amused at such monkey tricks. I would sooner be a Jesuit. Now, in our town there really was an old Jesuit who was my uncle's detestation. Every time he met him, or if he only saw him at a distance, he used to say, get away, you toad. And then, taking my arm, he would whisper to me, see here, that fellow will play me a trick some day or other, I feel sure of it. My uncle spoke quite truly, and this was how it happened, through my fault. It was close on Holy Week, and my uncle made up his mind to give a dinner on Good Friday, a real dinner, with his favourite chitterlings and black puddings. I resisted as much as I could, and said, I shall eat meat on that day, but at home, quite by myself. Your manifestation, as you call it, is an idiotic idea. Why should you manifest? What does it matter to you if people do not eat any meat? But my uncle would not be persuaded. He asked 3 of his friends to dine with him at one of the best restaurants in town, and as he was going to pay the bill, I had certainly, after all, no scruples about manifesting. At 4 o'clock we took a conspicuous place in the most frequented restaurant in town, and my uncle ordered dinner in a loud voice for 6 o'clock. We sat down punctually, and at 10 o'clock we had not yet finished. 5 of us had drunk 18 bottles of choice, still wine, and 4 of champagne. Then my uncle proposed what he was in the habit of calling the Archbishop's Circuit. Each man put 6 small glasses in front of him, each of them filled with a different liquor, and they all had to be emptied at one gulp, one after another, while one of the waiters counted to 20. It was very stupid, but my uncle thought it was suitable for the occasion. At 11 o'clock he was as drunk as a fly, so we had to take him home in a cab and put him to bed, and one could easily foresee that his anti-clerical demonstration would end in a terrible fit of indigestion. As I was going back to my lodgings, being rather drunk myself, with a cheerful drunkenness, a Machiavellian idea struck me which satisfied all my skeptical instincts. I arranged my necktie, put on a look of great distress, and went and rang loudly at the old Jesuit's door. As he went deaf, he made me wait a longish while, but at length appeared at his window in a cotton nightcap and asked what I wanted. I shouted at the top of my voice, "Make haste, reverend sir, and open the door. A poor, despairing, sick man is in need of your spiritual ministrations." The good, kind man put on his trousers as quickly as he could, and came down without his cassock. I told him in a breathless voice that my uncle, the freethinker, had been suddenly taken ill, and fearing it was going to be something serious, he had been seized with a sudden dread of death, and wished to see the priest and talk to him, to have his advice and comfort, to make his peace with the church, and to confess, so as to be able to cross the dreaded threshold at peace with himself. And I added in a mocking tone, "At any rate, he wishes it, and if it does him no good, it can do him no harm." The old Jesuit, who was startled, delighted, and almost trembling, said to me, "Wait a moment, my son, I will come with you." But I replied, "Pardon me, reverend father, if I do not go with you, but my convictions will not allow me to do so. I even refuse to come and fetch you, so I beg you not to say that you have seen me, but to declare that you had a presentiment, a sort of revelation of his illness." The priest consented and went off quickly, knocked at my uncle's door and was soon let in, and I saw the black cassock disappear within that stronghold of free thought. I hid under a neighboring gateway to await results. Had he been well, my uncle would have half murdered the Jesuit, but I knew that he would scarcely be able to move an arm, and I asked myself gleefully what sort of a scene would take place between these antagonists, what disputes, what arguments, what a hubbub, and what would be the issue of the situation, which my uncle's indignation would render still more tragic. I laughed until my sides ached, and said half aloud, "Oh, what a joke! What a joke!" Meanwhile it was getting very cold, and I noticed that the Jesuit stayed a long time, and I thought, "They are having an argument, I suppose." 1, 2, 3 hours passed, and still the reverend father did not come out. What had happened? Had my uncle died in a fit when he saw him, or had he killed the gentleman? Perhaps they had mutually devoured each other? This last supposition appeared very unlikely, for I fancy that my uncle was quite incapable of swallowing a grain more nourishment at that moment. At last the day broke. I was very uneasy, and, not venturing to go into the house myself, went to one of my friends who lived opposite. I woke him up, explained matters to him, much to his amusement and astonishment, and took possession of his window. At 9 o'clock he relieved me, and I got a little sleep. At 2 o'clock I, in my turn, replaced him. We were utterly astonished. At 6 o'clock the Jesuit left, with a very happy and satisfied look on his face, and we saw him go away with a quiet step. Then, timid and ashamed, I went and knocked at the door of my uncle's house, and when the servant opened it I did not dare to ask her any questions, but went upstairs without saying a word. My uncle was lying, pale and exhausted, with weary, sorrowful eyes and heavy arms, on his bed. A little religious picture was fastened to one of the bed curtains with a pin. "Why, uncle," I said, "in bed still, are you not well?" He replied in a feeble voice, "Oh, my dear boy, I have been very ill, nearly dead." "How was that, uncle?" "I don't know, it was most surprising, but what is stranger still is that the Jesuit priest who has just left, you know, that excellent man who I have made such fun of, had a divine revelation of my state, and came to see me." I was seized with an almost uncontrollable desire to laugh, and with difficulty said, "Oh, really?" "Yes, he came. He heard a voice telling him to get up and come to me because I was going to die. I was a revelation." I pretended to sneeze so as not to burst out laughing. I felt inclined to roll on the ground with amusement. In about a minute I managed to say indignantly, "And you received him, uncle? You, a freethinker? A Freemason? You did not have him thrown out of doors?" He seemed confused, and stammered, "Listen a moment. It is so astonishing and providential. He also spoke to me about my father. It seems he knew him formerly." "Your father, uncle, but that is no reason for receiving a Jesuit." "I know that, but I was very ill, and he looked after me most devotedly all night long. He was perfect. No doubt he saved my life. Those men all know a little of medicine." "Oh, he looked after you all night? But you said just now that he had only been gone a short time." "That is quite true. I kept him to breakfast after all his kindness. He had it at a table by my bedside while I drank a cup of tea." "And he ate meat?" My uncle looked vexed, as if I had said something very uncalled for, and then added, "Don't joke, Gaston. Such things are out of place at times. He has shown me more devotion than many a relation would have done, and I expect to have his convictions respected." This rather upset me, but I answered nevertheless, "Very well, uncle, and what did you do after breakfast?" "We played a game of bezique, and then he repeated his breviary while I read a little book which he happened to have in his pocket, and which was not by any means badly written." "A religious book, uncle?" "Yes and no, or rather, no. It is the history of their missions in Central Africa, and is rather a book of travels and adventures. What these men have done is very grand." I began to feel that matters were going badly, so I got up. "Well, goodbye, uncle," I said. "I see you are going to give up Freemasonry for religion. You are a renegade." He was still rather confused, and stammered, "Well, but religion is a sort of Freemasonry." "When is your Jesuit coming back?" I asked. I don't know exactly. Tomorrow, perhaps, but it is not certain." I went out, altogether overwhelmed. My joke turned out very badly for me. My uncle became thoroughly converted, and if that had been all I should not have cared so much. Clerical or Freemason, to me it is all the same. 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. But the worst of it is that he has just made his will, yes, made his will, and disinherited me in favor of that rascally Jesuit. End of section 67. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 68 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 68. The Baroness. "Come with me," said my friend Boiseren. "You will see some very interesting bric-a-brac and works of art there." He conducted me to the first floor of an elegant house in one of the big streets of Paris. We were welcomed by a very pleasing man, with excellent manners, who led us from room to room, showing us rare things, the price of which he mentioned carelessly. Large sums, 10, 20, 30, 50,000 francs, dropped from his lips with such grace and ease, that one could not doubt that this gentleman merchant had millions shut up in his safe. I had known him by reputation for a long time. Very bright, clever, intelligent, he acted as intermediary in all sorts of transactions. He kept in touch with all the richest art amateurs in Paris, and even of Europe and America, knowing their tastes and preferences. He apprised them by letter, or by wire if they lived in a distant city, and as soon as he knew of some work of art which might suit them, he called. Men of the best society had had recourse to him in times of difficulty, either to find money for gambling, or to pay off a debt, or to sell a picture, a family jewel, or a tapestry. It was said that he never refused his services when he saw a chance of gain. Boiseren seemed very intimate with this strange merchant. They must have worked together in many a deal. I observed the man with great interest. He was tall, thin, bald, and very elegant. His soft, insinuating voice had a peculiar, tempting charm which seemed to give the objects a special value. When he held anything in his hands, he turned it round and round, looking at it with such skill, refinement, and sympathy that the object seemed to immediately be beautiful and transformed by his look and touch, and its value increased in one's estimation after the object had passed from the showcase into his hands. "And your crucifix," said Boiseren. "That beautiful Renaissance crucifix which you showed me last year." The man smiled and answered, "It has been sold, and in a very peculiar manner. There is a real Parisian story for you. Would you like to hear it?" "With pleasure." "Do you know the Baroness Semaris?" "Yes and no. I have seen her once, but I know what she is." "You know everything?" "Yes." "Would you mind telling me, so that I can see whether or not you are mistaken?" Certainly. Madame Samaris is a woman of the world who has a daughter, without anyone having known her husband. At any rate, she is received in a certain tolerant or blind society. She goes to church and devoutly partakes of communion, so that everyone may know it, and she never compromises herself. She expects her daughter to marry well. Is that correct?" "Yes, but I will complete your information. She is a woman who makes herself respected by her admirers in spite of everything. That is a rare quality, for in this manner she can get what she wishes from a man. The man whom she has chosen without his suspecting it courts her for a long time, longs for her timidly, wins her with astonishment, and possesses her with consideration. He does not notice that he is paying. She is so tactful, and she maintains her relations on such a footing of reserve and dignity that he would slap the first man who dared doubt her in the least, and all this in the best of faith. Several times I have been able to render little services to this woman. She has no secrets from me. Toward the beginning of January she came to me in order to borrow 50,000 francs. Naturally I did not lend them to her, as I wished to oblige her. I told her to explain her situation to me completely, so that I might see whether or not there was something else I could do for her. She told me her troubles in such cautious language that she could not have spoken more delicately of her child's first communion. I finally managed to understand that times were hard and that she was penniless. The commercial crisis, political unrest, rumors of war had made money scarce, even in the hands of her clients. And then, of course, she was very particular. She would associate only with a man in the best of society, who could strengthen her reputation as well as help her financially. A reveler, no matter how rich, would have compromised her forever, and would have made the marriage of her daughter quite doubtful. She had to maintain her household expenses and continue to entertain, in order not to lose the opportunity of finding, among her numerous visitors, the discreet and distinguished friend for whom she was waiting, and whom she would choose. I showed her that my 30,000 francs would have but little likelihood of returning to me, for, after spending them all, she would have to find at least 60,000 more, in a lump, to pay me back. She seemed very disheartened when she heard this. I did not know just what to do, when an idea, a really fine idea, struck me. I had just bought this Renaissance crucifix which I showed you, an admirable piece of workmanship, one of the finest of its land that I have ever seen. "My dear friend," I said to her, "I am going to send you that piece of ivory. You will invent some ingenious, touching, poetic story, anything that you wish, to explain your desire for parting with it. It is, of course, a family heirloom left for you by your father. I will send you amateurs, or will bring them to you. The rest concerns you. Before they come I will drop you a line about their position, both social and financial. This crucifix is worth 50,000 francs, but I will let it go for 30,000. The difference will belong to you." She considered the matter seriously for several minutes, and then answered, "Yes, it is, perhaps, a good idea. I thank you very much." The next day I sent her my crucifix, and the same evening the Baron de Saint-Hopital. For 3 months I sent her my best clients, from a business point of view, but I heard nothing more from her. One day I received a visit from a foreigner who spoke very little French. I decided to introduce him personally to the Baroness in order to see how she was getting along. A footman in black livery received us and ushered us into a quiet little parlour, furnished with taste, where we waited for several minutes. She appeared, charming as usual, extended her hand to me and invited us to be seated, and when I had explained the reason of my visit, she rang. The footman appeared. "See if Mademoiselle Isabelle can let us go into her oratory." The young girl herself brought the answer. She was about 15 years of age, modest and good to look upon in the sweet freshness of her youth. She wished to conduct us herself to her chapel. It was a kind of religious boudoir where a silver lamp was burning before the crucifix, my crucifix, on a background of black velvet. The setting was charming and very clever. The child crossed herself, and then said, "Look, gentlemen, isn't it beautiful?" I took the object, examined it, and declared it to be remarkable. The foreigner also examined it, but he seemed much more interested in the 2 women than the crucifix. A delicate odor of incense, flowers, and perfume pervaded the whole house. One felt at home there. This really was a comfortable home where I would have liked to linger. When we had returned to the parlour, I delicately broached the subject of the price. Madame Saint-Maurice, lowering her eyes, asked 50,000 francs. Then she added, "If you wish to see it again, monsieur, I very seldom go out before 3 o'clock, and I can be found at home every day." In the street the stranger asked me for some details about the Baroness, whom he had found charming, but I did not hear anything more from either of them. 3 months passed by. One morning, hardly 2 weeks ago, she came here at lunch-time, and, placing a roll of bills in my hand, said, "My dear, you are an angel. Here are 50,000 francs, I am buying your crucifix, and I am paying 20,000 francs more for it than the price agreed upon, on condition that you always, always send your clients to me, for it is still on sale." End of section 68. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 69 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 69. Mother and Son. A party of men were chatting in the smoking room after dinner. We were talking of unexpected legacies, strange inheritances. Then Monsieur Le Brumont, who is sometimes called the illustrious judge, and at other times the illustrious lawyer, went and stood with his back to the fire. "I have," said he, "to search for an heir who disappeared under peculiarly distressing circumstances. It is one of those simple and terrible dramas of ordinary life, a thing which possibly happens every day, and which is nevertheless one of the most dreadful things I know. Here are the facts. Nearly 6 months ago, I was called to the bedside of a dying woman. She said to me, 'Monsieur, I want to entrust to you the most delicate, most difficult, and the most wearisome mission that you can conceive. Be good enough to notice my will, which is there on the table. A sum of 5,000 francs is left to you as a fee if you do not succeed, and of 100,000 francs if you do succeed. I want you to find my son after my death.' She asked me to assist her to sit up in bed, in order that she might talk with greater ease, for her voice, broken and gasping, was whistling in her throat. It was a very wealthy establishment. The luxurious apartment, of an elegant simplicity, was upholstered with materials as thick as walls, with a soft, inviting surface. The dying woman continued, "You are the first to hear my horrible story. I will try to have strength enough to finish it. You must know all, in order that you, whom I know to be a kind-hearted man as well as a man of the world, may have a sincere desire to aid me with all your power. Listen to me. Before my marriage, I loved a young man, whose suit was rejected by my family because he was not rich enough. Not long afterward, I married a man of great wealth. I married him through ignorance, through obedience, through indifference, as young girls do marry. I had a child, a boy. My husband died in the course of a few years. He whom I had loved had married in his turn. When he saw that I was a widow, he was crushed by grief at knowing he was not free. He came to see me. He wept and sobbed so bitterly that it was enough to break my heart. He came to see me at first as a friend. Perhaps I ought not to have received him. What could I do? I was alone, so sad, so solitary, so hopeless, and I loved him still. What sufferings we women sometimes have to endure. I had only him in the world, my parents being dead. He came frequently, he spent whole evenings with me. I should not have let him come so often, seeing that he was married, but I had not enough will-power to prevent him from coming. How can I tell it? He became my lover. How did this come about? Can I explain it? Can anyone explain such things? Do you think it could be otherwise when two human beings are drawn to each other by the irresistible force of mutual affection? Do you believe, monsieur, that it is always in our power to resist, that we can keep up the struggle forever, and refuse to yield to the prayers, the supplications, the tears, the frenzied words, the appeals on bended knees, the transports of passion with which we are pursued by the man we adore, whom we want to gratify even in his slightest wishes, whom we desire to crown with every possible happiness, and whom, if we are to be guided by a worldly code of honor, we must drive to despair? What strength would it not require? What a renunciation of happiness! What self-denial, and even what virtuous selfishness! In short, monsieur, I was his mistress, and I was happy. I became, and this was my greatest weakness and my greatest piece of cowardice, I became his wife's friend. We brought up my son together. We made a man of him, a thorough man, intelligent, full of sense and resolution, of large and generous ideas. The boy reached the age of 17. He, the young man, was fond of my lover, almost as fond of him as I was myself, for he had been equally cherished and cared for by both of us. He used to call him his dear friend, and respected him immensely, having never received from him anything but wise counsels, and an example of integrity, honor, and probity. He looked upon him as an old loyal and devoted comrade of his mother, as a sort of moral father, guardian, protector. How am I to describe it? Perhaps the reason why he never asked any questions was that he had been accustomed from his earliest years to see this man in my house, at my side, and at his side, always concerned about us both. On the evening the three of us were to dine together, this was my chief amusement, and I waited for the two men, asking myself which of them would be first to arrive. The door opened. It was my old friend. I went toward him with outstretched arms, and he pressed my lips in a long, delicious kiss. All of a sudden, a slight sound, a faint rustling, that mysterious sensation which indicates the presence of another person, made us start and turned around abruptly. Jean, my son, stood there livid, staring at us. There was a moment of atrocious confusion. I drew back, holding out my hand toward my son as if in supplication, but I could not see him. He had gone. We remained facing each other, my lover and I, crushed, unable to utter a word. I sank into an armchair, and I felt by desire, a vague, powerful desire, to flee, to go out into the night and to disappear forever. Then convulsive sobs rose in my throat, and I wept, shaken with spasms, my heart breaking, all my nerves writhing in the horrible sensation of an irreparable misfortune, and with that dreadful sense of shame which, in such moments as this, fills a mother's heart. He looked at me in a terrified manner, not venturing to approach, to speak to me, or to touch me, for fear of the boy's return. At last he said, "I am going to follow him, to talk to him, to explain matters to him. In short, I must see him and let him know," and he hurried away. I waited in a distracted frame of mind, trembling at the least sound, starting with fear and with some unutterably strange and intolerable emotion at every slight crackling of the fire in the grate. I waited an hour, 2 hours, feeling my heart swell with such a dread I had never before experienced, such anguish that I would not wish the greatest criminal to endure 10 minutes of such misery. Where was my son? What was he doing? About midnight, a messenger brought me a note from my lover. I still know its contents by heart. "Has your son returned? I did not find him. I am down here. I do not want to go up at this hour." I wrote in pencil on the same slip of paper, "Jean has not returned. You must find him." And I remained all night in my armchair waiting for him. I felt as if I were going mad. I longed to run wildly about, to roll on the ground. and yet I did not even stir, but kept waiting hour after hour. What was going to happen? I tried to imagine, to guess, but I could form no conception, in spite of my efforts, in spite of the tortures of my soul. And now I feared that they might meet. What would they do in that case? What would my son do? My mind was torn with fearful doubts, with terrible suppositions. You can understand my feelings, can you not, monsieur? My chambermaid, who knew nothing, who understood nothing, came into the room every moment, believing, naturally, that I had lost my reason. I sent her away with a word or a movement of the hand. She went for the doctor, who found me in the throes of a nervous attack. I was put to bed. I had brain fever. When I regained consciousness after a long illness, I saw beside my bed my lover, alone. I exclaimed, "My son! Where is my son?" He made no reply. I stammered, "Dead! Dead! Has he committed suicide?" "No, no, I swear it, but we have not found him in spite of all my efforts." Then, becoming suddenly exasperated and even indignant, for women are subject to such outbursts of unaccountable and unreasoning anger, I said, "I forbid you to come near me or to see me again unless you find him. Go away." He did go away. I have never seen one or the other of them since, monsieur, unless I have lived for the last 20 years. Can you imagine what all this meant to me? Can you understand this monstrous punishment, this slow, perpetual laceration of a mother's heart, this abominable, endless waiting? Endless, did I say? No, it is about to end, for I am dying. I am dying without ever seeing either of them, either one or the other. He, the man I loved, has written to me every day for the last 20 years, and I have never consented to see him, even for 1 second, for I had a strange feeling that, if he were to come back here, my son would make his appearance at the same moment. Oh, my son! My son, is he dead? Is he living? Where is he hiding? Over there, perhaps, beyond the great ocean, in some country so far away that even its very name is unknown to me. Does he ever think of me? Oh, if he only knew! How cruel one's children are! Did he understand to what frightful suffering he condemned me? Into what depths of despair, into what tortures he cast me while I was still in the prime of life, leaving me to suffer until this moment when I am about to die? Me, his mother, who loved him with all the intensity of a mother's love? Isn't it cruel? Cruel? You will tell him all this, monsieur, will you not? You will repeat to him my last words. My child, my dear, dear child, be less harsh toward poor women. Life is already brutal and savage enough in its dealings with them. My dear son, think of what the existence of your poor mother has been ever since the day you left her. My dear child, forgive her, and love her, now that she is dead, for she has had to endure the most frightful penance ever inflicted on a woman. She gasped for breath, trembling, as if she had addressed the last words to her son, and as if he stood by her bedside. Then she added, "You will tell him also, monsieur, that I never again saw the other." Once more she ceased speaking, and then, in a broken voice, she said, "Leave me now, I beg of you. I want to die all alone, since they are not with me." Maître Lebrunmont added, "And I left the house, messieurs, crying like a fool, so bitterly indeed, that my coachman turned round to stare at me. And to think that every day dramas like this are being enacted all around us. I have not found that son. The son, well, say what you like about him, but I call him that criminal son." End of section 69. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 70 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 70. The Hand. All were crowding round Monsieur Bermutier, the judge, who was giving his opinion about the St. Cloud mystery. For a month this inexplicable crime had been the talk of Paris. Nobody could make head or tail of it. Monsieur Bermutier, standing with his back to the fireplace, was talking, citing the evidence, discussing the various theories, but arriving at no conclusion. Some women had risen, in order to get nearer to him, and were standing with their eyes fastened on the clean-shaven face of the judge, who was saying such weighty things. They were shaking and trembling, moved by fear and curiosity, and by the eager and insatiable desire for the horrible which haunts the soul of every woman. One of them, paler than the others, said during a pause, "It's terrible. It verges on the supernatural. The truth will never be known." The judge turned to her. "True, madame, it is likely that the actual facts will never be discovered. As for the word supernatural, which you have just used, it has nothing to do with the matter. We are in the presence of a very cleverly conceived and executed crime, so well enshrouded in mystery that we cannot disentangle it from the involved circumstances which surround it. But once I had to take charge of an affair in which the uncanny seemed to play a part. In fact, the case became so confused that it had to be given up." Several women exclaimed at once, "Oh, tell us about it!" Monsieur Bermutier smiled in a dignified manner, as a judge should, and went on. Do not think, however, that I, for 1 minute, ascribed anything in the case to supernatural influences. I believe only in normal causes. But if, instead of using the word supernatural to express what we do not understand, we were simply to make use of the word inexplicable, it would be much better. At any rate, in the affair of which I am about to tell you, it is especially the surrounding, preliminary circumstances which impressed me. Here are the facts. I was, at that time, a judge in Ajaccio, a little white city on the edge of a bay which is surrounded by high mountains. The majority of the cases which came up before me concerned vendettas. There are some that are superb, dramatic, ferocious, heroic. We find there the most beautiful causes for revenge of which one could dream, enmities hundreds of years old, quieted for a time but never extinguished, abominable stratagems, murders becoming massacres, and almost deeds of glory. For 2 years I heard of nothing but the price of blood, of this terrible Corsican prejudice which compels revenge for insults meted out to the offending person and all of his descendants and relatives. I had seen old men, children, cousins murdered. My head was full of these stories. One day I learned that an Englishman had just hired a little villa at the end of the bay for several years. He had brought with him a French servant, whom he had engaged on the way at Marseilles. Soon this peculiar person, living alone, only going out to hunt and fish, aroused a widespread interest. He never spoke to anyone, never went to the town, and every morning he would practice for an hour or so with his revolver and rifle. Legends were built up around him. It was said that he was some high personage, fleeing from his fatherland for political reasons. Then it was affirmed that he was in hiding after having committed some abominable crime. Some particularly horrible circumstances were even mentioned. In my judicial position, I thought it necessary to get some information about this man, but it was impossible to learn anything. He called himself Sir John Rowell. I therefore had to be satisfied with watching him as closely as I could, but I could see nothing suspicious about his actions. However, as rumors about him were growing and becoming more widespread, I decided to try to see this stranger myself, and I began to hunt regularly in the neighborhood of his grounds. For a long time I watched without finding an opportunity. At last it came to me in the shape of a partridge, which I shot and killed right in front of the Englishman. My dog fetched it for me, but, taking the bird, I went at once to Sir John Rowell, and, begging his pardon, asked him to accept it. He was a big man, with red hair and beard, very tall, very broad, a kind of calm and polite Hercules. He had nothing of the so-called British stiffness, and in a broad English accent he thanked me warmly for my attention. At the end of the month we had had 5 or 6 conversations. One night, at last, as I was passing before his door, I saw him in the garden, seated astride a chair, smoking his pipe. I bowed, and he invited me to come in and have a glass of beer. I needed no urging. He received me with the most punctilious English courtesy, sang the praises of France and of Corsica, and declared that he was quite in love with this country. Then, with great caution and under the guise of a vivid interest, I asked him a few questions about his life and his plans. He answered without embarrassment, telling me that he had traveled a great deal in Africa, in the Indies, in America. He added, laughing, "I have had many adventures." Then I turned the conversation on hunting, and he gave me the most curious details on hunting the hippopotamus, the tiger, the elephant, and even the gorilla. I said, "Are all these animals dangerous?" He smiled. "Oh no, man is the worst." And he laughed a good broad laugh, the wholesome laugh of a contented Englishman. "I have also frequently been man-hunting." Then he began to talk about weapons, and he invited me to come in and see different makes of guns. The parlor was draped in black silk embroidered in gold. Big yellow flowers as brilliant as fire were worked on the dark material. He said, "It is the Japanese material." But in the middle of the widest panel, a strange thing attracted my attention. A black object stood out against a square of red velvet. I went up to it. It was a hand, a human hand. Not the clean white hand of a skeleton, but a dried black hand with yellow nails, the muscles exposed and traces of old blood on the bones, which were cut off as clean as though it had been chopped off with an axe, near the middle of the forearm. Around the wrist, an enormous iron chain, riveted and soldered to this unclean member, fastened it to the wall by a ring, strong enough to hold an elephant in a leash. I asked, "What is that?" The Englishman answered quietly, "That is my best enemy. It comes from America, too. The bones were severed by a sword, and the skin cut off with a sharp stone and dried in the sun for a week." I touched these human remains, which must have belonged to a giant. The uncommonly long fingers were attached by enormous tendons, which still had pieces of skin hanging to them in places. The hand was terrible to see. It made one think of some savage vengeance. I said, "This man must have been very strong." The Englishman answered quietly, "Yes, but I was stronger than he. I put on this chain to hold him." I thought that he was joking. I said, "This chain is useless now. The hand won't run away." Sir John Rowell answered seriously, "It always wants to go away. This chain is needed." I glanced at him quickly, questioning his face, and I asked myself, is he an insane man or a practical joker? But his face remained inscrutable, calm, and friendly. I turned to other subjects and admired his rifles. However, I noticed that he kept 3 loaded revolvers in the room, as though constantly in fear of some attack. I paid him several calls, then I did not go any more. People had become used to his presence, everybody had lost interest in him. A whole year rolled by. One morning, toward the end of November, my servant awoke me and announced that Sir John Rowell had been murdered during the night. Half an hour later I entered the Englishman's house, together with the police commissioner and the captain of the gendarmes. The servant, bewildered and crying in despair, was before the door. At first I suspected this man, but he was innocent. The guilty party could never be found. On entering Sir John's parlour, I noticed the body stretched out on its back in the middle of the room. His vest was torn, the sleeve of his jacket had been pulled off, everything pointed to a violent struggle. The Englishman had been strangled. His face was black, swollen, and frightful, and seemed to express a terrible fear. He held something between his teeth, and his neck, pierced by 5 or 6 holes, which looked as though they had been made by some iron instrument, was covered in blood. A physician joined us. He examined the finger marks on the neck for a long time, and then made this strange announcement. "It looks as though he had been strangled by a skeleton." A cold chill seemed to run down my back, and I looked over to where I had formerly seen the terrible hand. It was no longer there. The chain was hanging down, broken. I bent over the dead man, and, in his contracted mouth, I found one of the fingers of this varnished hand, cut, or rather sawed off by the teeth down to the second knuckle. Then the investigation began. Nothing could be discovered. No door, window, or piece of furniture had been forced. The 2 watchdogs had not been aroused from their sleep. Here, in a few words, is the testimony of the servant. For a month his master had seemed excited. He had received many letters which he would immediately burn. Often, in a fit of passion which approached madness, he had taken a switch and struck wildly at this dried hand riveted to the wall, and which had disappeared, no one knows how, at the very hour of the crime. He would go to bed very late and carefully lock himself in. He always kept weapons within reach. Often at night he would talk loudly as though he were quarreling with someone. That night, somehow, he had made no noise, and it was only on going to open the windows that the servant had found Sir John murdered. He suspected no one. I communicated what I knew of the dead man to the judges and public officials. Throughout the whole island a minute investigation was carried on. Nothing could be found out. One night, about 3 months after the crime, I had a terrible nightmare. I seemed to see the horrible hand running over my curtains and walls like an immense scorpion or spider. 3 times I awoke. 3 times I went to sleep again. 3 times I saw the hideous object galloping around my room and moving its fingers like legs. The following day the hand was brought me, found in the cemetery on the grave of Sir John Rowell, who had been buried there because we had been unable to find his family. The first finger was missing. Ladies, there is my story. I know nothing more. The women, deeply stirred, were pale and trembling. One of them exclaimed, "But that is neither a climax nor an explanation. We will be unable to sleep unless you give us your opinion of what had occurred." The judge smiled severely. "Oh, ladies, I shall certainly spoil your terrible dreams. I simply believe that the legitimate owner of the hand was not dead, that he came to get it with his remaining one. But I don't know how. It was a kind of vendetta." One of the women murmured, "No, it can't be that." And the judge, still smiling, said, "Didn't I tell you that my explanation would not satisfy you?" End of section 70. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 71 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 71. A Tress of Hair. The walls of the cell were bare and whitewashed. A narrow grated window, placed so high that one could not reach it, lighted this sinister little room. The mad inmate, seated on a straw chair, looked at us with a fixed, vacant, and haunted expression. He was very thin, with hollow cheeks and hair almost white, which one guessed might have turned gray in a few months. His clothes appeared to be too large for his shrunken limbs, his sunken chest and empty paunch. One felt that this man's mind was destroyed, eaten by his thoughts, by one thought, just as a fruit is eaten by a worm. His craze, his idea was there in his brain, insistent, harassing, destructive. It wasted his frame little by little. It, the invisible, impalpable, intangible, immaterial idea, was mining his health, drinking his blood, snuffing out his life. What a mystery was this man, being killed by an ideal. He aroused sorrow, fear, and pity, this madman. What strange, tremendous, and deadly thoughts dwelt within this forehead, which they creased with deep wrinkles which were never still. "He has terrible attacks of rage," said the doctor to me. "He is one of the most peculiar cases I have ever seen. He has seizures of erotic and macabre-esque madness. He is a sort of necrophile. He has kept a journal in which he sets forth his disease with the utmost clearness. In it you can, as it were, put your finger on it. If it would interest you, you may go over this document." I followed the doctor into his office, where he handed me this wretched man's diary, saying, "Read it and tell me what you think of it." I read as follows: "Until the age of 32, I lived peacefully without knowing love. Life appeared very simple, very pleasant, and very easy. I was rich. I enjoyed so many things that I had no passion for anything in particular. It was good to be alive. I woke happy every morning, and did those things that pleased me during the day, and went to bed at night contented, in the expectation of a peaceful tomorrow and a future without anxiety. I had had a few flirtations without my heart being touched by any true passion or wounded by any of the sensations of true love. It is good to live like that. It is better to love, but it is terrible. And yet those who love in the ordinary way must experience ardent happiness, though less than mine possibly, for love came to me in a remarkable manner. As I was wealthy, I bought all kinds of old furniture and old curiosities, and I often thought of the unknown hands that had touched these objects, of the eyes that had admired them, of the hearts that had loved them, for one does love things. I sometimes remained hours and hours looking at a little watch of the last century. It was so tiny, so pretty with its enamel and gold casing, and it kept time as on the day when a woman first bought it, enraptured at owning this dainty trinket. It had not ceased to vibrate, to live its mechanical life, and it had kept up its regular tick-tock since the last century. Who had first worn it on her bosom amid the warmth of her clothing, the heart of the watch beating beside the heart of the woman? What hand had held it in its warm fingers, turned it over and then wiped the enamelled shepherds on the case to remove the slight moisture? What eyes had watched the hands on its ornamental face for the expected, the beloved, the sacred hour? How I wished I had known her, seen her, the woman who had selected this exquisite and rare object. She is dead. I am possessed with a longing for women of former days. I love from afar all those who have loved. The story of those dead and gone loves fills my heart with regrets. Oh, the beauty, the smiles, the youthful caresses, the hopes! Should not all that be eternal? How I have wept whole nights, thinking of those poor women of former days, so beautiful, so loving, so sweet, whose arms were extended in an embrace, and who are now dead. A kiss is immortal. It goes from lips to lips, from century to century, from age to age. Men receive them, give them, and die. The past attracts me, the present terrifies me, because the future means death. I regret all that has gone by. I mourn all who have lived. I should like to check time, to stop the clock. But time goes, it passes. It takes from me each second a little of myself for the annihilation of tomorrow, and I shall never live again. Farewell, ye women of yesterday. I love you. But I am not to be pitied. I found her, the one I was waiting for, and through her I enjoyed inestimable pleasure. I was sauntering in Paris on a bright sunny morning with a happy heart and a light step, looking in at the shop windows with the vague interest of an idler. All at once I noticed in the shop of a dealer in antiques a piece of Italian furniture of the 17th century. It was very handsome, very rare. I set it down as being the work of a Venetian artist named Vitelli, who was celebrated in his day. I went on my way. Why did the remembrance of that piece of furniture haunt me with such insistence that I retraced my steps? I again stopped before the shop in order to take another look at it, and I felt that it tempted me. What a singular thing temptation is! One gazes at an object, and, little by little, it charms you, it disturbs you, it fills your thoughts as a woman's face might do. The enchantment of it penetrates your being, a strange enchantment of form, color, and appearance of an inanimate object. And one loves it, one desires it, one wishes to have it. A longing to own it takes possession of you, gently at first, as though it were timid, but growing, becoming intense, irresistible. And the dealers seem to guess, from your ardent gaze, your secret and increasing longing. I bought this piece of furniture and had it sent home at once. I placed it in my room. Oh, I am sorry for those who do not know the honeymoon of the collector with the antique he has just purchased. One looks at it tenderly and passes one's hand over it as if it were human flesh. One comes back to it every moment. One is always thinking of it wherever one goes, whatever one does. The dear recollection of it pursues you in the street, in society, everywhere, and when you return home at night, before taking off your gloves or your hat, you go and look at it with the tenderness of a lover. Truly, for 8 days, I worshipped this piece of furniture. I opened its doors and pulled out the drawers every few moments. I handled it with rapture, with all the intense joy of possession. But one evening I surmised, while I was feeling the thickness of one of the panels, that there must be a secret drawer in it. My heart began to beat, and I spent the night trying to discover this secret cavity. I succeeded on the following day by driving a knife into a slit in the wood. A panel slid back, and I saw, spread out on a piece of black velvet, a magnificent tress of hair. Yes, a woman's hair, an immense coil of fair hair, almost red, which must have been cut off close to the head, tied with a golden cord. I stood amazed, trembling, confused. An almost imperceptible perfume, so ancient that it seemed to be the spirit of a perfume, issued from this mysterious drawer and this remarkable relic. I lifted it gently, almost reverently, and took it out of its hiding-place. It at once unwound in a golden shower that reached the floor, dense but light, soft and gleaming like the tail of a comet. A strange emotion filled me. What was this? When, how, why had this hair been shut up in this drawer? What adventure, what tragedy did this souvenir conceal? Who had cut it off? A lover on a day of farewell? A husband on a day of revenge? Or the one whose head it had graced on the day of despair? Was it as she was about to take the veil, that they had cast thither that love-dowry as a pledge to the world of the living? Was it when they were going to nail down the coffin of the beautiful young corpse, that the one who adored her head cut off her tresses, the only thing that he could retain of her, the only living part of her body that would not suffer decay, the only thing he could still love and caress and kiss in his paroxysms of grief? Was it not strange that this tress should have remained as it was in life, when not an atom of the body on which it grew was in existence? It fell over my fingers, tickled the skin with a singular caress, the caress of a dead woman. It affected me so that I felt as though I should weep. I held it in my hands for a long time, then it seemed as if it disturbed me, as though something of the soul had remained in it, and I put it back on the velvet, rusty from age, and pushed in the drawer, closed the doors of the antique cabinet, and went out for a walk to meditate. I walked along, filled with sadness and also with unrest, that unrest that one feels when in love. I felt as though I must have lived before, as though I must have known this woman. And Villon's lines came to my mind like a sob. Tell me where and in what place is Flora, that beautiful Roman, Hipparchia and Thais, who was her cousin german? Echo answers in the breeze, o'er river and lake that blows, their beauty was above all praise, but where are last year's snows? The queen, white as lilies, who sang as sing the birds, Bertha Broadfoot, Beatrice, Alice, Ermengarde, Princess of Maine, and Joan the good Lorraine, burned by the English at Rouen, where are they, Virgin Queen, and where are last year's snows? When I got home again I felt an irresistible longing to see my singular treasure, and I took it out, and as I touched it, I felt a shiver go all through me. For some days, however, I was in my ordinary condition, although the thought of that tress of hair was always present to my mind. Whenever I came into the house, I had to see it and take it in my hands. I turned the key of the cabinet with the same hesitation that one opens the door leading to one's beloved, for in my hands and my heart I felt confused, singular, constant sensual longing to plunge my hands in the enchanting golden flood of those dead tresses. Then, after I had finished caressing it and had locked the cabinet, I felt as if it were a living thing, shut up in there, imprisoned, and I longed to see it again. I felt again the imperious desire to take it in my hands, to touch it, to even feel uncomfortable at the cold, slippery, irritating, bewildering contact. I lived thus for a month or two, I forget how long. It obsessed me, haunted me. I was happy and tormented by turns, as when one falls in love and after the first vows have been exchanged. I shut myself in the room with it to feel it on my skin, to bury my lips in it, to kiss it. I wound it round my face, covered my eyes with the golden flood so as to see the day gleam through its gold. I loved it. Yes, I loved it. I could not be without it, nor pass an hour without looking at it. And I waited. I waited. For what? I do not know. For her. One night I woke up suddenly, feeling as though I were not alone in my room. I was alone, nevertheless I could not go to sleep again, and, as I was tossing about feverishly, I got up to look at the golden tress. It seemed softer than usual, more lifelike. Do the dead come back? I almost lost consciousness as I kissed it. I took it back to bed with me and pressed my lips to it as if it were my sweetheart. Do the dead come back? She came back. Yes, I saw her. I held her in my arms just as she was in life. Tall, fair, and round. She came back every evening, the dead woman, the beautiful, adorable, mysterious unknown. My happiness was so great that I could not conceal it. No lover ever tasted such intense, terrible enjoyment. I loved her so well that I could not be separated from her. I took her with me always and everywhere. I walked about the town with her as if she were my wife, and took her to the theatre, always to a private box. But they saw her. They guessed. They arrested me. They put me in prison like a criminal. They took her. Oh, misery! Here the manuscript stopped, and as I suddenly raised my astonished eyes to the doctor, a terrific cry, a howl of impotent rage and of exasperated longing resounded through the asylum. "Listen," said the doctor. "We have to douse the obscene madman with water 5 times a day. Sergeant Bertrand was the only one who was in love with the dead." Filled with astonishment, horror, and pity, I stammered out, "But that tress, did it really exist?" The doctor rose, opened a cabinet full of files and instruments, and tossed over a long tress of hair which flew toward me like a golden bird. I shivered at feeling its soft, light touch in my hands, and I sat there, my heart beating with disgust and desire. Disgust is at the contact of anything accessory to a crime, and desire is at the temptation of some infamous and mysterious thing. The doctor said as he shrugged his shoulders, "The mind of man is capable of anything." End of section 71. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 72 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 72. On the River. I rented a little country house last summer on the banks of the Seine, several leagues from Paris, and went out there to sleep every evening. After a few days I made the acquaintance of one of my neighbors, a man between 30 and 40, who certainly was the most curious specimen I have ever met. He was an old boating man, and crazy about boating. He was always beside the water, on the water, or in the water. He must have been born in a boat, and he will certainly die in a boat at the last. One evening, as we were walking along the banks of the Seine, I asked him to tell me some stories about his life on the water. The good man at once became animated, his whole expression changed, he became eloquent, almost poetical. There was in his heart one great passion, an absorbing, irresistible passion, the river. "Ah," he said to me, "how many memories I have, connected with that river that you see flowing beside us. You people who live in streets know nothing about the river, but listen to a fisherman as he mentions the word. To him it is a mysterious thing, profound, unknown, a land of mirages and phantasmagoria, where one sees by night things that do not exist, hears sounds that one does not recognize, trembles without knowing why, as in passing through a cemetery, and it is, in fact, the most sinister of cemeteries, one in which one has no tomb. The land seems limited to the river boatman, and on dark nights when there is no moon, the river seems limitless. A sailor has not the same feeling for the sea. It is often remorseless and cruel, it is true, but it shrieks, it roars, it is honest, the great sea, while the river is silent and perfidious. It does not speak, it flows along without a sound, and this eternal motion of flowing water is more terrible to me than the high waves of the ocean. Dreamers maintain that the sea hides in its bosom vast tracts of blue, where those who are drowned roam along with the big fishes, amid strange forests and crystal grottos. The river has only black depths where one rots in the slime. It is beautiful, however, when it sparkles in the light of the rising sun, and gently laps its banks covered with whispering reeds. The poet says, speaking of the ocean, "O waves, what mournful tragedies you know! Deep waves, the dread of kneeling mothers' hearts! Ye tell them to each other as ye roll on flowing tide, and this it is that gives the sad despairing tones unto your voice, as on ye roll at eve by mounting tide." Well, I think that the stories whispered by the slender reeds, with their little soft voices, must be more sinister than the lugubrious tragedies told by the roaring of the waves. But as you have asked for some of my recollections, I will tell you of a singular adventure that happened to me 10 years ago. I was living, as I am now, in Mother Lafon's house, and one of my closest friends, Louis René, who has now given up boating, his low shoes and his bare neck, to go into the Supreme Court, was living at the village of C, 2 leagues further down the river. We dined together every day, sometimes at his house, sometimes at mine. One evening, as I was coming home along and was pretty tired, rowing with difficulty my big boat, a 12-footer, which I always took out at night, I stopped a few moments to draw breath near the reed-covered point yonder, about 200 meters from the railway bridge. It was a magnificent night, the moon shone brightly, the river gleamed, the air was calm and soft. This peacefulness tempted me. I thought to myself that it would be pleasant to smoke a pipe in this spot. I took up my anchor and cast it into the river. The boat floated downstream with the current to the end of the chain and then stopped, and I seated myself in the stern on my sheepskin and made myself as comfortable as possible. There was not a sound to be heard, except that I occasionally thought I could perceive an almost imperceptible lapping of the water against the bank, and I noticed taller groups of reeds which assumed strange shapes, and seemed, at times, to move. The river was perfectly calm, but I felt myself affected by the unusual silence that surrounded me. All the creatures, frogs and toads, those nocturnal singers of the marsh, were silent. Suddenly a frog croaked to my right and close beside me. I shuddered. It ceased, and I heard nothing more, and resolved to smoke to soothe my mind. But, although I was a noted colorer of pipes, I could not smoke. At the second draw I was nauseated, and gave up trying. I began to sing. The sound of my voice was distressing to me. So I lay still, but presently the slight motion of the boat disturbed me. It seemed to me as if she were making huge lurches from bank to bank of the river, touching each bank alternately. Then I felt as though an invisible force or being were drawing her to the surface of the water and lifting her out, to let her fall again. I was tossed about as in a tempest. I heard noises around me. I sprang to my feet with a single bound. The water was glistening. All was calm. I saw that my nerves were somewhat shaky, and I resolved to leave the spot. I pulled the anchor chain. The boat began to move. Then I felt a resistance. I pulled harder, and the anchor did not come up. It had caught on something at the bottom of the river, and I could not raise it. I began pulling again, but all in vain. Then with my oars I turned the boat with its head upstream to change the position of the anchor. It was no use, it was still caught. I flew into a rage and shook the chain furiously. Nothing budged. I sat down disheartened and began to reflect on my situation. I could not dream of breaking this chain or detaching it from the boat, for it was massive and was riveted at the bows to a piece of wood as thick as my arm. However, as the weather was so fine, I thought that it would probably not be long before some fishermen came to my aid. My ill luck had quieted me. I sat down and was able, at length, to smoke my pipe. I had a bottle of rum. I drank 2 or 3 glasses and was able to laugh at the situation. It was very warm, so that, if need be, I could sleep out under the stars without any great harm. All at once there was a little knock at the side of the boat. I gave a start, and a cold sweat broke out all over me. The noise was, doubtless, caused by some piece of wood borne along by the current, but that was enough, and I again became a prey to a strange, nervous agitation. I seized the chain and tensed my muscles in a desperate effort. The anchor held firm. I sat down again, exhausted. The river had slowly become enveloped in a thick white fog which lay close to the water, so that when I stood up I could see neither the river, nor my feet, nor my boat, but could perceive only the tops of the reeds, and farther off in the distance the plain, lying white in the moonlight, with big black patches rising up from it towards the sky, which were formed by groups of Italian poplars. It was as if I was buried to the waist in a cloud of cotton of singular whiteness, and all sorts of strange fancies came into my mind. I thought that someone was trying to climb into my boat, which I could no longer distinguish, and that the river, hidden by the thick fog, was full of strange creatures which were swimming all around me. I felt horribly uncomfortable. My forehead felt as if it had a tight band around it. My heart beat so fast that it almost suffocated me, and almost beside myself I thought of swimming away from the place. But then again the very idea made me tremble with fear. I saw myself lost, going by guesswork in the heavy fog, struggling about amid the grasses and reeds which I could not escape, my breath rattling with fear, neither seeing the bank nor finding my boat, and it seemed as if I would feel myself dragged down by the feet to the bottom of these black waters. In fact, I should have had to ascend the stream at least 500 meters before finding a spot free from grasses and rushes where I could land. There were 9 chances to 1 that I could not find my way in the fog, and that I should drown, no matter how well I could swim. I tried to reason with myself. My will made me resolve not to be afraid, but there was something in me besides my will, and that other thing was afraid. I asked myself, what was there to be afraid of? My brave ego ridiculed my coward ego, and never did I realize, as on that day, the existence in us of 2 rival personalities, one desiring a thing, the other resisting, and each winning the day in turn. This stupid, inexplicable fear increased and became terror. I remained motionless, my eyes staring, my ears on the stretch with expectation. Of what? I did not know, but it must be something terrible. I believe if it had occurred to a fish to jump out of the water, as often happens, nothing more would have been required to make me fall over, stiff and unconscious. However, by a violent effort I succeeded in becoming almost rational again. I took up my bottle of rum and took several pulls. Then an idea came to me, and I began to shout with all my might towards all the points of the compass in succession. When my throat was absolutely paralyzed, I listened. A dog was howling at a great distance. I drank some more rum and stretched myself out at the bottom of the boat. I remained there about an hour, perhaps 2, not sleeping, my eyes wide open, with nightmares all about me. I did not dare to rise, and yet I intensely longed to do so. I delayed it from moment to moment. I said to myself, "Come, get up," and I was afraid to move. At last I raised myself with infinite caution, as though my life depended on the slightest sound that I might make. I looked over the edge of the boat. I was dazzled by the most marvelous, the most astonishing sight that it is possible to see. It was one of those phantasmagoria of fairyland, one of those sights described by travelers on their return from distant lands, whom we listen to without believing. The fog which, 2 hours before, had floated on the water, had gradually cleared off and massed on the banks, leaving the river absolutely clear, while it formed on either bank an uninterrupted wall 6 or 7 meters high, which shone in the moonlight with the dazzling brilliance of snow. One saw nothing but the river gleaming with light between these 2 white mountains, and high above my head sailed the great full moon in the midst of a bluish, milky sky. All the creatures in the water were awake. The frogs croaked furiously, while every few moments I heard, first to the right and then to the left, the abrupt, monotonous, and mournful metallic note of the bullfrogs. Strange to say, I was no longer afraid. I was in the midst of such an unusual landscape that the most remarkable things would not have astonished me. How long this lasted I do not know, for I ended by falling asleep. When I opened my eyes the moon had gone down and the sky was full of clouds. The water lapped mournfully, the wind was blowing, it was pitch dark. I drank the rest of the rum, then listened, while I trembled, to the rustling of the reeds and the foreboding sound of the river. I tried to see, but could not distinguish my boat, nor even my hands, which I held up close to my eyes. Little by little, however, the blackness became less intense. All at once I thought I noticed a shadow gliding past, quite near me. I shouted. A voice replied. It was a fisherman. I called him. He came near, and I told him of my ill luck. He rowed his boat alongside of mine, and together we pulled at the anchor chain. The anchor did not move. Day came, cloudy gray, rainy and cold, one of those days that bring one sorrows and misfortunes. I saw another boat. We hailed it. The man on board of her joined his efforts to ours, and gradually the anchor yielded. It rose, but slowly, loaded down by a considerable weight. At length we perceived a black mass, and we drew it on board. It was the corpse of an old woman with a big stone around her neck. End of section 72. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 73 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 73. The Cripple. The following adventure happened to me about 1882. I had just taken the train and settled down in a corner, hoping that I should be left alone, when the door suddenly opened again, and I heard a voice say, "Take care, monsieur, we are just at a crossing, the step is very high." Another voice answered, "That's all right, Laurent, I have a firm grip on the handle." Then a head appeared, and 2 hands seized the leather straps hanging on either side of the door and slowly pulled up an enormous body, whose feet striking on the step sounded like 2 canes. When the man had hoisted his torso into the compartment, I noticed, at the loose edge of his trousers, the end of a wooden leg, which was soon followed by its mate. A head appeared behind this traveller and asked, "Are you all right, monsieur?" "Yes, my boy." "Then here are your packages and crutches." And a servant, who looked like an old soldier, climbed in, carrying in his arms a stack of bundles wrapped in black and yellow papers and carefully tied. He placed one after the other in the net over his master's head. Then he said, "There, monsieur, that is all. There are 5 of them. The candy, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras." "Very well, my boy." "Thank you, Laurent. Good health." The man closed the door and walked away, and I looked at my neighbor. He was about 35, although his hair was almost white. He wore the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. He had a heavy mustache and was quite stout, with the stoutness of a strong and active man who is kept motionless on account of some infirmity. He wiped his brow, sighed, and, looking me full in the face, he asked, "Does smoking annoy you, monsieur?" "No, monsieur." Surely I knew that eye, that voice, that face, but when and where had I seen him? I had certainly met that man, spoken to him, shaken his hand. That was long, long time ago. It was lost in the haze wherein the mind seems to feel around blindly for memories and pursues them like fleeing phantoms without being able to seize them. He, too, was observing me, staring me out of countenance, with the persistence of a man who remembers slightly but not completely. Our eyes, embarrassed by this persistent contact, turned away. Then, after a few minutes, drawn together again by the obscure and tenacious will of working memory, they met once more, and I said, "Monsieur, instead of staring at each other for an hour or so, would it not be better to try to discover where we have known each other?" My neighbor answered graciously, "You are quite right, monsieur." I named myself. "I am Henri Bonclair, a magistrate." He hesitated for a few minutes. Then, with the vague look and voice which accompany great mental tension, he said, "Oh, I remember perfectly. I met you 12 years ago, before the war, at the Poincel." "Yes, monsieur, you are the Lieutenant Revalier?" "Yes, I was Captain Revalier, even up to the time when I lost my feet, both of them together from one cannonball." Now that we knew each other's identity, we looked at each other again. I remembered perfectly the handsome, slender youth who led the cotillons with such frenzied agility and gracefulness that he had been nicknamed the Fury. Going back into the dim, distant past, I recalled the story which I had heard and forgotten, one of those stories to which one listens but forgets, and which leave a faint impression upon the memory. There was something about love in it. Little by little the shadows cleared up, and the face of a young girl appeared before my eyes. Then her name struck me with the force of an explosion. Mademoiselle de Mandel. I remembered everything now. It was indeed a love story, but quite commonplace. The young girl loved this young man, and when I had met them, there was already talk of the approaching wedding. The youth seemed to be very much in love, very happy. I raised my eye to the net, where all the packages had been brought in by the servant, and where they were trembling from the motion of the train. and the voice of the servant came back to me, as if he had just finished speaking. He had said, "There, monsieur, that is all. There are 5 of them. The candy, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras." Then in a second a whole romance unfolded itself in my head. It was like all those which I had already read, where the young lady married notwithstanding the catastrophe, whether physical or financial. Therefore this officer had been maimed in the war, and had returned, after the campaign, to the young girl who had given him her promise, and she had kept her word. I considered that very beautiful, but simple, just as one considers simple all devotions and climaxes in books or in plays. It always seems, when one reads or listens to these stories of magnanimity, that one could sacrifice oneself with enthusiastic pleasure and overwhelming joy. But the following day, when an unfortunate friend comes to borrow some money, there is a strange revulsion of feeling. But suddenly another supposition, less poetic and more realistic, replaced the first one. Perhaps he had married before the war, before this frightful accident, and she, in despair and resignation, had been forced to receive, care for, cheer, and support this husband, who had departed a handsome man and had returned without his feet, a frightful wreck, forced into immobility, powerless anger, and fatal obesity. Was he happy or in torture? I was seized with an irresistible desire to know his story, or at least the principal points, which would permit me to guess which he could not or would not tell me. Still thinking the matter over, I began talking to him. We had exchanged a few commonplace words, and I raised my eyes to the net and thought, he must have 3 children. The bonbons are for his wife, the doll for his little girl, the drum and the gun for his sons, and the pâté de foie gras for himself. Suddenly I asked him, "Are you a father, monsieur?" He answered, "No, monsieur." I suddenly felt confused, as if I had been guilty of some breach of etiquette. I continued, "I beg your pardon. I had thought that you were when I heard your servant speaking about the toys. One listens and draws conclusions unconsciously." He smiled and then murmured, "No, I am not even married. I am still at the preliminary stage." I pretended suddenly to remember, and said, "Oh, that's true. When I knew you, you were engaged to Mademoiselle de Mandel, I believe." "Yes, monsieur, your memory is excellent." I grew very bold, and added, "I also seem to remember hearing that Mademoiselle de Mandel married Monsieur... He calmly mentioned the name. Monsieur de Fleurel. "Yes, that's it. I remember it was on that occasion that I heard of your wound." I looked him full in the face, and he blushed. His full face, which was already red from the oversupply of blood, turned crimson. He answered quickly, with the sudden ardor of a man who is pleading a cause which is lost in his mind and in his heart, but which he does not wish to admit. "It is wrong, monsieur, to couple my name with that of Madame de Fleurel. When I returned from the war without my feet, alas, I would never have permitted her to become my wife. Was it possible? When one marries, monsieur, it is not in order to parade one's generosity. It is in order to live every day, every hour, every minute, every second beside a man. And if this man is disfigured as I am, is it not a death sentence to marry him? Oh, I understand. I admire all sacrifices and devotions when they have a limit, but I do not admit that a woman should give up her whole life, all joy, all her dreams, in order to satisfy the admiration of the gallery. When I hear, on the floor of my room, the tapping of my wooden legs and of my crutches, I grow angry enough to strangle my servant. Do you think that I could permit a woman to do what I myself am unable to tolerate? And then, do you think that my stumps are pretty?" He was silent. What could I say? He certainly was right. Could I blame her, hold her in contempt, even say that she was wrong? No. However, the end which conformed to the rule, to the truth, did not satisfy my poetic appetite. These heroic deeds demanded a beautiful sacrifice, which seemed to be lacking, and I felt a certain disappointment. I suddenly asked, "Has Madame de Fleurel any children?" "Yes, 1 girl and 2 boys. It is for them that I am bringing these toys. She and her husband are very kind to me." The train was going up the incline to Saint-Germain. It passed through the tunnels, entered the station, and stopped. I was about to offer my arm to the wounded officer in order to help him descend, when 2 hands were stretched up to him through the open door. "Hello, my dear Revaliere!" "Ah, hello, Fleurel!" Standing behind the man, the woman, still beautiful, was smiling and waving her hands to him. A little girl, standing beside her, was jumping for joy, and 2 young boys were eagerly watching the drum and the gun, which were passing from the car into their father's hands. When the cripple was on the ground, all the children kissed him. Then they set off, the little girl holding in her hand the small varnished rung of a crutch, just as she might walk beside her big friend and hold his thumb. End of section 73. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 74 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 74. A Stroll. When old man Laurent, bookkeeper for Messieurs Lebus and Company, left the store, he stood for a minute bewildered at the glory of the setting sun. He had worked all day in the yellow light of a small jet of gas, far in the back of the store, on a narrow court as deep as a well. The little room where he had been spending his days for 40 years was so dark that even in the middle of summer one could hardly see without gaslight from 11 till 3. It was always damp and cold, and from this hole on which his window opened came the musty odor of a sewer. For 40 years Monsieur Laurent had been arriving every morning in this prison at 8 o'clock, and he would remain there until 7 at night, bending over his books, writing with the industry of a good clerk. He was now making 3,000 francs a year, having started at 1,500. He had remained a bachelor, as his means did not allow him the luxury of a wife, and as he had never enjoyed anything, he desired nothing. From time to time, however, tired of this continuous and monotonous work, he formed a platonic wish. God, if I only had an income of 15,000 francs, I would take life easy. He had never taken life easy, as he had never had anything but his monthly salary. His life had been uneventful, without emotions, without hopes. The faculty of dreaming, with which everyone is blessed, had never developed in the mediocrity of his ambitions. When he was 21, he entered the employ of Messieurs Lebus and Company, and he had never left them. In 1856 he had lost his father, and then his mother in 1859. Since then the only incident in his life was when he moved, in 1868, because his landlord had tried to raise his rent. Every day his alarm clock, with a frightful noise of rattling chains, made him spring out of bed at 6 o'clock precisely. Twice, however, this piece of mechanism had been out of order. Once in 1866, and again in 1874, he had never been able to find out the reason why. He would dress, make his bed, sweep his room, dust his chair, and the top of his bureau. All this took him an hour and a half. Then he would go out, buy a roll at the Lahure bakery, in which he had seen 11 different owners, without the name ever changing, and he would eat this roll on the way to the office. His entire existence had been spent in the narrow, dark office, which was still decorated with the same wallpaper. He had entered there as a young man, as assistant to Monsieur Brumont, and with a desire to replace him. He had taken his place and wished for nothing more. The whole harvest of memories, which other men reap in their span of years, the unexpected events, sweet or tragic loves, adventurous journeys, all the occurrences of a free existence, all these things had remained unknown to him. Days, weeks, months, seasons, years, all were alike to him. He got up every day at the same hour, started out, arrived at the office, ate luncheon, went away, had dinner, and went to bed, without ever interrupting the regular monotony of similar actions, deeds, and thoughts. Formerly, he used to look at his blonde mustache and wavy hair in the little round mirror left by his predecessor. Now, every evening before leaving, he would look at his white mustache and bald head in the same mirror. 40 years had rolled by, long and rapid, dreary as a day of sadness and similar as the hours of a sleepless night. 40 years of which nothing remained, not even a memory, not even a misfortune, since the death of his parents. Nothing. That day Monsieur Laurent stood by the door, dazzled at the brilliancy of the setting sun, and instead of returning home, he decided to take a little stroll before dinner, a thing which happened to him 4 or 5 times a year. He reached the boulevards where people were streaming along under the green trees. It was a spring evening, one of those first warm and pleasant evenings which fill the heart with the joy of life. Monsieur Laurent went along with his mincing old man's step. He was going along with joy in his heart, at peace with the world. He reached the Champs-Élysées, and he continued to walk, enlivened by the sight of the young people trotting along. The whole sky was aflame. The Arc de Triomphe stood out against the brilliant background of the horizon, like a giant surrounded by fire. As he approached the immense monument, the old bookkeeper noticed that he was hungry, and he went into a wine dealer's for dinner. The meal was served in front of the store on the sidewalk. It consisted of some mutton, salad, and asparagus. It was the best dinner that Monsieur Laurent had had in a long time. He washed down his cheese with a small bottle of Burgundy, had his after-dinner cup of coffee, a thing which he rarely took, and finally a little pony of brandy. When he had paid, he felt quite youthful, even a little moved, and he said to himself, "What a fine evening! I will continue my stroll as far as the entrance to the Bois de Boulogne. It will do me good." He set out. An old tune which one of his neighbors used to sing kept returning to his mind. He kept on humming it over and over again. A hot, still night had fallen over Paris. Monsieur Laurent walked along the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne and watched the cabs drive by. They kept coming with their shining lights, one behind the other, giving him a glimpse of the couples inside, the women in their light dresses and the men dressed in black. It was one long procession of lovers, riding under the warm, starlit sky. They kept on coming in rapid succession. They passed by in the carriages, silent, side by side, lost in their dreams, in the emotion of desire, in the anticipation of the approaching embrace. The warm shadows seemed to be full of floating kisses. A sensation of tenderness filled the air. All these carriages full of tender couples, all these people intoxicated with the same idea, with the same thought, seemed to give out a disturbing, subtle emanation. At last Monsieur Lerat grew a little tired of walking, and he sat down on a bench to watch these carriages pass by with their burdens of love. Almost immediately a woman walked up to him and sat down beside him. "Good evening, papa," she said. He answered, "Madame, you are mistaken." She slipped her arm through his, saying, "Come along now, don't be foolish. Listen." He arose and walked away with a sadness in his heart. A few yards away another woman walked up to him and asked, "Won't you sit down beside me?" He said, "What makes you take up this life?" She stood before him and in an altered, hoarse, angry voice exclaimed, "Well, it isn't for the fun of it, anyhow." He insisted in a gentle voice, "Then what makes you?" She grumbled, "I've got to live. Foolish question." And she walked away, humming. Monsieur Lerat stood there bewildered. Other women were passing near him, speaking to him and calling to him. He felt as though he were enveloped in darkness by something disagreeable. He sat down again on a bench. The carriages were still rolling by. He thought, "I should have done better not to come here. I feel all upset." He began to think of all this venal or passionate love, of all these kisses, sold or given, which were passing by in front of him. Love, he scarcely knew it. In his lifetime he had only known 2 or 3 women, his means forcing him to live a quiet life, and he looked back at the life which he had led, so different from everybody else, so dreary, so mournful, so empty. Some people are really unfortunate. And suddenly, as though a veil had been torn from his eyes, he perceived the infinite misery, the monotony of his existence, the past, present, and future misery, his last day similar to his first one, with nothing before him, behind him, or about him, nothing in his heart or any place. The stream of carriages was still going by. In the rapid passage of the open carriage, he saw the 2 silent, loving creatures. It seemed to him that the whole of humanity was flowing on before him, intoxicated with joy, pleasure, and happiness. He alone was looking on. Tomorrow he would again be alone, always alone, more so than anyone else. He stood up, took a few steps, and suddenly he felt as tired as though he had taken a long journey on foot, and he sat down on the next bench. What was he waiting for? What was he hoping for? Nothing. He was thinking of how pleasant it must be in old age to return home and find your little children. It is pleasant to grow old when one is surrounded by those things, who owe their life to you, who love you, who caress you, who tell you charming and foolish little things which warm your heart and console you for everything. And, thinking of his empty room, clean and sad, where no one but himself ever entered, a feeling of distress filled his soul, and the place seemed to him more mournful even than his little office. Nobody ever came there, no one ever spoke in it. It was dead, silent, without the echo of a human voice. It seems as though walls retain something of the people who live within them, something of their manner, face, and voice. The very houses inhabited by happy families are gayer than the dwellings of the unhappy. His room was as barren of memories as his life. And the thought of returning to this place all alone, of getting into his bed, of again repeating all the duties and actions of every evening, this thought terrified him. As though to escape farther from this sinister home, and from the time when he would have to return to it, he arose and walked along a path to a wooded corner, where he sat down on the grass. Above him, everywhere, he heard a continuous, tremendous, confused rumble composed of countless and different noises, a vague and throbbing pulsation of life, the life-breath of Paris, breathing like a giant. The sun was already high and shed a flood of light on the Bois de Boulogne. A few carriages were beginning to drive about, and people were appearing on horseback. A couple was walking through a deserted alley. Suddenly the young woman raised her eyes and saw something brown in the branches. Surprised and anxious, she raised her hand, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Then she shrieked and fell into the arms of her companion, who was forced to lay her on the ground. The policeman who had been called cut down an old man who had hung himself with his suspenders. Examination showed that he had died the evening before. Papers found on him showed that he was a bookkeeper for Messrs. Labuse and Company, and that his name was Lerat. His death was attributed to suicide, the cause of which could not be suspected. Perhaps a sudden attack of madness. End of section 74. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 75 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 75. Alexandre. At 4 o'clock that day, as on every other day, Alexandre rolled the 3-wheeled chair for cripples up to the door of the little house. Then, in obedience to the doctor's orders, he would push his old and infirm mistress about until 6 o'clock. When he had placed the light vehicle against the step, just at the place where the old lady could most easily enter it, he went into the house, and soon a furious, hoarse old soldier's voice was heard cursing inside the house. It issued from the master, the retired ex-captain of infantry, Joseph Marambal. Then could be heard the noise of doors being slammed, chairs being pushed about, and hasty footsteps, then nothing more. After a few seconds, Alexandre reappeared on the threshold, supporting with all his strength Madame Marambal, who was exhausted from the exertion of descending the stairs. When she was at last settled in the rolling chair, Alexandre passed behind it, grasped the handle, and set out toward the river. Thus they crossed the little town every day amid the respectful greeting of all. These bows were perhaps meant as much for the servant as for the mistress, for if she was loved and esteemed by all, this old trooper, with his long, white, patriarchal beard, was considered a model domestic. The July sun was beating down unmercifully on the street, bathing the low houses in its crude and burning light. Dogs were sleeping on the sidewalk in the shade of the houses, and Alexandre, a little out of breath, hastened his footsteps in order to sooner arrive at the avenue which leads to the water. Madame Marambal was already slumbering under her white parasol, the point of which sometimes grazed along the man's impassive face. As soon as they had reached the Allée des Toulouse, she awoke in the shade of the trees, and she said in a kindly voice, "Go more slowly, my poor boy, you will kill yourself in this heat." Along this path, completely covered by arched linden trees, the Maupassant flowed in its winding bed bordered by willows. The gurgling of the eddies and the splashing of the little waves against the rocks lent to the walk the charming music of babbling water and the freshness of damp air. Madame Marambal inhaled with deep delight the humid charm of this spot, and then murmured, "Ah, I feel better now, but he wasn't in good humor today." Alexandre answered, "No, madame." For 35 years he had been in the service of this couple, first as an officer's orderly, then as a simple valet who did not wish to leave his masters, and for 6 long years, every afternoon, he had been wheeling his mistress about through the narrow streets of the town. From this long and devoted service, and then from his daily tete-a-tete, a kind of familiarity arose between the old lady and the devoted servant, affectionate on her part, deferential on his. They talked over the affairs of the house exactly as if they were equals. Their principal subject of conversation and of worry was the bad disposition of the captain, soured by a long career which had begun with promise, run along without promotion, and ended without glory. Madame Marambal continued, "He certainly was not in a good humor today. This happens too often since he has left the service." And Alexandre, with a sigh, completed his mistress's thoughts. "Oh, madame might say that it happens every day, and that it also happened before leaving the army." "That is true, but the poor man has been so unfortunate. He began with a brave deed, which obtained for him the Legion of Honor at the age of 20, and then from 20 to 50 he was not able to rise higher than captain, whereas at the beginning he expected to retire with at least the rank of colonel. Madame might also admit that it was his fault. If he had not always been as cutting as a whip, his superiors would have loved and protected him better. Harshness is of no use. One should try to please if one wishes to advance. As far as his treatment of us is concerned, it is also our fault, since we are willing to remain with him, but with others it's different." Madame Marambal was thinking, oh, for how many years had she thus been thinking of the brutality of her husband, whom she had married long ago because he was a handsome officer, decorated quite young, and full of promise, so they said. What mistakes one makes in life. She murmured, "Let us stop a while, my poor Alexandre, and you rest on that bench." It was a little worm-eaten bench placed at a turn in the alley. Every time they came in this direction, Alexandre was accustomed to making a short pause on this seat. He sat down, and with a proud and familiar gesture, he took his beautiful white beard in his hand, and closing his fingers over it, ran them down to the point, which he held for a minute at the pit of his stomach, as if to once more verify the length of this growth. Madame Marambal continued, "I married him. It is only just and natural that I should bear his injustice. But what I do not understand is why you should have also supported it, my good Alexandre." He merely shrugged his shoulders and answered, "Oh, madame." She added, "Really, I have often wondered. When I married him, you were his orderly, and you could hardly do otherwise than endure him. But why did you remain with us, who pay you so little, and who treat you so badly, when you could have done as everyone else does? Settle down, marry, have a family?" He answered, "Oh, madame, with me it's different." Then he was silent, but he kept pulling his beard as if he were ringing a bell within him, as if he were trying to pull it out, and he rolled his eyes like a man who was greatly embarrassed. Madame Marambal was following her own train of thought. "You are not a peasant, you have an education." He interrupted her proudly. "I studied surveying, madame." "Then why did you stay with us and blast your prospects?" He stammered, That's it, it's the fault of my disposition." "How so of your disposition?" "Well, when I become attached to a person, I become attached to him, that's all." She began to laugh. "You are not going to try to tell me that Marambal's sweet disposition caused you to become attached to him for life." He was fidgeting about on his bench, visibly embarrassed, and he muttered behind his long beard, "It was not he, it was you." The old lady, who who had a sweet face with a snowy line of curly white hair between her forehead and her bonnet, turned around in her chair and observed her servant with a surprised look, exclaiming, "I, my poor Alexandre? How so?" He began to look up in the air, then to one side, then toward the distance, turning his head as do timid people when forced to admit shameful secrets. At last he exclaimed, with the courage of a trooper who is ordered to the line of fire, "You see, it's this way. The first time I brought a letter to Mademoiselle from the lieutenant, Mademoiselle gave me a franc and a smile, and that settled it." Not understanding well, she questioned him. "Explain yourself." Then he cried out, like a malefactor who is admitting a fatal crime, "I had a sentiment for Madame. There." She answered nothing, stopped looking at him, hung her head, and thought. She was good, full of justice, gentleness, reason, and tenderness. In a second she saw the immense devotion of this poor creature, who had given up everything in order to live beside her without saying anything, and she felt as if she could cry. Then, with a sad but not angry expression, she said, "Let us return home." He rose and began to push the wheeled chair. As they approached the village, they saw Captain Marambal coming toward them. As soon as he joined them, he asked his wife, with the visible desire of getting angry, "What have we for dinner?" "Some chicken with flageolet." He lost his temper. "Chicken? Chicken, always chicken. By all that's holy, I've had enough chicken. Have you no ideas in your head that you make me eat chicken every day?" She answered in a resigned tone, "But, my dear, you know that the doctor has ordered it for you. It's the best thing for your stomach. If your stomach were well, I could give you many things which I do not dare set before you now." Then, exasperated, he planted himself in front of Alexandre, exclaiming, "Well, if my stomach is out of order, it's the fault of that brute. For 35 years he has been poisoning me with his abominable cooking." Madame Marambal suddenly turned about completely in order to see the old domestic. Their eyes met, and in this single glance they both said "thank you" to each other. End of section 75. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 76 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 76. The Log. The drawing room was small, full of heavy draperies, and discreetly fragrant. A large fire burned in the grate, and a solitary lamp at one end of the mantelpiece threw a soft light onto the two persons who were talking. She, the mistress of the house, was an old lady with white hair, but one of those old ladies whose unwrinkled skin is as smooth as the finest paper, and scented, impregnated with perfume, with the delicate essences which she had used in her bath for so many years. He was a very old friend who had never married, a constant friend, a companion in the journey of life, but nothing more. They had not spoken for about a minute, and were both looking at the fire, dreaming of no matter what, in one of those moments of friendly silence between people who have no need to be constantly talking in order to be happy together, when suddenly a large log, a stump covered with burning roots, fell out. It fell over the fire dogs into the drawing room, and rolled onto the carpet, scattering great sparks around it. The old lady, with a little scream, sprang to her feet to run away, while he kicked the log back onto the hearth and stamped out all the burning sparks with his boots. When the disaster was remedied, there was a strong smell of burning, and, sitting down opposite to his friend, the man looked at her with a smile, and said, as he pointed to the log, "That is the reason why I never married." She looked at him in astonishment, with the inquisitive gaze of women who wish to know everything, that eye which women have who are no longer very young, in which a complex and often roguish curiosity is reflected, and she asked, "How so?" "Oh, it is a long story," he replied, "a rather sad and unpleasant story. My old friends were often surprised at the coldness which suddenly sprang up between one of my best friends, whose Christian name was Julienne, and myself. They could not understand how two such intimate and inseparable friends as we had been could suddenly become almost strangers to one another, and I will tell you the reason of it. He and I used to live together at one time. We were never apart, and the friendship that united us seemed so strong that nothing could break it. One evening when he came home, he told me that he was going to get married, and it gave me a shock as if he had robbed me or betrayed me. When a man's friend marries, it is all over between them. The jealous affection of a woman, that suspicious, uneasy, and carnal affection, will not tolerate the sturdy and frank attachment, that attachment of the mind, of the heart, and that mutual confidence which exists between two men. You see, however great the love may be that unites them, a man and a woman are always strangers in mind and intellect. They remain belligerents, they belong to different races. There must always be a conqueror and a conquered, a master and a slave, now the one, now the other. They are never two equals. They press each other's hands, those hands trembling with amorous passion, but they never press them with a long, strong, loyal pressure, with that pressure which seems to open hearts and to lay them bare in a burst of sincere, strong, manly affection. Philosophers of old, instead of marrying and procreating as a consolation for their old-age children who would abandon them, sought for a good, reliable friend, and grew old with him in that communion of thought which can only exist between men. Well, my friend Julien married. His wife was pretty, charming, a little curly-haired blonde, plump and lively, who seemed to worship him. At first, I went but rarely to their house, feeling myself de trop, but somehow they attracted me to their home. They were constantly inviting me and seemed very fond of me. Consequently, by degrees, I allowed myself to be allured by the charm of their life. I often dined with them, and frequently, when I returned home at night, thought that I would do as he had done, and get married, as my empty house now seemed very dull. They appeared to be very much in love, and we were never apart. Well, one evening Julien wrote and asked me to go to dinner, and I naturally went. "My dear fellow," he said, "I must go out directly afterward on business, and I shall not be back until 11 o'clock, but I shall be back at 11 precisely, and I reckon on you to keep Bertha company." The young woman smiled. "It was my idea," she said, "to send for you." I held out my hand to her. "You are as nice as ever," I said, and I felt a long, friendly pressure of my fingers, but I paid no attention to it, so we sat down to dinner, and at 8 o'clock Julien went out. As soon as he had gone, a kind of strange embarrassment immediately seemed to arise between his wife and me. We had never been alone together yet, and in spite of our daily increasing intimacy, this tete-a-tete placed us in a new position. At first I spoke vaguely of those indifferent matters with which one fills up an embarrassing silence, but she did not reply, and remained opposite to me with her head down in an undecided manner, as if she were thinking over some difficult subject, and as I was at a loss for small talk, I held my tongue. It is surprising how hard it is at times to find anything to say. And then also I felt something in the air, something I could not express, one of those mysterious premonitions that warn of another person's secret intentions in regard to yourself, whether they be good or evil. That painful silence lasted some time, and then Bertha said to me, "Would you kindly put a log on the fire, for it is going out?" So I opened the box where the wood was kept, which was placed just where yours is, took out the largest log, and put it on top of the others, which were 3 parts burned, and then silence again reigned in the room. In a few minutes the log was burning so brightly that it scorched our faces, and the young woman raised her eyes to mine, eyes that had a strange look to me. "It is too hot now," she said. "Let us go and sit on the sofa over there." So we went and sat on the sofa, and then she said suddenly, looking me full in the face, "What would you do if a woman were to tell you that she was in love with you?" "Upon my word," I replied, very much at loss for an answer, "I cannot foresee such a case, but it would depend very much upon the woman." She gave a hard, nervous, vibrating laugh, one of those false laughs which seem as if they must break thin glass, and then she added, "Men are never either venturesome or spiteful." And, after a moment's silence, she continued, "Have you ever been in love, Monsieur Paul?" I was obliged to acknowledge that I certainly had, and she asked me to tell her all about it, whereupon I made up some story or another. She listened to me attentively, with frequent signs of disapproval and contempt, and then suddenly she said, "No, you understand nothing about the subject. It seems to me that real love must unsettle the mind, upset the nerves, and distract the head, that it must, how shall I express it? Be dangerous, even terrible, almost criminal and sacrilegious, that it must be a kind of treason. I mean to say that it is bound to break laws, fraternal bonds, sacred obligations. When love is tranquil, easy, lawful, and without dangers, is it really love?" I did not know what answer to give her, and I made this philosophical reflection to myself. "Oh, female brain, here indeed you show yourself." While speaking, she had assumed a demure, saintly air, and, resting on the cushions, she stretched herself out at full length with her head on my shoulder, and her dress pulled up a little as to show her red stockings, which the firelight made look still brighter. In a minute or two she continued, "I suppose that I have frightened you." I protested against such a notion, and she leaned against my breast altogether, and without looking at me, she said, "If I were to tell you that I love you, what would you do?" And before I could think of an answer, she had thrown her arms around my neck, had quickly drawn my head down, and put her lips to mine. Oh, my dear friend, I can tell you that I did not feel at all happy. What? Deceive Julien? Become the lover of this little silly, wrong-headed, deceitful woman, who was, no doubt, terribly sensual, and whom her husband no longer satisfied? To betray him continually? To deceive him? To play at being in love, merely because I was attracted by forbidden fruit, by the danger incurred and the friendship betrayed? No, that did not suit me, but what was I to do? To imitate Joseph would be acting a very stupid and, moreover, difficult part, for this woman was enchanting in her perfidy, inflamed by audacity, palpitating and excited. Let the man who has never felt on his lips the warm kiss of a woman who is ready to give herself to him throw the first stone at me. Well, a minute more, you understand what I mean? A minute more, and I should have been— No, she would have been. I beg your pardon, he would have been, when a loud noise made us both jump up. The log had fallen into the room, knocking over the fire irons in the fender, and onto the carpet, which it had scorched, and had rolled under an armchair, which it would certainly set alight. I jumped up like a madman, and, as I was replacing on the fire that log which had saved me, the door opened hastily, and Julien came in. "I am free," he said with evident pleasure. "The business was over 2 hours sooner than I expected." "Yes, my dear friend. Without that log, I should have been caught in the very act, and you know what the consequences would have been. You may be sure that I took good care never to be found in a similar situation again. Never. Never. Soon afterward, I saw that Julien was giving me the cold shoulder, as they say. His wife was evidently undermining our friendship. By degrees she got rid of me, and we have altogether ceased to meet. I never married, which ought not to surprise you, I think." End of section 76. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 77 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is the LibriVox recording in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 77. Julie Romain. 2 years ago this spring I was making a walking tour along the shore of the Mediterranean. Is there anything more pleasant than to meditate while walking at a good pace along a highway? One walks in the sunlight, through the caressing breeze, at the foot of the mountains, along the coast of the sea, and one dreams. What a flood of illusions, loves, adventures pass through a pedestrian's mind during a 2 hours' march! What a crowd of confused and joyous hopes enter into you with the mild, light air! You drink them in with the breeze, and they awaken in your heart a longing for happiness, which increases with the hunger induced by walking. The fleeting, charming ideas fly and sing like birds. I was following that long road which goes from Saint Raphael to Italy, or rather, that long, splendid, panoramic highway, which seems made for the representation of all the love poems of earth. And I thought that from Cannes, where one poses, to Monaco, where one gambles, people come to this spot of the earth for hardly any other purpose than to get embroiled or to throw away money on chance games, displaying under this delicious sky and in this garden of roses and oranges all base vanities and foolish pretensions and vile lusts, showing up the human mind such as it is, servile, ignorant, arrogant, and full of cupidity. Suddenly I saw some villas in one of those ravishing bays that one meets at every turn of the mountain. There were only 4 or 5 fronting the sea at the foot of the mountains, and behind them a wild fir wood slopes into 2 great valleys that were untraversed by roads. I stopped short before one of these chalets. It was so pretty. A small white house with brown trimmings, overrun with rambler roses up to the top. The garden was a mass of flowers, of all colors and all kinds, mixed in a coquettish, well-planned disorder. The lawn was full of them. Big pots flanked each side of every step of the porch, pink or yellow clusters framed each window, and the terrace with the stone balustrade, which enclosed this pretty little dwelling, had a garland of enormous red bells, like drops of blood. Behind the house I saw a long avenue of orange trees in blossom, which went up to the foot of the mountain. Over the door appeared the name, Villa d'Anton, in small gold letters. I asked myself what poet or fairy was living there, what inspired, solitary being had discovered this spot and created this dream house, which seemed to nestle in a nosegay. A workman was breaking stones up in the street, and I went to ask him the name of the proprietor of this jewel. "It is Madame Julie Romain," he replied. Julie Romain? In my childhood long ago I had heard them speak of this great actress, the rival of Rachel. No woman ever was more applauded and more loved, especially more loved. What duets and suicides on her account, and what sensational adventures! How old was this seductive woman now? 60, 70, 75? Julie Romain, here, in this house. The woman who had been adored by the greatest musician and the most exquisite poet of our land. I still remember the sensation, I was then 12 years of age, which her flight to Sicily with the latter, after her rupture with the former, caused throughout France. She had left one evening after a premiere, where the audience had applauded her for a whole half-hour, and had recalled her 11 times in succession. She had gone away with the poet in a post-chaise, as was the fashion then. They had crossed the sea, to love each other in that antique island, the daughter of Greece, in that immense orange wood which surrounds Palermo, and which is called the Shell of Gold. People told of their ascension of Mount Etna, and how they had leaned over the immense crater, arm in arm, cheek to cheek, as if to throw themselves into the very abyss. Now he was dead, that maker of verses so touching and so profound that they turned the heads of a whole generation, so subtle and mysterious that they opened a new world to the younger poets. The other one was also dead, the deserted one, who had attained through her musical periods that are alive in the memories of all, periods of triumph and of despair, intoxicating triumph and heart-rending despair. And she was there, in that house veiled by flowers. I did not hesitate, but rang the bell. A small servant answered, a boy of 18 with awkward mien and clumsy hands. I wrote in pencil on my card a gallant compliment to the actress, begging her to receive me. Perhaps, if she knew my name, she would open her door for me. The little valet took it in, and then came back, asking me to follow him. He led me to a neat and decorous salon, furnished in the Louis Philippe style, with stiff and heavy furniture, from which a little maid of 16, slender but not pretty, took off the covers in my honor. Then I was left alone. On the walls hung 3 portraits, that of the actress in one of her roles, that of the poet in his close-fitting greatcoat and ruffled shirt then in style, and that of the musician seated at a piano. She was blonde, charming, but affected, according to the fashion of her day, was smiling, with her pretty mouth and blue eyes. The painting was careful, fine, elegant, but lifeless. Those faces seemed to be already looking upon posterity. The whole place had the air of a bygone time, of days that were done and men who had vanished. A door opened, and a little woman entered, old, very small, with white hair and white eyebrows, a veritable white mouse, and as quick and furtive of movement. She held out her hand to me, saying in a voice still fresh, sonorous, and vibrant, "Thank you, monsieur. How kind it is of the men of today to remember the women of yesterday. Sit down." I told her that her house had attracted me, that I had inquired for the proprietor's name, and that, on learning it, I could not resist the desire to ring her bell. "This gives me all the more pleasure, monsieur," she replied, "as it is the first time that such a thing has happened. When I received your card with the gracious note, I trembled as if an old friend, who had disappeared for 20 years, had been announced to me. I am like a dead body whom no one remembers, of whom no one will think until the day when I shall actually die. Then the newspapers will mention Julie Roman for 3 days, relating anecdotes and details of my life, reviving memories, and praising me greatly. Then all will be over with me." After a few moments of silence, she continued, "And this will not be so very long now. In a few months, in a few days, nothing will remain but a little skeleton of this little woman who is now alive." She raised her eyes toward her portrait, which smiled down upon this caricature of herself. Then she looked at those of the 2 men, the disdainful poet and the inspired musician, who seemed to say, "What does this ruin want of us?" An indefinable, poignant, irresistible sadness overwhelmed my heart, the sadness of existences that have had their day, but who are still debating with their memories, like a person drowning in deep water. From my seat I could see on the high road the handsome carriages that were whirling from Nice to Monaco. Inside them I saw young, pretty, rich, and happy women, and smiling, satisfied men. Following my eyes, she understood my thought, and murmured with a smile of resignation, "One cannot both be and have been." "How beautiful life must have been for you," I said. She heaved a great sigh. "Beautiful and sweet, and for that reason I regret it so much." I saw that she was disposed to talk of herself, so I began to question her, gently and discreetly, as one might touch bruised flesh. She spoke of her successes, her intoxications, and her friends, of her whole triumphant existence. "Was it on the stage that you found your most intense joys, your true happiness?" I asked. "Oh, no," she replied quickly. I smiled, then, raising her eyes to the 2 portraits, she said, with a sad glance, "It was with them." "Which one?" I could not help asking. "Both. I even confuse them up a little now in my old woman's memory, and then I feel remorse." "Then, madame, your acknowledgment is not to them, but to love itself. They were merely its interpreters." "That is possible. But what interpreters?" "Are you sure that you have not been, or that you might not have been, loved as well or better by a simple man, but not a great man, who would have offered to you his whole life and heart, all his thoughts, all his days, his whole being, while these gave you 2 redoubtable rivals, music and poetry?" "No, monsieur, no," she exclaimed emphatically, with that still youthful voice which causes a soul to vibrate. "Another one might perhaps have loved me more, but he would not have loved me as these did. Ah, these 2 sang to me of the music of love as no one else in the world could have sung of it. How they intoxicated me! Could any other man express what they knew so well how to express, in tones and in words? Is it enough merely to love, if one cannot put all the poetry and all the music of heaven and earth into love? And they knew how to make a woman delirious with songs and with words. Yes, perhaps there was more of illusion than of reality in our passion, but these illusions lift you into the clouds, while realities always leave you trailing in the dust. If others have loved me more, through these 2 I have understood, felt, and worshipped love." Suddenly she began to weep. She wept silently, shedding tears of despair. I pretended not to see, looking off into the distance. She resumed after a few minutes. "You see, monsieur, with nearly everyone the heart ages with the body, but this has not happened with me. My body is 69 years old, while my poor heart is only 20, and that is the reason why I live all alone, with my flowers and my dreams." There was a long silence between us. She grew calmer and continued, smiling. How you would laugh at me if you knew how I pass my evenings when the weather is fine. I am ashamed and I pity myself at the same time." Beg as I might, she would not tell me what she did. Then I rose to leave. "Already!" she exclaimed. And as I said that I wished to dine at Monte Carlo, she asked timidly, "Would you not dine with me? It would give me a great deal of pleasure." I accepted at once. She rang, delighted, and after giving some orders to the little maid, she took me over her house. A kind of glass-enclosed veranda filled with shrubs opened into the dining room, revealing at the farther end the long avenue of orange trees extending to the foot of the mountain. A low seat hidden by plants indicated that the old actress often came here to sit down. Then we went into the garden to look at the flowers. Evening fell softly, one of those calm, moist evenings when the earth breathes forth all her perfumes. Daylight was almost gone when we sat down at table. The dinner was good and it lasted a long time, and we became intimate friends, she and I, when she understood what a profound sympathy she had aroused in my heart. She had taken 2 thimblefuls of wine, as the phrase goes, and had grown more confiding and expansive. "Come, let us look at the moon," she said. "I adore the good moon. She has been the witness of my most intense joys. It seems to me that all my memories are there, and that I need only look at her to bring them all back to me. And even, sometimes, in the evening, I offered to myself a pretty play. Yes, pretty, if only you knew. But no, you would laugh at me. I cannot. I dare not. No, no, really, no." I implored her to tell me what it was. "Come now, come, tell me. I promise you that I will not laugh. I swear it to you. Come now." She hesitated. I took her hands, those poor little hands so thin and so cold, and I kissed them one after the other, several times, as her lovers had once kissed them. She was moved and hesitated. "You promise me not to laugh?" "Yes, I swear it to you." "Well then, come." She rose, and as the little domestic, awkward in his green livery, removed the chair behind her, she whispered quickly a few words into his ear. "Yes, madame, at once," he replied. She took my arm and led me to the veranda. The avenue of oranges was really splendid to see. The full moon made a narrow path of silver, a long bright line, which fell on the yellow sand, between the round, opaque crowns of the dark trees. As these trees were in bloom, their strong, sweet perfume filled the night, and swarming among their dark foliage I saw thousands of fireflies, which looked like seeds fallen from the stars. "Oh, what a setting for a love scene!" I exclaimed. She smiled. "Is it not true? Is it not true? You will see." And she made me sit down beside her. "This is what makes one long for more life. But you hardly think of these things, you men of today. You are speculators, merchants, and men of affairs. You no longer even know how to talk to us. When I say you, I mean young men in general. Love has been turned into a liaison which very often begins with an unpaid dressmaker's bill. If you think the bill is dearer than the woman, you disappear. But if you hold the woman more highly, you pay it. Nice morals, and a nice kind of love." She took my hand. "Look." I looked, astonished and delighted. Down there at the end of the avenue, in the moonlight, were 2 young people with their arms around each other's waist. They were walking along, interlaced, charming, with short little steps crossing with the flakes of light, which illuminated them momentarily, and then sinking back into the shadow. The youth was dressed in a suit of white satin, such as men wore in the 18th century, and had on a hat with an ostrich plume. The girl was arrayed in a gown with panniers, and the high, powdered coiffure of the handsome dames of the time of the Regency. They stopped 100 paces from us, and standing in the middle of the avenue, they kissed each other with graceful gestures. Suddenly I recognized the 2 little servants. Then one of those dreadful fits of laughter that convulse you made me writhe in my chair, but I did not laugh aloud. I resisted, convulsed, and feeling almost ill, as a man whose leg is cut off resists the impulse to cry out. As the young pair turned toward the farther end of the avenue, they again became delightful. They went farther and farther away, finally disappearing as a dream disappears. I no longer saw them. The avenue seemed a sad place. I took my leave at once, so as not to see them again, for I guessed that this little play would last a long time, awakening, as it did, a whole past of love and of stage scenery, the artificial past, deceitful and seductive, false but charming, which still stirred the heart of this amorous old comedienne. End of section 77. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 78 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 78. The Rondoli Sisters. I set out to see Italy thoroughly on 2 occasions, and each time I was stopped at the frontier and could not get any further. "So I do not know Italy," said my friend, Charles Jouvin. And yet my 2 attempts gave me a charming idea of the manners of that beautiful country. Some time, however, I must visit its cities, as well as the museums and works of art with which it abounds. I will make another attempt to penetrate into the interior, which I have not yet succeeded in doing. You don't understand me, so I will explain. In the spring of 1874, I was seized with an irresistible desire to see Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples. I am, as you know, not a great traveler. It appears to me a useless and fatiguing business. Nights spent in a train, the disturbed slumbers of the railway carriage, with the attendant headache and stiffness in every limb, the sudden waking in that rolling box, the unwashed feeling with your eyes and hair full of dust, and the smell of coal on which one's lungs feed, those bad dinners in the draughty refreshment rooms, are, according to my ideas, a horrible way of beginning a pleasure trip. After this introduction, we have the miseries of the hotel, of some great hotel full of people, and yet so empty, the strange room and the doubtful bed. I am most particular about my bed. It is the sanctuary of life. We entrust our almost naked and fatigued bodies to it so that there may be reanimated by reposing between soft sheets and feathers. There we find the most delightful hours of our existence, the hours of love and of sleep. The bed is sacred and should be respected, venerated, and loved by us as the best and most delightful of our earthly possessions. I cannot lift up the sheets of a hotel bed without a shudder of disgust. Who has occupied it the night before? Perhaps dirty, revolting people have slept in it. I begin, then, to think of all the horrible people with whom one rubs shoulders every day, people with suspicious-looking skin, which makes one think of the feet and all the rest. I call to mind those who carry about with them the sickening smell of garlic or of humanity. I think of those who are deformed and unhealthy, of the perspiration emanating from the sick, of everything that is ugly and filthy in man. And all this, perhaps, in the bed in which I am about to sleep. The mere idea of it makes me feel ill as I get to it. And then the hotel dinners, those dreary table d'hôte dinners in the midst of all sorts of extraordinary people, or else those terrible solitary dinners at a small table in a restaurant, feebly lighted by a wretched composite candle under a shade. Again, those terribly dull evenings in some unknown town. Do you know anything more wretched than the approach of dusk on such an occasion? One goes about as if almost in a dream, looking at faces that one has never seen before and never will see again, listening to people talking about matters which are quite indifferent to you, in a language that perhaps you do not understand. You have a terrible feeling, almost as if you were lost, and you continue to walk on so as not to be obliged to return to the hotel, where you would feel more lost still because you are at home, in a home which belongs to anyone who can pay for it, and at last you sink into a chair of some well-lighted café, whose gilding and lights oppress you 1,000 times more than the shadows in the streets. Then you feel so abominably lonely sitting in front of the glass of flat bock beer that a kind of madness seizes you, belonging to go somewhere or other, no matter where, as long as you need not remain in front of that marble table and those dazzling lights. And then suddenly you are aware that you are really alone in the world, always and everywhere, and that in places which we know, the familiar jostlings give us the illusion only of human fraternity. At such moments of self-abandonment and somber isolation in distant cities, one thinks broadly, clearly, and profoundly. Then one suddenly sees the whole of life outside the vision of eternal hope, apart from the deceptions of our innate habits and of our expectations of happiness, which we indulge in dreams never to be realized. It is only by going a long distance from home that we can fully understand how short-lived and empty everything near at hand is. By searching for the unknown, we perceive how commonplace and evanescent everything is. Only by wandering over the face of the earth can we understand how small the world is, and how very much alike it is everywhere. How well I know, and how I hate and almost fear, those haphazard walks through unknown streets, and this was the reason why, as nothing would induce me to undertake a tour in Italy by myself, I made up my mind to accompany my friend Paul Pavouille. You know Paul, and how he idealizes women. To him the earth is habitable only because they are there. The sun gives light and is warm because it shines upon them. The air is soft and balmy because it blows upon their skin and ruffles the soft hair on their temples. And the moon is charming because it makes them dream and imparts a languorous charm to love. Every act and action of Paul's has woman for its motive. All his thoughts, all his efforts and hopes are centered in them. When I mentioned Italy to Paul, he at first absolutely refused to leave Paris. I, however, began to tell him of the adventures I had on my travels. I assured him that all Italian women are charming, and I made him hope for the most refined pleasures at Naples, thanks to certain letters of introduction which I had, and so at last he allowed himself to be persuaded. We took the express one Thursday evening, Paul and I. Hardly anyone goes south at that time of the year, so that we had the carriages to ourselves, and both of us were in a bad temper on leaving Paris, sorry for having yielded to the temptation of this journey, and regretting Marly, the Seine, and our lazy boating excursions, and all those pleasures in and near Paris which are so dear to every true Parisian. As soon as the train started, Paul stuck himself in his corner and said, "It is most idiotic to go all that distance," and as it was too late for him to change his mind then, I said, "Well, you should not have come." He made no answer, and I felt very much inclined to laugh when I saw how furious he looked. He is certainly always rather like a squirrel, but then every one of us has retained the type of some animal or other as the mark of his primitive origin. How many people have jaws like a bulldog, or heads like goats, rabbits, foxes, horses, or oxen? Paul is a squirrel turned into a man. He has its bright, quick eyes, its hair, its pointed nose, its small, fine, supple, active body, and a certain mysterious resemblance in his general bearing. In fact, a similarity of movement, of gesture, and of bearing which might almost be taken as a recollection. At last we both went to sleep with that uncomfortable slumber of the railway carriage, which is interrupted by horrible cramps in the arms and neck, and by the sudden stoppages of the train. We woke up as we were passing along the Rhone. Soon the continued noise of crickets came in through the windows, that cry which seems to be the voice of the warm earth, the song of Provence, and seemed to instill into our looks, our breasts, and our souls, the light and happy feeling of the south, that odor of the parched earth, of the stony and light soil of the olive with its gray-green foliage. When the train stopped again, a railway guard ran along the train calling out "Valence" in a sonorous voice, with an accent that again gave us a taste of that Provence which the shrill note of the crickets had already imparted to us. Nothing fresh happened till we got to Marseilles, where we alighted for breakfast, but when we returned to our carriage we found a woman installed there. Paul, with a delighted glance at me, gave his short mustache a mechanical twirl, and passed his fingers through his hair, which had become slightly out of order with the night's journey. Then he sat down opposite the newcomer. Whenever I happen to see a striking new face, either in traveling or in society, I always have the strongest inclination to find out what character, mind, and intellectual capacities are hidden beneath those features. She was a young and pretty woman, certainly a native of the south of France, with splendid eyes, beautiful wavy black hair, which was so thick and long that it seemed almost too heavy for her head. She was dressed with a certain southern bad taste which made her look a little vulgar. Her regular features had none of the grace and finish of the refined races, of that slight delicacy which members of the aristocracy inherit from their birth, and which is the hereditary mark of thinner blood. Her bracelets were too big to be of gold, she wore earrings with large white stones that were certainly not diamonds, and she belonged unmistakably to the people. One surmised that she would talk too loud and shout on every occasion with exaggerated gestures. When the train started, she remained motionless in her place, in the attitude of a woman who was indignant, without even looking at us. Paul began to talk to me, evidently with an eye to effect, trying to attract her attention, as shopkeepers expose their choice wares to catch the notice of passer-by. She, however, did not appear to be paying the least attention. "Toulon? 10 minutes to wait? Refreshment room?" the porter shouted. Paul motioned to me to get out, and as soon as we had done so, said, "I wonder who on earth she can be." I began to laugh. "I am sure I don't know, and I don't in the least care." He was quite excited. "She is an uncommonly fresh and pretty girl. What eyes she has, and how cross she looks! She must have been dreadfully worried, for she takes no notice of anything." "You will have all your trouble for nothing," I growled. He began to lose his temper. "I am not taking any trouble, my dear fellow. I think her an extremely pretty woman, that is all. If one could only speak to her, but I don't know how to begin. Cannot you give me an idea? Can't you guess who she is?" "Upon my word I cannot. However, I should rather think that she is some strolling actress who is going to rejoin our company after a love adventure." He seemed quite upset, as if I had said something insulting. "What makes you think that? On the contrary, I think she looks most respectable." "Just look at her bracelets," I said, "her earrings, and her whole dress. I should not be in the least surprised if she were a dancer or a circus rider, but most likely a dancer. Her whole style smacks very much of the theatre." He evidently did not like the idea. "She is much too young, I am sure. Why, she is hardly 20. "Well," I replied, "there are many things which one can do before one is 20. Dancing and elocution are among them." "Take your seats for Nice Ventimiglia," the guards and porters called. We got in. Our fellow passenger was eating an orange, and she certainly did not do it elegantly. She had spread her pocket-handkerchief on her knees, and the way in which she tore off the peel and opened her mouth to put in the pieces, and then spat the pips out of the window, showed that her training had been decidedly vulgar. She seemed, also, more put out than ever, and swallowed the fruit with an exceedingly comic air of rage. Paul devoured her with his eyes, and tried to attract her attention and excite her curiosity, but in spite of his talk, and of the manner in which he brought in well-known names, she did not pay the least attention to him. After passing Fréjus and Saint-Raphael, the train passed through a veritable garden, a paradise of roses, and groves of oranges and lemons covered with fruits and flowers at the same time. That delightful coast from Marseilles to Genoa is a kingdom of perfumes and a home of flowers. June is the time to see it in all its beauty, when in every narrow valley and on every slope the most exquisite flowers are growing luxuriantly. And the roses! fields, hedges, groves of roses. They climb up the walls, blossom on the roofs, hang from the trees, peep out from among the bushes. They are white, red, yellow, large and small, single with a simple self-colored dress, or full and heavy in brilliant toilettes. Their breath makes the air heavy and relaxing, and the still more penetrating odor of the orange blossoms sweetens the atmosphere till it might be called the refinement of odor. The shore, with its brown rocks, was bathed by the motionless Mediterranean. The hot summer sun stretched like a fiery cloth over the mountains, over the long expanses of sand, and over the motionless, apparently solid blue sea. The train went on through the tunnels, along the slopes, above the water, on straight wall-like viaducts, and a soft, vague, saltish smell, a smell of drying seaweed, mingled at times with the strong, heavy perfume of the flowers. But Paul neither saw, nor looked at, nor smelled anything, for our fellow traveler engrossed all his attention. When we reached Cannes, he wished to speak to me, he signed to me to get out, and as soon as I did so, he took me by the arm. "Do you know, she is really charming. Just look at her eyes, and I never saw anything like her hair." "Don't excite yourself," I replied, "or else address her if you have any intentions that way. She does not look unapproachable, I fancy, although she appears to be a little bit grumpy." "Why don't you speak to her?" he said. "I don't know what to say, for I am always terribly stupid at first. I can never make advances to a woman in the street. I follow them, go round and round them, and quite close to them, but never know what to say at first. I only once tried to enter into conversation with a woman in that way, as I clearly saw that she was waiting for me to make overtures, and as I felt bound to say something, I stammered out, 'I hope you are quite well, madame.' She laughed in my face, and I made my escape. I promised Paul to do all I could to bring about a conversation, and when we had taken our places again, I politely asked our neighbor, 'Have you any objection to the smell of tobacco, madame?' She merely replied, 'Non capisco.' So she was an Italian! I felt an absurd inclination to laugh. As Paul did not understand a word of that language, I was obliged to act as his interpreter, so I said in Italian, 'I ask you, madame, whether you had any objection to tobacco smoke?' With an angry look she replied, 'Che mi fa?' She had neither turned her head nor looked at me, and I really did not know whether to take this 'what do I care' for an authorization, a refusal, a real sign of indifference, or for a mere 'let me alone.' 'Madame,' I replied, 'if you mind the smell of tobacco in the least.' She said again, 'Mica,' in a tone which seemed to mean, 'I wish to goodness you would leave me alone.' It was, however, a kind of permission, so I said to Paul, 'You may smoke.' He looked at me in that curious sort of way that people have when they try to understand others who are talking in a strange language before them, and he said, 'What did you say to her?' I asked whether we might smoke, and she said we might do whatever we liked. Whereupon I lighted my cigar. Did she say anything more? If you had counted her words, you would have noticed that she used exactly 6, 2 of which she gave me to understand that she knew no French, so 4 remained, and much can be said in 4 words. Paul seemed quite unhappy, disappointed, and at sea, so to speak. But suddenly the Italian asked me, in that tone of discontent which seemed habitual to her, 'Do you know at what time we shall get to Genoa?' 'At 11 o'clock,' I replied. Then after a moment I went on, 'My friend and I are also going to Genoa, and if we can be of any service to you, we shall be very happy, as you are quite alone.' But she interrupted with such a mica that I did not venture on another word. 'What did she say?' Paul asked. 'She said she thought you were charming.' But he was in no humor for joking, and begged me dryly not to make fun of him, so I translated her question and my polite offer, which had been so rudely rejected. Then he really became as restless as the caged squirrel. 'If we only knew,' he said, 'what hotel she was going to, we would go to the same, try to find out, as to have another opportunity to make her talk.' It was not particularly easy, and I did not know to what pretext to invent, desirous as I was to make the acquaintance of this unapproachable person. We passed Nice, Monaco, Mentone, and the train stopped at the frontier for the examination of luggage. Although I hate those ill-bred people who breakfast and dine in railway carriages, I went and bought a quantity of good things to make one last attack on her by their means. I felt sure that this girl must, ordinarily, be by no means inaccessible. Something had put her out and made her irritable, but very little would still suffice, a mere word or some agreeable offer, to decide her and vanquish her. We started again, and we 3 were still alone. I spread my eatables on the seat. I cut up the fowl, put the slices of ham neatly on a piece of paper, and then carefully laid out our dessert, strawberries, plums, cherries, and cakes, close to the girl. When she saw that we were about to eat, she took a piece of chocolate and 2 little crisp cakes out of her pocket and began to munch them. 'Ask her to have some of ours,' Paul said in a whisper. 'That is exactly what I wish to do, but it is a rather difficult matter.' As she, however, glanced from time to time at our provisions, I felt sure she would still be hungry when she had finished what she had with her, So, as soon as her frugal meal was over, I said to her, "It would be very kind of you if you would take some of this fruit." Again she said, "Mika," but less crossly than before. "Well then," I said, "may I offer you a little wine? I see you have not drunk anything. It is Italian wine, and as we are now in your own country, we should be very pleased to see such a pretty Italian mouth accept the offer of its French neighbors." She shook her head slightly, evidently wishing to refuse, but very desirous of accepting, and her Mika this time was almost polite. I took the flask, which was covered with straw in the Italian fashion, and filling the glass, I offered it to her. "Please drink it," I said, "to bid us welcome to your country." She took the glass with her usual look, and emptied it at a draught, like a woman consumed with thirst, and then gave it back to me without even saying thank you. I then offered her the cherries. "Please take some," I said. "We shall be so glad if you will." Out of her corner she looked at all the fruit spread out beside her, and said so rapidly that I could scarcely follow her, "A me non piacciono né le ciergi né le susine o soltano le fragole." "What does she say?" Paul asked. "That she does not care for cherries or plums, but only for strawberries." I put a newspaper full of wild strawberries on her lap, and she ate them quickly, tossing them into her mouth from some distance in a coquettish and charming manner. When she had finished the little red heap, which soon disappeared under the rapid action of her hands, I asked her, "What may I offer you now?" "I will take a little chicken," she replied. She certainly devoured half of it, tearing it to pieces with the rapid movements of her jaws like some carnivorous animal. Then she made up her mind to have some cherries, which she did not like, and then some plums, then some little cakes. Then she said, "I have had enough," and sat back in her corner. I was much amused and tried to make her eat more, insisting, in fact, until she suddenly flew into a rage, telling me that I would no longer run the risk of spoiling her digestion. I turned to my friend. "My poor Paul," I said, "I am afraid we have had our trouble for nothing." Then night came on, one of those hot summer nights which extend their warm shade over the burning and exhausted earth. Here and there in the distance, by the sea, on capes and promontories, bright stars, which I was, at times, almost inclined to confound with lighthouses, began to shine on the dark horizon. The scent of the orange trees became more penetrating, and we breathed with the light, distending our lungs to inhale it more deeply. The balmy air was soft, delicious, almost divine. Suddenly I noticed something like a shower of stars under the dense shade of the trees along the line, where it was quite dark. It might have been taken for drops of light, leaping, flying, playing, and running among the leaves, or for small stars fallen from the skies in order to have an excursion on the earth, but they were only fireflies, dancing a strange fiery ballet in the perfumed air. One of them happened to come into our carriage, and shed its intermittent light, which seemed to be extinguished one moment and to be burning the next. I covered the carriage lamp with its blue shade and watched the strange fly careering about in its fiery flight. Suddenly it settled on the dark hair of our neighbor, who was half dozing after dinner. Paul seemed delighted, with his eyes fixed on the bright sparkling spot, which looked like a living jewel on the forehead of the sleeping woman. The Italian woke up about 11 o'clock with the bright insect still in her hair. When I saw her move, I said, "We are just getting to Genoa, madame," and she murmured without answering me, as if possessed by some obstinate and embarrassing thought. "What am I going to do, I wonder?" And then she suddenly asked, "Would you like me to come with you?" I was so taken aback that I really did not understand her. "With us? How do you mean?" She repeated, looking more and more furious, "Would you like me to be your guide now, as soon as we get out of the train?" "I am quite willing, but where do you want to go?" She shrugged her shoulders with an air of supreme indifference. "Wherever you like, what does it matter to me?" She repeated her "che mi fa" twice. "But we are going to the hotel." "Very well, let us all go to the hotel," she said in a contemptuous voice. I turned to Paul and said, "She wishes to know whether we should like her to come with us." My friend's utter surprise restored my self-possession. He stammered, "With us? Where to? What for? How?" "I don't know, but she made this strange proposal to me in a most irritated voice. I told her that we were going to the hotel, and she said, 'Very well, let us all go there.' I suppose she is without a penny. She certainly has a very strange way of making acquaintances." Paul, who was very much excited, exclaimed, "I am quite agreeable. Tell her that we will go wherever she likes." Then, after a moment's hesitation, he said uneasily, "We must know, however, with whom she wishes to go, with you or with me." I turned to the Italian, who did not even seem to be listening to us, and said, "We shall be very happy to have you with us, but my friend wishes to know whether you will take my arm or his." She opened her black eyes wide with vague surprise, and said, "Ce ne fa?" I was obliged to explain myself. In Italy, I believe, when a man looks after a woman, fulfills all her wishes, and satisfies all her caprices, he is called a petito. Which of us two will you take for your petito? Without the slightest hesitation, she replied, "You." I turned to Paul. "You see, my friend, she chooses me. You have no chance." "All the better for you," he replied in a rage. Then, after thinking for a few moments, he went on, "Do you really care about taking this creature with you? She will spoil our journey. What are we to do with this woman, who looks like I don't know what? They will not take us in at any decent hotel." I, however, just began to find the Italian much nicer than I had thought her at first, and I was now very desirous to take her with us. The idea delighted me. I replied, "My dear fellow, we have accepted, and it is too late to recede. You were the first to advise me to say yes." "It is very stupid," he growled, "but do as you please." The train whistled, slackened speed, and we ran into the station. I got out of the carriage and offered my new companion my hand. She jumped out lightly, and I gave her my arm, which she took with an air of seeming repugnance. As soon as we had claimed our luggage, we set off into town, Paul walking in utter silence. "To what hotel shall we go?" I asked him. "It may be difficult to get into the city of Paris with a woman, especially with this Italian." Paul interrupted me. "Yes, with an Italian who looks more like a dancer than a duchess. However, that is no business of mine. Do just as you please." I was in a state of perplexity. I had written to the city of Paris to retain our rooms, and now I did not know what to do. 2 commissionaires followed us with our luggage. I continued, "You might as well go on first, and say that we are coming, and give the landlord to understand that I have a friend with me, and that we should like rooms quite by themselves for us 3, so as not to be brought in contact with other travelers. He will understand, and we will decide according to his answer." But Paul growled, "Thank you, such commissions in such parts do not suit me by any means. I did not come here to select your apartments, or to minister to your pleasures." But I was urgent. "Look here, don't be angry. It is surely far better to go to a good hotel than to a bad one, and it is not difficult to ask the landlord for 3 separate bedrooms and a dining room." I put a stress on 3, and that decided him. He went on first, and I saw him go into a large hotel while I remained on the other side of the street with my fair Italian, who did not say a word, and followed the porters with the luggage. Paul came back at last, looking as dissatisfied as my companion. "That is settled," he said, "and they will take us in, but here are only 2 bedrooms. You must settle it as you can." I followed him, rather ashamed of going in with such a strange companion. There were 2 bedrooms separated by a small sitting room. I ordered a cold supper, and then I turned to the Italian with a perplexed look. "We have only been able to get 2 rooms, so you must choose which you like." She replied with her eternal "Che mi fa." I thereupon took up her little black wooden trunk, such as servants use, and took it into the room on the right, which I had chosen for her. A bit of paper was fastened to the box, on which was written, "Mademoiselle Francesca Rondoli, Genoa." "Your name is Francesca?" I asked, and she nodded her head without replying. "We shall have supper directly," I continued. "Meanwhile, I dare say you would like to arrange your toilette a little?" She answered with "mica," a word which she employed just as frequently as "che me fa," but I went on. "It is always pleasant after a journey." Then I suddenly remembered that she had not, perhaps, the necessary requisites, for she appeared to me in a very singular position, as if she had just escaped from some disagreeable adventure, and I brought her my dressing-case. I put out all the little instruments for cleanliness and comfort which it contained, a nail-brush, a new toothbrush, I always carry a selection of them with me, my nail scissors, a nail file, and sponges. I uncorked a bottle of eau de cologne, one of lavender water, and a little bottle of new-mown hay, so that she might have a choice. Then I opened my powder box, and put out the powder puff, placed my fine towels over the water jug, and a piece of new soap near the basin. She watched my movements with a look of annoyance in her wide-open eyes, without appearing either astonished or pleased at my forethought. "Here is all that you require," I then said. "I will tell you when supper is ready." When I returned to the sitting-room, I found that Paul had shut himself in the other room, so I sat down to wait. A waiter went to and fro, bringing plates and glasses. He had laid the table slowly, then put a cold chicken on it, and told me that all was ready. I knocked gently at Mademoiselle Rondoli's door. "Come in," she said, and when I did so, I was struck by a strong, heavy smell of perfumes, as if I were in a hairdresser's shop. The Italian was sitting on her trunk in an attitude either of thoughtful discontent or absent-mindedness. The towel was still folded over the water jug that was full of water, and the soap, untouched and dry, was lying beside the empty basin, but one would have thought that the young woman had used half the contents of the bottles of perfume. The eau de cologne, however, had been spared, as only about a third of it had gone, but to make up for that she used a surprising amount of lavender water and new-mown hay. A cloud of violet powder, a vague white mist, still seemed to be floating in the air, from the effects of her over-powdering her face and neck. It seemed to cover her eyelashes, eyebrows, and the hair on her temples like snow, while her cheeks were plastered with it, and layers of it covered her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, and her chin. When she got up, she exhaled such a strong odor of perfume that it almost made me faint. When we sat down to supper, I found that Paul was in a most execrable temper, and I could get nothing out of him but blame, irritable words, and disagreeable remarks. Mademoiselle Francesca ate like an ogre, and as soon as she had finished her meal, she threw herself upon the sofa in the sitting room. Sitting down beside her, I said gallantly, kissing her hand, "Shall I have the bed prepared, or will you sleep on the couch?" "It is all the same to me. Che mi fa." Her indifference vexed me. "Should you like to retire at once?" "Yes, I am very sleepy." She got up, yawned, gave her hand to Paul, who took it with a furious look, and I lighted her into the bedroom. A disquieting feeling haunted me. "Here is all you want," I said again. The next morning she got up early, like a woman who is accustomed to work. She woke me by doing so, and I watched her through my half-closed eyelids. She came and went without hurrying herself, as if she were astonished at having nothing to do. At length she went to the dressing-table, and in a moment emptied all my bottles of perfume. She certainly also used some water, but very little. When she was quite dressed, she sat down on her trunk again, and clasping one knee between her hands, she seemed to be thinking. At that moment I pretended to first notice her, and said, "Good morning, Francesca." Without seeming in all better temper than the previous night, she murmured, "Good morning." When I asked her whether she had slept well, she nodded her head, and jumping out of bed, I went and kissed her. She turned her face toward me like a child who is being kissed against its will, but I took her tenderly in my arms, and gently pressed my lips on her eyelids, which she closed with evident distaste under my kisses on her fresh cheek and full lips, which she turned away. "You don't seem to like being kissed," I said to her. "Mika," was her only answer. I sat down on the trunk by her side. Passing my arm through hers, I said, "Mika, Mika, Mika, in reply to everything. I shall call you Mademoiselle Mika, I think." For the first time I fancied that I saw the shadow of a smile on her lips, but it passed by so quickly that I may have been mistaken. "But if you never say anything but Mika, I shall not know what to do to please you. Let me see, what shall we do today?" She hesitated a moment, as if some fancy had flitted through her head, and then she said carelessly, "It is all the same to me, whatever you like." "Very well, Mademoiselle Mika, we shall have a carriage and go for a drive." "As you please," she said. Paul was waiting for us in the dining room, looking bored, as third parties usually do in love affairs. I assumed a delighted air, and shook hands with him with triumphant energy. "What are you thinking of doing?" he asked. "First of all, we will go and see a little of the town, and then we might get a carriage and take a drive in the neighborhood." We breakfasted almost in silence and then set out. I dragged Francesca from palace to palace, and she either looked at nothing or merely glanced carelessly at the various masterpieces. Paul followed us, growling all sorts of disagreeable things. Then we all three took a drive in silence into the country and returned to dinner. The next day it was the same thing, and on the next day again. And on the third Paul said to me, "Look here, I am going to leave you. I am not going to stop here for 3 weeks watching you make love to this creature." I was perplexed and annoyed, for to my great surprise I had become singularly attached to Francesca. A man is but weak and foolish, carried away by the merest trifle, and a coward every time that his senses are excited or mastered. I clung to this unknown girl, silent and dissatisfied as she always was. I liked her somewhat ill-tempered face, the dissatisfied droop of her mouth, the weariness of her look. I liked her fatigued movements, the contemptuous way in which she let me kiss her, the very indifference of her caresses. A secret bond, that mysterious bond of physical love, which does not satisfy, bound me to her. I told Paul so, quite frankly. He treated me as if I were a fool, and then said, "Very well, take her with you." But she obstinately refused to leave Genoa without giving any reason. I besought, I reasoned, I promised, but all was of no avail, and so I stayed on. Paul declared that he would go by himself, and went so far as to pack up his portmanteau, but he remained all the same. Thus a fortnight passed. Francesca was always silent and irritable, lived beside me rather than with me, responded to all my requirements and all my propositions with her perpetual "che mi fa," or with her no less perpetual "Mika." My friend became more and more furious, but my only answer was, "You can go if you are tired of staying, I am not detaining you." Then he called me names, overwhelmed me with reproaches, and exclaimed, "Where do you think I can go now? We had 3 weeks at our disposal, and here is a fortnight gone. I cannot continue my journey now, and in any case, I am not going to Venice, Florence, and Rome all by myself. But you will pay for it, and more dearly than you think, most likely. You are not going to bring a man all the way from Paris in order to shut him up in a hotel in Genoa with an Italian adventuress." When I told him very calmly to return to Paris, he exclaimed that he intended to do so the very next day, but the next day he was still there, in a rage and swearing. By this time we began to be known in the streets through which we wandered from morning till night. Sometimes French people would turn round, astonished at meeting fellow countrymen in the company of this girl with her striking costume, who looked singularly out of place, not to say compromising, beside us. She used to walk along, leaning on my arm, without looking at anything. Why did she remain with me, with us, who seemed to do so little to amuse her? Who was she? Where did she come from? What was she doing? Had she any plan or idea? Where did she live? As an adventuress, or by chance meetings? I tried in vain to find out and to explain it. The better I knew her, the more enigmatical she became. She seemed to be a girl of poor family who had been taken away, and then cast aside and lost. What did she think would become of her, or whom was she waiting for? She certainly did not appear to be trying to make a conquest of me, or to make any real profit from me. I tried to question her, to speak to her of her childhood and family, but she never gave me an answer. I stayed with her, my heart unfettered and my senses enchained, never wearied of holding her in my arms, that proud and quarrelsome woman, captivated by my senses, or rather carried away, overcome by a youthful, healthy, powerful charm, which emanated from her fragrant person and from the well-molded lines of her body. Another week passed, and the term of my journey was drawing on, for I had to be back in Paris by the 11th of July. By this time Paul had come to take his part in the adventure, though still grumbling at me, while I invented pleasures, distractions, and excursions to amuse Francesca and my friend, and in order to do this I gave myself a great amount of trouble. One day I proposed an excursion to Sta Margherita, that charming little town in the midst of gardens, hidden at the foot of a slope which stretches far into the sea, up to the village of Portofino. We three walked along the excellent road which goes along the foot of the mountain. Suddenly Francesca said to me, "I shall not be able to go with you tomorrow. I must go and see some of my relatives." That was all. I did not ask her any questions, as I was quite sure she would not answer me. The next morning she got up very early. When she spoke to me it was in a constrained and hesitating voice. "If I do not come back again, shall you come and fetch me?" "Most certainly I shall," was my reply. "Where shall I go to find you?" Then she explained. "You must go to the street Victor Emmanuel, down the Falcone Road, and the side street San Raphael, and into the furniture shop, in the building at the right at the end of a court, and there you must ask for Madame Rondoli. That is the place." And so she went away, leaving me rather astonished. When Paul saw that I was alone, he stammered out, "Where is Francesca?" And when I told him what had happened, he exclaimed, "My dear fellow, let us make use of our opportunity and bolt. As it is, our time is up. 2 days, more or less, make no difference. Let us go at once. Go and pack up your things. Off we go." But I refused. I could not, as I told him, leave the girl in that manner after such companionship for nearly 3 weeks. At any rate, I ought to say good-bye to her, and make her accept a present. I certainly had no intention of behaving badly to her. But he would not listen. He pressed and worried me, but I would not give way. I remained indoors for several hours, expecting Francesca's return, but she did not come, and at last, at dinner, Paul said with a triumphant air, "She has flown, my dear fellow. It is certainly very strange." I must acknowledge that I was surprised and rather vexed. He laughed in my face and made fun of me. "It is not exactly a bad way of getting rid of you, though rather primitive. Just wait for me, I shall be back in a moment, as they often say. How long are you going to wait? I should not wonder if you were foolish enough to go and look for her at the address she gave you. Does Madame Rondoli live here, please? No, monsieur. I'll bet that you are longing to go there." "Not in the least," I protested, "and I assure you that if she does not come back tomorrow morning, I will leave by the express at 8 o'clock. I shall have waited 24 hours, and that is enough. My conscience will be quite clear." I spent an uneasy and unpleasant evening, for I really had at heart a very tender feeling for her. I went to bed at 12 o'clock and hardly slept at all. I got up at 6, called Paul, packed up my things, and 2 hours later we set out for France together. The next year, at just about the same period, I was seized, as one is, with a periodical fever, with a new desire to go to Italy, and I immediately made up my mind to carry it into effect. There is no doubt that every really well-educated man ought to see Florence, Venice, and Rome. This travel has also the additional advantage of providing many subjects of conversation in society, and of giving one an opportunity for bringing forward artistic generalities which appear profound. This time I went alone, and I arrived at Genoa at the same time as the year before, but without any adventure on the road. I went to the same hotel, and actually happened to have the same room. I was hardly in bed when the recollection of Francesca, which, since the evening before, had been floating vaguely through my mind, haunted me with a strange persistency. I thought of her nearly the whole night, and by degrees the wish to see her again seized me, a confused desire at first, which gradually grew stronger and more intense. At last I made up my mind to spend the next day in Genoa to try to find her, and if I should not succeed, to take the evening train. Early in the morning I set out on my search. I remembered the directions she had given me when she left me perfectly. Victor Emmanuel Street, house of the furniture dealer, at the bottom of the yard, on the right. I found it without the least difficulty, and I knocked at the door of a somewhat dilapidated-looking dwelling. It was opened by a stout woman who must have been very handsome, but who actually was only very dirty. Although she had too much embonpoint, she still bore the lines of a majestic beauty. Her untidy hair fell over her forehead and shoulders, and one fancied one could see her floating about in an enormous dressing gown covered with spots of dirt and grease. Round her neck she wore a great gilt necklace, and on her wrists were splendid bracelets of Genoa filigree work. In rather a hostile manner she asked me what I wanted, and I replied by requesting her to tell me whether Francesca Rondoli lived there. "What do you want with her?" she asked. "I had the pleasure of meeting her last year, and I should like to see her again." The old woman looked at me suspiciously. "Where did you meet her?" she asked. "Why, here in Genoa itself." "What is your name?" I hesitated a moment, and then I told her. I had hardly done so when the Italian put out her arms as if to embrace me. "Oh, you are the Frenchman! How glad I am to see you! But what grief you caused the poor child! She waited for you a month, yes, a whole month. At first she thought you would come to fetch her. She wanted to see whether you loved her. If you only knew how she cried when she saw that you were not coming. She cried till she seemed to have no tears left. Then she went to the hotel, but you had gone. She thought that most likely you were travelling to Italy, and that you would return by Genoa to fetch her, as she would not go with you. And she waited more than a month, monsieur, and she was so unhappy, so unhappy. I am her mother." I really felt a little disconcerted, but I regained my self-possession and asked, "Where is she now?" "She has gone to Paris with a painter, a delightful man who loves her very much and who gives her everything that she wants. Just look at what she sent me. They are very pretty, are they not?" And she showed me with quite southern animation her heavy bracelets and necklace. "I have also," she continued, "earrings with stones in them, a silk dress, and some rings, but I only wear them on grand occasions. Oh, she is very happy, monsieur, very happy. She will be so pleased when I tell her you have been here. But pray come in and sit down. You will take something or other, surely?" But I refused, as I now wished to get away by the first train, but she took me by the arm and pulled me in, saying, "Please come in, I must tell her that you have been in here." I found myself in a small, rather dark room, furnished with only a table and a few chairs. She continued, "Oh, she is very happy now, very happy. When you met her in the train, she was very miserable. She had had a rather unfortunate love affair in Marseilles, and she was coming home, poor child. But she liked you at once, though she was still rather sad, you understand. Now she has all she wants, and she writes and tells me everything that she does. His name is Bellimont, and they say he is a great painter in your country. He fell in love with her at first sight. But you will take a glass of syrup? It is very good. Are you quite alone this year?" "Yes," I said, "quite alone." I felt an increasing inclination to laugh, as my first disappointment was dispelled by what Mother Rondoli said. I was obliged, however, to drink a glass of her syrup. "So you are quite alone," she continued. "How sorry I am that Francesca is not here now. She would have been company for you all the time you stayed. It is not very amusing to go about all by oneself, and she will be very sorry also." But then, as I was getting up to go, she exclaimed, "But would you not like Carlotta to go with you? She knows all the walks very well. She is my second daughter, monsieur." No doubt she took my look of surprise for consent, for she opened the inner door and called out up the dark stairs which I could not see, "Carlotta, Carlotta, make haste down, my dear child." I tried to protest, but she would not listen. "No, she will be very glad to go with you. She is very nice and much more cheerful than her sister, and she is a good girl, a very good girl, whom I love very much." In a few moments a tall, slender, dark girl appeared, her hair hanging down and her youthful figure showing unmistakably beneath an old dress of her mother's. The latter at once told her how matters stood. "This is Francesca's Frenchman, you know, the one whom she knew last year. He is quite alone and has come to look for her, poor fellow, so I told him that you would go with him to keep him company." The girl looked at me with her handsome dark eyes, and said, smiling, "I have no objection if he wishes it." I could not possibly refuse, and merely said, "Of course, I shall be very glad of your company." Her mother pushed her out. "Go and get dressed directly, put on your blue dress and your hat with the flowers, and make haste." As soon as she had left the room, the old woman explained herself. "I have 2 others, but they are much younger. It costs a lot of money to bring up 4 children. Luckily, the eldest is off my hands at present." Then she told all about herself, about her husband, who had been an employee on the railway, but who was dead, and she expatiated on the good qualities of Carlotta, her second girl, who soon returned, dressed, as her sister had been, in a striking, peculiar manner. Her mother examined her from head to foot, and after finding everything right, she said, "Now, my children, you can go." Then, turning to the girl, she said, "Be sure you are back by 10 o'clock tonight. You know, the door is locked then." The answer was, "All right, mamma, don't alarm yourself." She took my arm and we went wandering about the streets, just as I had wandered the previous year with her sister. We returned to the hotel for lunch, and then I took my new friend to Santa Margherita, just as I had taken her sister the year previously. During the whole fortnight which I had at my disposal, I took Carlotta to all the places of interest in and about Genoa. She gave me no cause to regret her sister. She cried when I left her, and the morning of my departure I gave her 4 bracelets for her mother, besides a substantial token of my affection for herself. One of these days I intend to return to Italy, and I cannot help remembering with a certain amount of uneasiness, mingled with hope, that Madame Redoli has 2 more daughters. End of section 78. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.